Chapter 480. 400,000 taels of gold to buy out 3 months' worth of production from your jade slicing sword shop. This is the blueprint. Forge according to it. No mistakes are allowed. Amidst the galloping of the warhorses, a heavy money bag streaked across the air, swept past the gate of the jade-cutting sword tower, and fell heavily in the lobby. The heavy bag struck the ground, causing the entire building to tremble. 400,000 taels? In a flash, one figure after another emerged from the building and stared in shock at the heavy bag of money on the ground. Jade Slicing Pavilion, Jade Steel Pavilion, Gold Rending Pavilion, all the famous sword shops and smiths of the capital had received the generous reward that Wang Chong had given ahead of time. Whether it was sword shops or smiths, the monthly profit they made was extremely limited, unlike Wang Chong, who could casually sell a sword for tens of thousands of taels, hundreds of thousands of taels, or even hundreds of thousands of taels of gold. In truth, in the entire capital, probably only Wang Chong could do this. 400,000 taels of gold was already far more than these top-class sword shops and smiths could make in a year. The sword smiths had been somewhat hesitant, but now that they received the gold that Wang Chong had sent someone to give them, how could they still hesitate? In a short amount of time, all the sword shops and smiths of the capital had made their decision. In almost a single day, Wang Chong had obtained the right to forge all the sword shops and smiths of the capital. Starting from now, for the next 3 months, all the sword shops and smiths of the capital would belong to Wang Chong. All the sword shops and smiths would only forge items for Wang Chong, serving him alone, belonging to him alone. This sort of situation had never happened before, but now it had become a reality. Rumble. Like a massive machine, with Wang Chong throwing out large amounts of gold and using woozy steel swords to open a path, the entire capital began to rumble around Wang Chong and the Wang clan. Thick smoke rose from various parts of the capital. For the first time, all the sword shops and smiths closed their doors and refused customers, gathering together to forge weapons for a single person. The various aristocratic families in the capital also sent their experts to the Wang family. Wang Chong left these experts to Li Sai, Wei Anfang, and Zhao Jingdian. From the expert guards of the aristocratic families to the troops that could be mobilized on the battlefield, it was not enough to just be skilled in martial arts. One had to go through strict training as well. However, compared to hired experts, the experts and bodyguards of the aristocratic families all had some foundation in the military. This was also the reason why Wang Chong had gathered the bodyguards of the aristocratic families first. Everything is on the right track. All that's left is me. As Wang Chong stood on the roof of a tall building, his robes flapping in the wind, he could see rows upon rows of buildings in the capital. Wisps of smoke rose into the air, and tinkling could be heard from every direction. In the distance, war horses neighed. In his days, Wang Chong felt like he was on the distant Deflecting Blade Mountain. Under the command of Li Sai and Zhao Jingdian, hundreds of bodyguards were galloping through the mountains. Busily training war had always been a massive expenditure. Whether it was manpower, food, or war equipment, ordinary clans could not afford any of these. Whether it was the woozy steel swords or the enormous wealth he had gained from selling the spirit vein, Wang Chong had invested all of it into this endeavor. The machinery was already in motion, and Wang Chong was well aware that what awaited him now was a desperate battle. In this battle, it was not just the soldiers who needed to prepare, but himself as well. With a thought, Wang Chong communicated with the Stone of Destiny in his mind. Last time, when he dealt with an Yikangshen and killed Ashina, he had obtained 200 points of destiny energy. In Sheer, he had obtained 200 points of destiny energy. Adding on the Yuzhou soldiers he had killed and the destiny energy he had accumulated, he now had a total of 269 points. He could have saved these destiny energy for the next level of the Stone of Destiny and exchanged them for even greater rewards, but the war in the southwest was imminent, and there was no time for that. Only by exchanging for them now would they be of use in the war. Moreover, although the rewards of the first level were not as impressive as the rewards of the next level, Wang Chong knew that one of the rewards would be of the greatest help to him. Stone of Destiny, exchange for 3 layers of destiny penetration. This thought was transmitted to Wang Chong's mind. A moment later, there was a rumble as his mind brightened and golden light surged. 3 bolts of stellar energy penetration descended from the Stone of Destiny, bursting into Wang Chong's limbs and bones like lightning and rushing into his dantian. Bzzt. Wang Chong's already powerful aura rapidly grew, and the effect of the 1 layer of stellar energy penetration rose to 4, while the probability of activating stellar energy penetration rose from 5% to 20%. Every 5 attacks there would be a penetration effect. And after exchanging for 3 layers of stellar energy penetration, Wang Chong's strength rose along with it, rising from Tier 3 of the true martial realm to nearing Tier 4 of the true martial realm. Now, there's only one last step left. With a thought, Wang Chong opened his eyes and looked at the 4 pills in his hand. These pills were all accumulated from Six-Fingered Zhang's pills. As the saying went, money makes the mare turn the millstone. Wang Chong had sold the spirit vein and accumulated a great deal of wealth. At the same time, his position in the heart of the court alchemist had greatly increased. This time, it was the court alchemist who had sought out Wang Chong and raised his qualifications. The number of pills that could be exchanged for each month had increased by 1. Gulp. Wang Chong raised his head and swallowed the 4 pills in succession. In an instant, a stream of fire exploded in Wang Chong's body. A moment later, when the medicinal power of the pills had been exhausted, Wang Chong had successfully broken through to Tier 4 of the true martial realm. Rumble. Thunder rumbled. His gaze moved away from the capital and toward the distant west. What he saw was a vast and majestic city towering over the vast land. Black clouds covered the sky above the city, silver snakes shuttling through the clouds. Opposite the city was a protruding piece of land that reached into the clouds. Like a massive wave, it gave off the feeling that it could crash down at any moment and turn everything into ashes. That was the Uzan Plateau. In the distant Longxi, the threat from another continent and another empire could be sensed more clearly than any other region in the Central Plains. Although they were neighbors to the Central Plains, that protruding plateau seemed to come from another world. On that high grassland, countless warriors were nurtured. Even though the dynasties of the Central Plains had defeated them time and time again, they had never been able to completely crush them. The lofty sea-level difference formed an invisible and firm barrier that made it difficult for the empires of the Central Plains to exert their strength. Time and time again, the cavalry of the plateau would form groups and charge into the Central Plains, killing and pillaging, only to retreat back to the Uzan Plateau before the main army arrived. To the people of the Uzan Plateau, the Central Plains was a defenseless land. That was, until that city was built and that person appeared. Big Dipper City. Gashu Han. In the distant lands of the West, this newly constructed city was like a massive nail hammered into the map of the empire's western border. It became the anchor of Longxi, an existence that countered the cavalry of the Yusang Empire. And the great General Gashu Han, who had risen to prominence like a comet, swept through the western provinces and became the most feared existence of the Uzan Empire. The Big Dipper is high in the sky, and Gashu Han carries his saber at night. To this day, he spies on his horse, but dares not cross Lintao. This folk song was not only heard in Longxi, but also in the distant Uzan Plateau. And it was precisely because of Gashu Han's existence and Big Dipper City's establishment that the wise saying, of all the riches in the world, none surpass Longyu. Nay! Thunder rumbled and dark clouds hung low. All of a sudden, the fierce neigh of a war-horse pierced through the clouds, coming from the summit of the continent. The war-horse galloped. In just a moment, an iron-blooded, murderous black figure immediately appeared at the top of the continent. Behind the black figure was a large flag fluttering in the wind. Enemy attack! Almost at the same time that the figure appeared, a Big Dipper army sentry on the walls of Big Dipper City let out a shrill cry. They had been stationed on the borders of Longxi for many years, so they were extremely familiar with the Uzun Empire's cavalry. The heaviness of the heavy plate armor even seeped into their figures, and could be seen from far away. But this wasn't the reason for his nervousness. Ever since the great general had established Big Dipper City, the Uzun Empire had suffered successive defeat. It had been a long time since they had dared to openly appear before Big Dipper City. This was definitely not an ordinary situation. Rumble! Almost at the same time that the sentry's warning sounded, the entire Big Dipper City began to tremble. Tens of thousands of soldiers surged out of the city and swiftly assembled into battle formations. Even though there were so many of them, there was no panic in Big Dipper City. Even as they rushed to their posts, they strictly obeyed some sort of order. In the span of just a few breaths, the bustling Big Dipper City had suddenly quieted down. All the soldiers took their positions, and a solemn aura emanated from the formation and enveloped the earth. The entire city was so quiet that it seemed like an empty city. Big Dipper's long years of training were on full display at this moment. From the very beginning, they had entered a state of daily combat readiness, and in the span of a few breaths, they had swiftly arrived at the city. But even though the city was growing quieter and quieter, the commotion outside the city was growing louder and louder. Rumble! A massive sound came from another towering continent like a tsunami. At first, it was barely audible, but gradually, it grew louder and louder. When it got closer, everyone could clearly hear that it was the clattering of tens of thousands of hooves and the clattering of metal. It's the Uzun Empire's army. The expressions of the Big Dipper soldiers on the city walls changed one after another. Having presided over Longxi for so many years, they were already used to fighting with the Uzun Empire. But this battle was clearly different. Listening to the intense clattering of hooves, the army that had appeared at the border of the Uzun Highlands was in the tens of thousands, far surpassing the level of the previous battles. The sound of the earth quaking indicated that there were at least 100,000 soldiers fighting. Look over there! Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance and shouted. Whoosh! Strong winds blew. Under the gazes of countless people, a huge flagpole, at least 100 feet long, suddenly rose from the top of that towering continent in the distance. On the flagpole, a huge blood-soaked war flag fluttered in the wind, fluttering in the wind. On the blood-red flag, there was a huge three-headed white lion bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Even from a distance it could be seen clearly. The three-headed white lion flag. It's Huitadra Konglo. Chapter 481. Not many people overseeing the Longxi border had seen it, but there was almost no one who did not know of it. This was because it represented a legendary existence of the Uzun Empire. The number one king of generals under the Tsenpo, the war god of the Uzun Empire, Huitadra Konglo. In the Uzun Empire, this person had a far higher status than the great generals of Huashu Wuzong and Dusong Mangpoj. His status was equivalent to the junior guardian of the Tang dynasty, the crown prince Wang Zhongxi, who was hailed as the war god of the Tang dynasty. In the past, Wang Zhongxi had swept through Shilong, almost fighting his way up to the Uzun Plateau and threatening the capital of the Uzun Empire. In the end, he had failed because he had run into Huitadra Konglo. In the entire Uzun Empire, the only person who could faintly contend against the war god Wang Zhongxi was Huitadra Konglo. It was said that this person was a divine commander, but ever since that war, Huitadra Konglo had never appeared again. No one had expected that this legendary expert of the Uzun Empire would appear at a time like this. In a flash, all the soldiers of the Big Dipper army looked in the same direction. The shadow of a tree, the name of a man. This legendary number one king of generals of the Uzun Empire was far too famous, and the pressure it exerted was far too great. If there was one person in all of Big Dipper City that could contend against him, it was the great general. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on the top floor of Big Dipper City, on that majestic figure that had appeared at some point. The Big Dipper was high, and Gashu Yi carried a blade. No matter when, the name of the Big Dipper Great General Gashu Han was in existence that could stabilize the western border. Weitadra Konglo Gashu Han stood on top of the towering city gate tower, his entire body exuding an aura as heavy as a mountain, as tempered as steel and iron. As an imperial great general, Gashu Han had a rare handsomeness and an oppressive aura. His long and narrow eyes shone like the sun and moon, the opening and closing of yin and yang. Although he was not angry, he exuded a dignified and awe-inspiring majesty. As a former subordinate of the Tang dynasty war god Wang Zhongxi, Gashu Han had experienced many things, including the battle between the Uzun White Lion Great General Weitadra Konglo and Wang Zhongxi. After the battle, Yu Sang had suffered heavy losses, and Wang Zhongxi, affected by the terrain of the plateau and the resistance of Weitadra Konglo, withdrew from the Tibetan plateau. Gashu Han had personally participated in the Great General's War, but Great General Lion War. Only Gashu Han knew that the reason Weitadra Konglo did not invade the Central Plains again was not because Weitadra was benevolent, but because Weitadra Konglo had suffered heavy injuries in that war and had no choice but to retreat. However, after so many years, his injuries should have more or less healed. When there's an abnormality, there must be a monster. It's been a very long time since Yu Sang and the Great Tang have fought. For Weitadra Konglo to suddenly appear here, just what does he want? Gashu Han stood motionlessly on the city walls, his black armor and long hair fluttering in the wind. After experiencing countless battles, there were very few things that could stir his emotions. But at this moment, Gashu Han felt a little uneasy. It was not because of Weitadra Konglo, but because the Uzun Empire's actions were too abnormal. Weitadra Konglo was known as the White Lion Great General, the #1 Great General of the Uzun Empire, and his offensive prowess was so great that even the Tang dynasty war god Wang Zhongxi couldn't deal with him at his peak. But Gashu Han's goal was not to conquer Uzun. Fighting in the wilderness and defending a city were two completely different matters. No matter how fierce and valiant the Uzun cavalry were, as long as the Big Dipper army did not fight in the wilderness, the White Lion Great General Weitadra Konglo wouldn't be able to do anything. After so many years, the Big Dipper army had killed tens of thousands of Uzun cavalry. It could be said that in the entire Tang dynasty, if there was a single army that understood the Uzun the most and could best counter them, it would definitely be Gashu Han's Big Dipper army. An army tempered by iron, blood, and fire was enough to hold its own against any storm. It wasn't something that could be easily wiped out by sheer numbers. Gashu Han was confident that the Uzun would understand such a simple principle. Weitadra Konglo would never do anything without a goal. If not for the White Lion Great General's extraordinary intelligence, he wouldn't have been able to block Wang Zhongxi's attack. As Gashu Han stood on the city walls, his mind was in turmoil, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. The situation in the empire, including that of Longxi, flew through his mind. Lintao was on the edge of Longxi, and with Big Dipper City there, the Uzun basically had no hope. Gao Xianji was presiding over Suiya in the northwest. With Feng Chongqing's assistance and the two twin paragons of the empire, one civil and one military, even if the White Lion Great General personally led the charge, there wouldn't be any surprises. As for Qixi, Foman Linta was also presiding over it. This was a veteran general through and through. Back when he was presiding over the western regions, he had fought many battles with the Uzun. He had even stopped the Arab assault, so how could the Uzun do it? In truth, if one looked down from the sky, they would discover that from Suiya at the end of the western regions to Qixi, and then to Longxi the entire border of the Uzun Plateau was surrounded by the three Tang dynasty protectorates, forming an iron wall that firmly locked the Uzun to the plateau. Meanwhile, Sichuan's biting protectorate was intimidating the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates, and with its massive army, it could reinforce the three armies and the three protectorates at any time. It was impossible for the Tibetans to catch up in this direction, unless Jianghe in the southwest. A bolt of lightning flashed through Geshu Han's mind, and his body trembled as if he suddenly understood something, his face turning unsightly. The only place in the entire Central Plains that could give the Uzun a chance was Jianghe in the southwest. It was no secret that Xianyu Zhongtong had led 180,000 Tang dynasty elites on an expedition but had been defeated by Jelifeng. But Geshu Han had always believed that even if Xianyu Zhongtong was defeated, he would only suffer some minor losses. Given the Tang army's strength, as long as they could stand firm and rely on their own strength and reinforcements, they were completely capable of defeating Jelifeng. But at this moment, Geshu Han had an extremely ill foreboding. Boom! Boom! While Geshu Han's brows were rising in unease, the deep and desolate sound of a bullhorn came from the distant plateau. Next to the blood-red banner of the three-headed white lion, a smaller black banner was raised by tensome figures. On this black banner was a striking image of a writhing black yak. The two banners, one red and one black, one large and one small, stood side by side. Even Geshu Han's expression flickered at the sight of those two war banners. Anyone who had ever lived in Longxi would be familiar with this banner. It was the banner of the Uzun Great General, Dusong Mangpoj. Two of the Uzun Great Generals had appeared on the border of the Uzun continent, simultaneously threatening the Longxi territory of the Tang dynasty. At this moment, even Geshu Han felt a heavy pressure. In any empire, a general-level figure would play a decisive role. These imperial great generals rarely appeared. But for two Uzun great generals to appear at the same time and attack Big Dipper City was an unprecedented situation. At this moment, not just Geshu Han, but all the officers and soldiers of the Big Dipper army also felt a heavy pressure. Two Uzun great generals working together was a completely different matter. Rumble! After a brief moment of silence, thousands of Uzun cavalry poured down from the distant Uzun plateau like dumplings into a pot, sweeping toward Big Dipper City with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The atmosphere between the heavens and the earth suddenly became extremely tense. Boom! On the top of the watchtower, Geshu Han suddenly stepped forward, his handsome and imposing face exuding a cold and somber aura. "Everyone, hear my order! All soldiers, stand ready!" Geshu Han's right hand pressed down on his saber, and a storm of energy soared into the sky. At almost the same time, the 60,000 elites of the Big Dipper army roared, exploding with a steely and murderous aura that soared into the sky. The battle had finally begun. The long-vanished great general king of the Uzun Empire, Weitadra Konglo, had joined forces with Dusong Mangpoj to attack Big Dipper City in Lintao. This news shook the entire capital. But even more shocking was the news from the empire's southwest. Xianyu Zhongtong had been defeated. The 180,000 soldiers had suffered a crushing defeat under the pincer attack of Mengshi Zhao and Uzun. More than half of the 180,000 elites had been killed or injured, and even Li Jingyi and the 60,000 soldiers sent to reinforce Xianyu Zhongtong had been intercepted by Uzun. Chapter 482. The news had come out a few days ago. A scout at Li Jingyi's side had charged into the capital, his body covered in blood. After being carried to the Bureau of Military Personnel, he had only been able to hand over his token and send a message requesting reinforcements before falling unconscious. If the Uzun's attack on the border of Longxi was a large-scale invasion of the Tang dynasty, then the grievous news of the 180,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty from Jianghe in the southwest was a world-shattering shock. No one had expected this result. The assault of the Uzun had thrown everyone into panic. The Uzun are declaring war on the Tang dynasty. This is a complete rupture. In the imperial court, an imperial censor shouted with all his might. Even his face was red, and his extreme anger caused his body to tremble. They've already broken off. In Longxi and the southwest, the Uzun have launched a large-scale attack on the Tang dynasty, mobilizing hundreds of thousands of soldiers. If this isn't a rupture, what is? What we need to discuss now is what to do. Li Jingyi has already been defeated, so how can we still have soldiers? If we want to help Xinyu Zhongtong and Li Jingyi, the Big Dipper army is the best way. But the Big Dipper army is already being held down by Weitadra Konglo and Dusong Mengpoj. Lord Wang said long ago that now was not the time to send troops, but none of you listened. Now you understand. What I'm worried about isn't this, but the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the southwest. If the 180,000 Tang dynasty elites of the Annan Protectorate can't stop them, the southwest will be a flat plain. Who can stop the combined army of Mengshi Zhao and Uzun? Bzzz. It was like all the air had been sucked out, and the noisy hall instantly fell silent. All the nobles, ministers, and imperial censors fell silent. A stifling energy shrouded the entire imperial court. The defeat in the southwest had never been the most worrisome. What truly worried them were the nearly 1 million civilians of the southwest. As the barrier of the southwest, the Annan Protectorate was the first and last barrier against Mengshi Zhao and Uzun. For this reason, the army of the Annan Protectorate had always been very large. Its 180,000 elites far surpassed Geshu Han's Big Dipper army and Anshi's Gao Xianji's army. Not even Zhang Shogui of the Anong Protectorate had 180,000 soldiers. This was the reason why Zhangzhou Jianqiong had always been cautious when he was stationed in the southwest, never daring to launch an attack recklessly. However, Jelifeng's sudden assault, as well as the pressure that Zhangzhou Jianqiong had to face after becoming the Minister of War, caused all of this to go up in smoke. The new wave of reinforcements from the imperial court would need at least 2 months to regroup. Whether it was from other directions, from the protectorates, or from a temporary organization, it had to be done. But before that, the nearly 1 million people of the southwest would have no protection. When they thought about the consequences of the sudden advance of Mengshi Zhao and Uzun's armies, all the ministers couldn't help but tremble. Wang Chong, as he looked at the solemn and speechless ministers, the king of Song suddenly thought of a certain person. No one had expected the 180,000 elites of the Tang dynasty's protectorate of the southwest to fall to such a state. If there was one person in all of society who had known that all of this would develop to this point, there was no question that this person was Wang Chong. For some reason, the king of Song felt that Wang Chong had long ago known that all of this would develop to this point. This made him feel very strange. Perhaps this child has some kind of plan. The king of Song raised his head and looked up at the ceiling of the coiling dragon hall as he quietly said to himself. While the imperial court of the Central Plains was reeling from the defeat in the southwest, the north and northeast of the Tang dynasty were equally restless. Ha ha ha, this is an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. I didn't think that the 180,000 elites of the Tang dynasty would lose to Uzun and Mengshi Zhao. On a moonlit night north of the Yin Mountains, a massive white ivory tent towered over the vast grassland. Around the tent were massive snow-white wolves, their fangs savage as they warily observed their surroundings. Inside the huge moon-white tent, under the illumination of the oil fire, a pitch-black figure was cast on the wall of the tent, looking incomparably huge. Although this figure had not used a single technique, this pitch-black figure exuded a terrifying aura that was like a bottomless abyss, drawing in all the moonlight in a radius of several hundred zhang. Pass on my order. The army is to head south and confront the Tang dynasty's biting protectorate. Once the Tang dynasty's biting protectorate makes any strange moves, we'll head south and utterly crush them. The rough voice clenched his fists as he spoke without hesitation. But Great Khan, wouldn't we be completely offending the Tang Emperor this way? In the flickering light of the flames, another voice cautiously spoke, sounding extremely apprehensive. Ha! Do you still think that the Tang dynasty is the same as the Tang dynasty of the past? 180,000 elites. This was 180,000 elites. If this was the Tang dynasty of the past, even if Mengshi Zhao and Uzun mobilized all their forces, they still might not be able to defeat them. The rough voice spoke, his voice faintly drifting, as if he was lost in some sort of memory. The strength of the Tang dynasty was not something a normal person could imagine. When the war god of the Tang dynasty, So Yung-sun, reigned, the Eastern and Western Turks were at their strongest, and Osmish Khagan was just a child. 150,000 fully armed Black Wolf Khaganate of the Western Turks could not stop So Yung-sun's 8,000 cavalry. Later on, the Eastern and Western Turks suffered heavy losses, and Wang Jiuling and Wang Zongxi took a very long time to recuperate. The 600,000 to 700,000 Tang dynasty soldiers had been able to suppress all the foreign empires around them by relying on their overwhelming strength and various weapons and equipment. But now, 180,000 Tang dynasty elites and 60,000 reinforcements had been routed by Mengshi Zhao and Uzun. To the Western Turks and the other empires, this was something that they would never have dared to imagine. The Tang dynasty has already become weak, no longer as strong as it once was. They have grown weak, and we are no longer the same. The rough voice suddenly became resounding, and all the white wolves around the tent seemed to sense something. They bared their teeth, savage looks in their eyes. Go! The Turks and the Tang dynasty must fight, not now but in the future. Yes, your subordinate understands. At the same time, to the east of Yuzhou, to the north of the Bohai Sea, across a vast plain and a clear river, a towering wall towered over the Anong Protectorate headquarters. The wall was covered in smoke and appeared to have gone through countless battles, but it was still extremely tall and sturdy. Not even the cities of the Central Plains could compare to it. Gamo City. On the surface of the gigantic city, there were 3 Chinese characters written in the language of the Central Plains. The Goguryeo Empire bordered the Central Plains, and although they spoke different languages, the official language used was the standard Chinese characters of the Central Plains. Boom! All of a sudden, the closed gates of Gamo City burst open, and groups of Gogurian infantrymen swarmed out. At almost the same time, large numbers of Gogurian soldiers also surged out from the gates to the north and south of the city. This sudden movement alarmed all of Yuzhou. All the Tang dynasty soldiers of the Anong Protectorate were dumbfounded by this sudden development. To the east of Yuzhou, the Anong Protectorate possessed a ruling status. This status had not been crowned by one's own will, but forged through blood and fire through several battles. In the northeast, the Goguryeo Empire had always adopted a passive defense, relying on its sturdy walls and various fortifications to resist the attacks of the Tang dynasty. Never before had the Tang dynasty taken the initiative to open the gates to attack. Enemy attack. On the banks of the Lushui River, several Tang dynasty scouts suddenly leaped onto their horses and galloped off with shrill cries. None of them noticed that on the walls of Gamo City, a stalwart Gogurian general with 5 long sabers on his back was silently watching him with a complicated expression. In his hands was a bright yellow Gogurian imperial edict, and the image of the moon in the water on the imperial edict clearly indicated its owner. This was a decree from Emperor Yun Gaesaman of the Goguryeo Empire. Attack with vigor and restrain the Tang dynasty. On the bright yellow imperial edict, there were only these few words. In a single night, the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates, the Goguryeo Empire, and even the distant Arabian Empire began to show signs of activity around the Tang dynasty. The entire Tang dynasty was in a state of panic. Chapter 483. Everything has returned to the starting point. As the sky howled, Wang Chong stood on the summit of Deflecting Blade Mountain, his mind extremely calm. The southwest had been defeated, the reinforcements had been cut off, and the surrounding foreign countries were beginning to stir. Everything was exactly the same as it had been all those years ago. While the entire Tang dynasty was shaking and panicking, only Wang Chong remained calm, as if he had long ago predicted all this. "Young master, the training is complete. What should we do next?" A familiar voice came from behind him as Zhao Jingyan galloped over on his warhorse. Almost at the same time he galloped over, hundreds and thousands of cavalrymen rushed down from the top of the mountain. A powerful aura burst out from their bodies, as if they were crushing dry weeds and rotten wood. Wang Chong's gaze followed these galloping figures until they vanished into the distance. If one didn't know better, they would find it very difficult to believe that these powerful cavalry were actually the true martial realm experts that Wang Chong had recruited from the various clans. These people all belonged to different clans, had different cultivations, and had different temperaments, but at this moment they were already beginning to form an army. Only with Li Sai's formidable martial prowess and Zhao Jingyan's ability to lead and organize troops had he been able to create such an army in such a short time. Although he was still far from reaching his former heights, Zhao Jingyan had already begun to show the talent for command that Wang Chong had once relied on as his left and right arms. "It's about time. Should we begin the second phase of training?" Wang Chong took out the prepared blueprints from his sleeve and gave them to Zhao Jingyan. These true martial realm experts raised by the great clans were still far from reaching the level of strict discipline, strict obedience, and flexible change that he desired. However, as long as they mastered the two formations that he had given them, it would be enough. The rest could only be trained on the march, and Zhao Jingyan might not be able to complete this follow-up training. Wang Chong would have to personally train them. "Yes, young master." Zhao Jingyan didn't think much of it. Lowering his head, he quickly turned and left. "Da-da-da." Zhao Jingyan's horse galloped forward, quickly catching up to the 1,000-man army. Orders came from the front, and as Zhao Jingyan's orders rang out, the 1,000-man army formed by the clan experts once more began to transform, sending clouds of dust into the air. "I didn't expect that you were really training them." Suddenly, a sigh came from behind him. The voice was mixed with emotions, and there was an indescribable feeling to it. Wang Chong's entire body quivered. He abruptly turned his head and saw a familiar figure with broad shoulders, dressed in a yellow dragon robe. His every movement exuded an air of nobility as he slowly walked up the hill behind him. Behind him, the old steward's ghost-like figure followed closely behind him without making a sound. "Young master, I'm sorry. It was His Highness the King of Song who repeatedly told me not to inform him." Not far away, Wei Anfang lowered his head, his arms hanging limply, his face full of shame. Wang Chong slightly creased his brow in surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. His Highness the King of Song and the old butler were already so close, but he had not noticed them at all. This truly shouldn't have been the case. But when he thought of the old butler's unfathomable cultivation and the King of Song's own strength, Wang Chong understood. Although he was now much stronger than before, he was still far from being able to compare to true experts like the King of Song and the old butler. It was normal for him not to have noticed them. "His Highness the King of Song has come for Ozan and Mengshi Zhao?" Wang Chong turned his head and indifferently asked. He had apparently expected that the King of Song and the old butler would appear here. "You already predicted that this would happen, right?" The King of Song's expression was solemn as he got straight to the point. His expression was far less relaxed than Wang Chong's. The matter of Ozan, Mengshi Zhao, and Wang Chong had troubled him for a very long time. Based entirely on his intuition, the King of Song felt that Wang Chong might know something. This was why he had appeared here. On the border of Longxi, Huitadra Konglo and Dusong Mangpoj appeared at the same time, leading an army to attack Big Dipper City and restrain Geshu Han. "You already knew about this, right?" the King of Song said. Military affairs were no small matter, but he was using them to interrogate a teenager in the wilderness. This was madness, but the King of Song was completely convinced of this. There were some things that, if he did not get to the bottom of, he would never be able to rest easy. The northeast, northwest, and Baiting were all restless, intentionally or otherwise restraining the armies of the Tang dynasty. This was an unprecedented situation. Although the people of the imperial court had yet to notice, the King of Song already sensed an unprecedented danger. Not too long ago, these foreign countries had all been filled with reverence and fear, avoiding the armies of the Tang dynasty as quickly as they could. When had they dared to act so recklessly? This abnormal phenomenon made the King of Song feel a deep sense of danger. If these foreign countries no longer respected the Tang dynasty and could even come to a tacit agreement to restrain the Tang dynasty, how could the Tang dynasty suppress these foreign countries and occupy the central region? The Tang dynasty had spent several decades, perhaps even a century, conquering these foreign countries to achieve the current prosperity and peace of the Tang dynasty. If all this fell apart and they lost their reverence, then wouldn't the Central Plains once again fall into the situation of being attacked from all directions by these foreign countries? Momentary gains and losses could be argued over and over again, but if the tacit agreement of peace was broken, then what awaited the Tang dynasty would be a perilous round of wars. The current Tang dynasty was far from being as powerful as it had been. The long period of peace had disintegrated the hearts of the people, but the foreign countries that could only be crushed under the feet of the Tang dynasty's iron crossbows and cavalry had benefited from the peace of the Tang dynasty. Through long-term trade, they had obtained large amounts of refined iron, pig iron, cast iron, and steel to forge a large number of weapons. They had become much stronger than they had been in the past. The King of Song couldn't help but worry. The war in the southwest was probably just the beginning. What awaited the Tang dynasty was an endless storm. Without the skin, how could the hair attach itself to it? Once that happened, no one would be able to survive. Yes. In the face of the King of Song's doubt, Wang Chong did not hesitate and very openly admitted it. Warning! Warning! The Stone of Destiny's voice rang out in his mind, but Wang Chong acted as if he hadn't heard it. His gaze was fixed on the King of Song across from him. At this moment, the King of Song was stunned. Although the King of Song had had a strong intuition during the court session, when Wang Chong admitted it, the King of Song still found it unexpected. The King of Song looked at Wang Chong in astonishment, his mind a mess, unable to describe what he was feeling. South of the rosy clouds, the land of Jiang'a, and the border of Longxi, not a single civil and military official of the court could have predicted these changes in these places, including himself. If someone had said that they had long since predicted all this, the King of Song would have thought that they were crazy. Chapter 484. Just how did you know? The King of Song said after a long silence. Wang Chong had far too many secrets. Although he had experienced many ups and downs and political storms, and had developed a pair of sharp eyes and political senses, sometimes, even he could not see through this teenager in front of him. This isn't a very big secret. Wang Chong shook his head and nonchalantly said. Although he was a reincarnator and possessed the memories of his entire life, there were many things that he could deduce without the need for foresight. Mengshi Zhao, Uzun, Goguryeo, the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates, the Abbasid Caliphate. These empires had been getting stronger and stronger over the last few years, while the Tang dynasty had been stagnant. Not only had they been stagnant, but they had been constantly retreating. The imperial court was filled with arrogance and laziness, and it just so happened that the Central Plains was so rich and populous that these foreign kingdoms were bound to develop wild ambitions. And of all these foreign kingdoms, the Uzun and the Tang dynasty had the fiercest conflicts, and they were also the most aggressive. Unlike the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates, the Uzun Empire was located far away on the plateau. The Tang dynasty had the will but lacked the strength to conquer this empire. Thus, in every war, the Uzun only needed to retreat far into the interior and escape. They always had a safe fortress, and they were able to recover much faster than other foreign kingdoms. At the same time, if the Uzun wanted to expand, the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains was its greatest obstacle. All of this meant that the Uzun Empire would always be the first to strike. And Jelifeng and his 300,000 Mengshi Zhao soldiers were that opportunity. They had already successfully routed Xianyu Zhongtong in the southwest, and if they wanted to further their gains, they needed to defend against the reinforcements of the other armies of the Tang dynasty. Thus, they had to send an army to restrain Geshu Han and his Big Dipper army in Longxi. Therefore, Wang Chong was not surprised by all of this. Although Uzun was a country outside of civilization and was far from being as prosperous as the Central Plains, there were a few extremely powerful beings hidden behind them. Whether it was Daluan Ruozhen, Huashu Wizang, Huitadra Konglo, or Dusong Mengpoj, they were all top-class generals of the world, not one bit inferior to the famed generals of the Central Plains. With these famous generals working together, there was no strategic gap that could be exploited. Even if Wang Chong knew about it, it would be useless. If you can analyze this, why didn't you say it earlier? The king of Song looked at the young man in front of him with mixed feelings. If it was in the past, he would have been amazed by Wang Chong's words. But at this time, the southwest had been defeated, Longxi was in danger, and the various foreign countries of the northeast, northwest, and Biding were beginning to stir. The king of Song was in no mood to think about these things. If I say it, will anyone believe me? Wang Chong indifferently said. The war in the southwest had already reached this stage. After 300 years, this vast and prosperous empire was finally facing its first life-or-death crisis on the scale of an earthquake. The following crises would only get more dangerous and more formidable than the last. If they couldn't get through this, the domino effect that followed would only cause the empire to collapse completely. At this time, there was no longer any need to hide anything. After hearing Wang Chong's words, the king of Song raised his head to the overcast sky and gave a long sigh, no longer able to speak. Wang Chong had spoken correctly. The affairs of the state were no trifling matter. Even if Wang Chong had personally told him how all this would happen, even if he had a relationship with several generations of the Wang clan, he would never have rashly believed him. This was not a matter of whether or not he trusted Wang Chong. Rather, this was how important matters of the imperial court had always been resolved. It could not be mixed with any emotion. Without conclusive evidence, just based on a few deductions from a single person, deciding the military arrangements of a country, deciding the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, was not the correct way to handle political affairs. Thus, no matter what Wang Chong said, until all this truly happened, no one would believe him, including the king of Song himself. It was precisely because he understood this that the king of Song couldn't help but deeply sigh, an intense feeling of helplessness welling up in his heart. Li Zhengyi had been defeated, and the Tang dynasty no longer had any soldiers to spare. Is there really no way to avoid all this? At this moment, the king of Song's mind was in turmoil, his mind in turmoil. Your Highness, what has happened cannot be avoided. The urgent task at hand is to resolve the war in the southwest, Wang Chong sternly said. No matter how bad the situation was, as long as the dust had not settled, he would not easily give up. What else can be done? The southwest has already been lost. Your 1,000 soldiers are like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. They can't resolve anything. The king of Song bitterly smiled as he gazed at the roiling dust on a distant mountain. Everything was clear. He had understood as soon as he arrived. Wang Chong had sold the spirit vein so that he could gather the experts of the great clans and point his sword toward the southwest. Only the perilous situation in the southwest was worth Wang Chong gathering so many experts and paying such a heavy price. But all this was destined to be like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. 1,000 soldiers. Even if they were the experts of the great clans of the capital, what could they do? A war could not be resolved by a trifling 1,000 experts. Wars were far from simple. If I don't try, how can I know if I'll succeed? Wang Chong countered, his expression suffused with determination. With the war in the southwest at this stage, there was no other way. Although 1,000 experts from the great clans was not a lot, it was all he could do at this moment, and it was his utmost effort. How do you need me to help you? The King of Song sternly said. Your Highness, if all goes as expected, in 7 days at most, I will leave this place. I don't have a single title of nobility on me, and I won't be able to intimidate the generals there. Thus, I need your Highness's token to carry out my orders. In addition, if possible, your Highness should send me more experts. Wang Chong said. The King of Song nodded. After handing the token to Wang Chong, he dejectedly left with his old butler. As Wang Chong watched the King of Song leave, a ripple of emotion in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Every minute that passed in the southwest was a minute more dangerous. He didn't have much time left. He had to make full use of every second. Cree! Screech! A warhorse's hooves thundered through the forest, and a moment later, a dragon-like steed shot out of the forest like a bolt of lightning. After several months, the white-hoofed shadow had become even more robust and powerful. Whether it was its bones, ligaments, or muscles, the white-hoofed shadow had reached the robust state of adulthood and could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. Hiya! Wang Chong mounted the horse, grabbed the reins, and squeezed the horse's belly. Man and horse became one, and like a wisp of smoke, they galloped toward the Zhang clan's smelting yard. Clink-clink-clang. In the western part of the capital stood a massive smelting yard. Before Wang Chong had even gotten close, he could already hear clanging and see thick plumes of smoke rising into the air. Young master! Upon seeing Wang Chong, a person in charge of the Zhang clan hurriedly came up to greet him. There was no one in the Zhang clan who didn't recognize Wang Chong. Take me in to take a look. Wang Chong dismounted from the white-hoofed shadow and got straight to the point. The Zhang clan's smelting yard was bustling with activity. Thick plumes of smoke and clanging could be heard without end. As he walked in, Wang Chong could feel waves of heat rolling toward him. Young master, according to your orders, all the master craftsmen of the clan have been mobilized to work day and night to forge the Wuzi steel sword for you. The clan has placed great importance on this matter, and the patriarch is personally presiding over it. He just left. If you had come a little earlier, you would have run into him. The person in charge of the Zhang clan introduced. It had been a long time since the Zhang clan's smelting yard had been so lively. All the master craftsmen had been mobilized, and in just a few short days, they had been busier than they had been in the last few months. Wang Chong nodded. The matter of the Wuzi steel sword was no small matter. With a glance, Wang Chong could see that many experts were standing guard here, including the experts of the Wang clan. The Wuzi steel was no small matter. As long as they could obtain it, many people would be willing to take the risk. Wang Chong, why are you here? Just as they were speaking, a gust of wind blew over. Zhang Tsong, Zhang Jian, and a few elders of the Zhang clan hurried over. How's the forging of the Wuzi steel sword going? Wang Chong nodded in greeting. It'll be done in 3 days. However, you'll have to rely on yourself for the rest. Zhang Tsong looked at Wang Chong worriedly. 1,000 Wuzi steel swords required many steps. Even for a prestigious clan like the Zhang clan, it was rather taxing, let alone Wang Chong. Zhang Tsong was a little worried that Wang Chong wouldn't be able to complete it alone. I understand. All you need to do is to complete the first steps of forging 1,000 Wuzi steel sword. You don't have to worry about the rest. Wang Chong said calmly. The most crucial technology of the Wuzi steel was in his hands. No one could fake it. However, even though the steps were complicated, the last few steps of forging the Wuzi steel swords were much simpler. As long as enough quenching fluid was prepared, the quenching of the Wuzi steel swords would be relatively fast. In fact, it was much easier than the Zhang clan. In addition, the matter of the armor has been handed over to the other clans. We've already sent someone to supervise the process. Compared to the Wuzi steel swords, I'm afraid the armor will be forged much faster. Zhang Jian added from the side. There were too many steps to forge the Wuzi steel swords, and it was rather troublesome to forge them. However, the armor made from the meteoric metal was much simpler. Wang Chong didn't forge pure meteoric metal armor. Instead, he added the meteoric metal to other high-grade refined metals. This greatly reduced the difficulty of forging and increased the number of armors that could be forged. Chapter 485. There was a huge fortress in the middle of the iron field. It had no windows and was made of 3 feet thick fine iron. There were layers of defensive inscriptions on the fine iron, making it extremely sturdy. This was where the Zhang family stored their weapons. Wang Chong's Wuzi steel weapons were stored here. Wang Chong walked over and picked up a Wuzi steel sword from the pile in the center. He picked it up and looked at it carefully. There were no windows in the fortress, but there were luminous pearls shining brightly on the ceiling. Under the soft light of the luminous pearls, one could see that the lines of the Wuzi steel sword were very smooth. Although it had not gone through the final quenching and other processes, the outline of the sword had already been forged beautifully and beautifully. The Zhang family's craftsmen are really good. Wang Chong looked at the sword and did not say anything, but he nodded in his heart. 1,000 Wuzi steel swords were no small matter, and they needed to be forged day and night in such a short period of time. Wang Chong was most worried that the Zhang family might be perfunctory in the process, but it turned out that the Zhang family still valued it very much. Each of these Wuzi steel swords had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times, and a lot of effort had been poured into them. The Zhang family's craftsmen valued this precious material much more than Wang Chong had imagined. After looking back and forth for a while, Wang Chong weighed the sword and nodded. Not bad. Each of these Wuzi steel swords was heavy in the hand, and they were all made of pure Wuzi steel. Wang Chong personally managed the Wuzi steel business. Every Wuzi steel weapon had to go through his hands, so he was very familiar with the weight of the Wuzi steel. The Wuzi steel could not be mixed with other metals, or else it would be ruined. Help me send these weapons over first. You can send the rest over later. Wang Chong put down the Wuzi steel swords and said. As for the Zhang family in the capital, Wang Chong was completely at ease. After leaving the Zhang family's iron yard, Wang Chong went straight to the cave outside the city. Subsequently, the Wuzi steel sword embryos of the Zhang family in the capital were also continuously sent into the cave. Time passed slowly. Wang Chong had completely forgotten about the outside world as he devoted all his attention to the training of the Wuzi steel weapon. Batch after batch of Wuzi steel swords passed through Wang Chong's hands and were sent out of the cave into Deflecting Blade Mountain. Then, together with the extraterrestrial meteoric iron helmets of the Zhang clan and a few other clans, they were distributed to the real martial realm experts recruited by the aristocratic clans. Quality is more important than quantity. With these weapons, the 1,000-man elite force that Wang Chong hoped for was slowly taking shape. Time was short, and while Wang Chong was paying no attention to the outside world, cutting off all communication and devoting himself to tempering the Wuzi steel swords in the cave, the outside world had been turned upside down. The war in the southwest was affecting the entire empire, tugging at the hearts of millions of people. Every day, a constant stream of news came from the southwest. The details of the defeat in the southwest were constantly being unearthed. The more they knew, the more conflicted they became. Several days later, a letter was sent from the southwest front lines, causing an even greater uproar in the capital. More than half a month had passed since Xianyu Zhongtong had set off with the 180,000 Tang dynasty elites in the southwest, and now, the imperial court had finally received a letter from Xianyu Zhongtong. This was a letter asking for reinforcements. The letter stated that the rations in Lion City would not last for long. At most, they would run out in a little while, and the imperial court was requested to quickly send more rations. And then it was stamped with Xianyu Zhongtong's seal. From this letter, everyone learned for the first time that 80,000 of the 180,000 soldiers of the Annan Protectorate still remained, and that these soldiers had taken refuge in a place called Lion City. After countless days and nights of worry, this was undoubtedly the most gratifying news. But very quickly, questions began to surface. Just what was Lion City? And where was that place? Why was it able to stop the assault of Mengshi Zhao and Uzun's hundreds of thousands of soldiers? Countless questions surged into the minds of the people. The officials from the Bureau of Revenue and Bureau of Personnel were quickly summoned to the imperial court to ask about Lion City. But to everyone's astonishment, not a single one of the officials from the Bureau of Revenue and Bureau of Personnel knew what Lion City was or where it was. And even more bizarre was that Lion City was nowhere to be found on the map of the Tang dynasty. Not even the old officials of the imperial court, who knew the southwest like the back of their hands and had lived there for decades, knew what Lion City was or where it was. This conclusion left countless people flabbergasted and hard to accept. A large number of spies were dispatched to the southwest. No one dared to be careless, as the lives of the 80,000 elite Tang dynasty soldiers were at stake, because everyone knew that these 80,000 soldiers were the final barrier to the southwest gate. With them present, they could restrain the two foreign empires, preventing them from acting recklessly. Without them, Mengshi Zhao and Uzun would have nothing to fear, and the allied army formed by Jelifeng, Daluan Ruozhen, and Huoshu Wuzong would be able to push deep into the southwest. No one would be able to stop them from the southwest all the way to Longxi. But while countless people were trying to find out the location of Lion City to no avail, an unexpected reversal came from a minor official in the Bureau of Military Personnel. He suddenly remembered that when Zhangzhou Jianxiong had invited Wang Chong to the banquet in the capital, Wang Chong had mentioned that he wanted to build a city in the southwest. Moreover, there was a person by Wang Chong's side who had consulted him on this matter. Back then, he had vaguely mentioned that the location of the city was Lion Rock. When this news came out, everyone was dumbfounded. And when it was confirmed that the Wang clan had indeed sent a large number of guards to the southwest half a year ago and transported a large amount of resources, and that Wang Chong had transported 1,000,000 taels of gold to the southwest, the entire court was shocked. The impact this matter had on the court was unimaginable. Even Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Zhen, was shocked speechless. He knew that Wang Chong had asked Zhangzhou Jianxiong for a plot of land, and he had been there at the time. But not even Wang Zhen knew that the strategically important Lion City in the Southwest War was actually built by Wang Chong, and more than half a year ago at that. At this point, even the slowest person could vaguely sense that something was amiss. Did that brat of the Wang family already foresee this war half a year ago, and even built this important strategic city? Countless people found this notion hard to believe. Madness, this is madness. This is complete madness. How could he know that the Tang dynasty and Mengshi Zhao would fight there? Impossible. Only a fool would build a city there for the sake of war. And how could he know that Mengshi Zhao and the Tang dynasty would fight there? How much profit does the Tea-Horse Road have? If it wasn't for the sake of war, would it be for the sake of commerce? Would you build a city there for the sake of commerce and invest millions of taels of gold? The person who had spoken up was dumbfounded. A war involving 180,000 elites of the Tang dynasty, 300,000 soldiers of Mengshi Zhao, and nearly 1,000,000 civilians of the southwest had been decided by an unremarkable scion of the Tang dynasty's imperial capital. No one could have imagined this. This was simply inconceivable. Regardless of the truth, regardless of whether it was for the sake of commerce or for the sake of war, Wang Chong and that distant Lion City had attracted the attention of all the officials and officials of the court. Letters were sent to the Wang clan, and at the same time, the imperial court's request was sent to Wang Chong. Chapter 486. After tempering the last Wuzi steel sword, Wang Chong emerged from the cave. Ignoring the summons from the imperial court, he boarded a carriage. Instead of going to the Wang clan residence, he took a turn on Vermilion Bird Street and made his way to the Minister of War's residence. A large signboard painted black against a red background had the words Minister of War written on it. This was Zhangzhou Jianxiong's new office. Ever since Zhangzhou Jianxiong took office, the entire Minister of War's residence had been replaced with people from his southwest branch. Through this method, Zhangzhou Jianxiong had firmly controlled the entire Minister of War's residence. But when Wang Chong arrived, the atmosphere in the Minister of War's residence was gloomy and grave. Anyone who passed by could sense the oppressive air. Almost everyone in the Ministry of War's Minister of War's residence had their heads lowered. Zhangzhou Jianxiong had been the Protector General of the Southwest, and now that the Southwest had been defeated, 100,000 of his 180,000 soldiers had died, and nearly 1 million civilians were about to be plunged into misery and suffering at the hands of Meng Shizhao and Uzun. As soldiers from the Southwest, one could easily imagine the pressure they were under. Although no one said anything, as former members of the Annan Protectorate, all the blame was placed on them. There was almost no one in the Minister of War's residence who didn't know who Wang Chong was. The moment Wang Chong appeared at the gate of the Minister of War's residence, though no one knew why he had come, someone quickly came to welcome him. In the deepest part of the Minister of War's residence, Wang Chong saw Zhangzhou Jianxiong, his head bowed. He appeared somewhat dispirited, haggard, and tortured. "My lord." Wang Chong straightened his clothes, walked over, and bowed. "You've come." Upon seeing Wang Chong, Zhangzhou Jianxiong's eyes lit up for a moment, but they soon dimmed. He lowered his head dejectedly. Given the Wang clan's standing, as well as the relationship between Wang Chong, Yang Zhao, Zhangzhou Jianxiong, and consort Taizhen, Zhangzhou Jianxiong should have been as passionate as fire. But at this moment, Zhangzhou Jianxiong really wasn't in the mood. It was also not a good time to entertain guests. Right now, the entire court was focused on the southwest. It seemed that Zhangzhou Jianxiong had luckily escaped this calamity. But in truth, only Zhangzhou Jianxiong knew that all the pressure and blame was on him. Recently, during morning court sessions, even the gazes of the civil and military ministers would occasionally fall on him, and they seemed to be very unfriendly. Zhangzhou Jianxiong understood what the officials were thinking. If he had not insisted on entering the capital, such a major incident would have never occurred in the empire's southwest. Moreover, although he was currently the Minister of War, strictly speaking, the affairs of the southwest had nothing to do with him. But Xianyu Zhongtong was someone he had recommended, and the southwest was his territory. 100,000 Tang dynasty elites had died in battle, and the army led by Li Jingyi had been ambushed. It was he who had entrusted the wrong person, and he had an unshakable responsibility for this calamity. This invisible pressure was enough to make one crumble, and what was even more crushing was that even Zhangzhou Jianxiong himself believed that this was his fault. In the current situation, not only was his position as Minister of War unstable, even his territory in the southwest, his foundation in the imperial court, was about to be completely lost. Zhangzhou Jianxiong was exhausted from both inside and outside, and he didn't even have the energy to deal with Wang Chong. "My lord, are you worried about the southwest?" Wang Chong walked over and sat down across from Zhangzhou Jianxiong. "Haha, what other matter could there be?" Zhangzhou Jianxiong bitterly smiled. In his view, Wang Chong's question was completely unnecessary. Perhaps even an idiot would understand that he was in a precarious situation. Meng Shizhao and Uzun had actually joined forces. This was something he would never have dared to believe even if he were beaten to death. But it had really happened. He had only just left, and now, Daluan Ruozhen and Huoshu Wuzong had pulled the rug from under his feet. His position as the Minister of War would probably not last much longer. "Milord, since you are worried about this matter, why don't you leave the Bureau of War and personally take part in the Southwest?" Wang Chong said. "Leave? I am the Minister of War, and I have to manage the affairs of the imperial court. How could I leave to fight on the front lines? In the 300 years since the founding of the Tang dynasty, when have you ever seen a Minister of War personally go to war?" Zhangzhou Jianxiong said. In his view, Wang Chong's suggestion was nothing more than a joke. If he, the Minister of War, went to the front lines, who would be in charge of the affairs of the Bureau of War? A snake had its own path, and a rat had its own path. The two were completely different. The rules of the imperial court cannot be abolished, but if Milord were to forcefully leave, who in the court would dare to stop him? The eyes of the entire court are focused on the Southwest. If the problem of the Southwest can be resolved, who would dare to criticize Milord? Wang Chong said. Zhangzhou Jianxiong's eyes became dazed. If leaving the capital could resolve the problem of the Southwest, why wouldn't he want to go? But, if he had gone before the collapse of the Tang dynasty, he might have been able to, but now, even if he went, what use would it be? No. Wang Chong, you don't understand. The rules of the imperial court cannot be abolished. As the Minister of War, I cannot leave the capital. Zhangzhou Jianxiong struggled for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. The defeat in the Southwest was irreversible, and he had climbed to his current position with great difficulty. With so many people watching, he could not allow anything to happen to him. The Annan Protector General had nothing to do with him, but at the very least, he could still sit on the position of Minister of War. Wang Chong had been observing the changes on Zhangzhou Jianxiong's face this entire time, and when he saw it slowly turn callous, he couldn't help but give a long sigh. Zhangzhou Jianxiong knew the Southwest like the back of his hand. Whether it was Jelafeng, Dalun Rosen, or Huashu Wuzong, he knew all of these people like the back of his hand, including their style of marching. If he had the help of this former Annan Protector General, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort, and he would have a greater chance of stopping the war. However, his last attempt had also failed. The current Zhangzhou Jianxiong was no longer the Zhangzhou Jianxiong of the past. His desire for power had completely overcome his imperial great general. He was no longer the tiger of the empire. Wang Chong was somewhat disappointed, but also somewhat relieved. In the end, he could only rely on himself. "Milord, I've come this time to bid you farewell." Wang Chong clasped his hands and got straight to the point. Since he had already confirmed that he could not count on this Tang dynasty Minister of War, Wang Chong no longer hesitated. "Ah!" Zhangzhou Jianxiong softly gasped, his body trembling. He raised his head to look at Wang Chong, and for the first time, he revealed a look of shock. "You're leaving the capital?" "Yes," Wang Chong indifferently said. "Wang Chong has already gathered 1,000 elites and will be leaving the capital in the next few days for the Southwest." Wang Chong spoke these words in an indifferent and calm manner, without the slightest fluctuation in his voice. The room was quiet, but there was a sudden change in the atmosphere. Zhangzhou Jianxiong stared blankly at the youth in front of him, and then he seemed to understand something, his gaze on Wang Chong completely changing. He could not be any clearer about the situation in the Southwest. If Wang Chong were to go now, there could only be one reason. Zhangzhou Jianxiong looked at Wang Chong, a hint of respect in his eyes for the first time. He had heard many things about Wang Chong, and he had also heard of the reputation of the Wang clan's Qilin son. But this time, the feeling was completely different. Zhangzhou Jianxiong opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to stop him, but in the end, he decided against it. The situation in the Southwest was extremely precarious, and he was like a drowning man. As long as there was a sliver of hope, he would not reject it. "What do you need me to do?" Zhangzhou Jianxiong said, his eyes rapidly clearing. He was the previous Annan Protector General, and now that Wang Chong was going to the Southwest, everything was clear. I need something from milord. If milord believes me, I need a token from milord, a token that can control the Anan Protectorate army, including Lord Xianyu. Wang Chong said. His expression was firm, and even when meeting Zhangqiu Jianxiong's gaze, he did not show the slightest timidity. Wang Chong's words made Zhangqiu Jianxiong feel like he had been stabbed. His pupils constricted and his expression turned extremely grave. A Protector General was a high-ranking official of a border. Although he was the Minister of War, he could not completely control a Protector General. As the saying went, when a general was on the move, there were some things he could not do. But Wang Chong's guess was correct. He truly did have a token that represented his status and could control the 180,000 soldiers of the Anan Protectorate Army. This was also the method he had agreed upon with Xianyu Zhongtong before leaving his post. If not for this, he would not have so easily left the southwest and handed the position of Protector General to Xianyu Zhongtong. This matter was extremely secretive. Other than a few people at his side, almost no one else knew of it. What is milord still considering? Wang Chong observed Zhangqiu Jianxiong's expression, and before Zhangqiu Jianxiong had even said anything, he knew what he was thinking. The war in the southwest has already reached this stage. Does milord still think that there is another way? Wang Chong's voice rose a few octaves. If Zhangqiu Jianxiong was still concerned about his reputation at a time like this, then he would not be worthy of being called the Tiger of the Empire. After a long sigh, Zhangqiu Jianxiong finally made his decision. I hope that my decision will not be wrong. Clack. His right hand lightly tugged at his robe. Zhangqiu Jianxiong pulled off a heavy black gold token and held it in his hand. But Zhangqiu Jianxiong did not immediately hand it over. Before that, answer a question for me. That lion city in the southwest. Did you really already predict it? Yes. Zhangqiu Jianxiong gave a long sigh and said no more. He handed over the black gold token. Do you need me to do anything else? If milord is willing, please send me a few more generals. With these words, Wang Chong left the Minister of War's residence. After leaving the Minister of War's residence, Wang Chong returned straight to Deflecting Blade Mountain. After so many days of training, it was finally time for him to head south. Rumble. Standing at the summit of Deflecting Blade Mountain, the earth quaked and fierce gales began to blow. Zhao Jingdian led the charge, leading 1,000 fully armored clan experts in an orderly formation as they rode their warhorses toward Wang Chong. Smoke and dust billowed into the air. Following closely behind, thousands of mercenary experts rushed over like a roaring tide. The leader of the group was an 8-foot-tall man who looked like a giant. He was extremely eye-catching, and the huge sword on his back that was taller than a person was even more terrifying. In the entire Tang dynasty, probably only Li Sai possessed such an astonishing physique. The rumbling echoed for 100 li, and even the students of the Kunwu training camp were alarmed. But Wang Chong acted as if he did not see or hear. All of his attention was focused on the large army in front of him. The journey to the southwest is fraught with danger. If you want to back out, there's still time. Wang Chong stood on the summit, his expression solemn. His gaze was not on the 1,000 clan experts, but on the hired experts who had been summoned. The wind howled, but no one said anything. All of them had uncaring expressions on their faces. Hiring experts had always been like licking blood off the edge of a blade. If it was safe and there was no risk at all, wouldn't everyone become hired experts? In their view, Wang Chong's words were superfluous. Hired martial artists only needed to pay money. The greater the danger, the greater the reward. As long as they could satisfy this requirement, they didn't need to consider anything else. Humph! Wang Chong sneered. Without any pre-battle mobilization or encouragement, he unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the sky. The unstoppable and sharp Wuzi steel sword exuded a cold light in the dark clouds. Move out! With an earth-shattering order, Wang Chong rode the white-hoofed shadow down deflecting Blade Mountain and toward the southwest. Behind him, a rumbling sound could be heard as the dense army descended like a tsunami. Chapter 487. In the distant southwest, a lake more than 80 li long and more than 10 li wide lay between the Tang dynasty and Mengshizhao. The turbulent waters of the lake were connected to the sea, so it was called the Arai. There was no one in the southwest who did not know of the Arai. All the merchants passing through the Tea-Horse Road would pass through this place. This was a peaceful lake, a sea of peace. But now it was brimming with the stench of death. The crows spread their wings and flew across Arai Lake in flocks, landing on a vast plain beside Arai Lake. There, countless corpses lay on the ground, their faces pale and face down. These corpses belonged to the Tang dynasty, to Mengshizhao, to Uzun, but even more belonged to the Tang dynasty. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the earth had long ago been dyed red. Crows swooped down from the sky and landed on these corpses, their long beaks pecking at the eyes and flesh of these corpses. If one looked down from the sky, one would see tens of thousands of crows gathered here, pecking at the corpses, forming a dreadful and mournful feast of crows. This was the battlefield of the War of the Southwest. Broken spears, broken halberds, and tattered banners crisscrossed together, forming the final scene of this war. Although a long time had passed, from a certain perspective, this war was far from over. You're saying that this city was built by a child? On this bloody battlefield, Daluan Ruozan, dressed in a snow-white robe, squinted his deep eyes as he gazed at that pitch-black and majestic city of steel in the distance, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Prime Minister is correct. Our spies in the Tang capital have already found out that this city was built by the youngest grandson of the Tang dynasty's Prime Minister, Wang Jiuling. It only took him a little more than half a year to finish building this city. A short distance away, a middle-aged bearded man who looked bold and ambitious said with his hands behind his back. This middle-aged man was wearing an embroidered dragon robe. His body was tall and sturdy, and his every movement exuded a strong aura of nobility. Even though he was standing beside famous generals of Uzun like Daluan Ruozan and Huoshu Wuzong, he was not inferior in any way. Looking at the entire Mengshizhao Empire, only the Emperor of Mengshizhao could reach this level. He was known as the most powerful Jelifeng in the present age. Daluan Ruozan did not speak, but there was a strange look in his eyes. 300,000 Mengshizhao soldiers, together with more than 200,000 Uzun Ngari royal lineage's armored cavalry, logically speaking, the 180,000 Tang dynasty elites would not be able to escape even if they grew wings. But the truth of the matter was that this unremarkable city that had appeared out of thin air on the shores of Arai, which at first seemed to be in the midst of construction, had ultimately become a crucial factor in this war. The remaining 80,000 soldiers were not a lot, but they were not a small number either. Under normal circumstances, the combined strength of the two sides should have been able to easily wipe them out. But the reality was that, by relying on this sturdy city, the 80,000 soldiers had not only withstood the attack, but had also maintained their good condition. The current awkward situation was that the gate to the southwest of the Tang dynasty had been opened, and the 500,000 soldiers could kill their way in. But because of the city on the plains of Arai and the 80,000 soldiers in the city, the 500,000 Uzun and Mengshizhao armies could not go up or down. This tiny city of Lion City was like a wedge hammered into the Tang dynasty's southwest, into the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of Mengshizhao and Uzun. Although their numbers were far inferior to those of Uzun and Mengshizhao, the Tang dynasty still had a formidable advantage in weaponry, crossbows, master archers, and other than cavalry. The Tang soldiers still held an absolute advantage. If not for their absolute advantage in military strength, Mengshizhao would never have dared to challenge the 180,000 elites of the Tang dynasty. If the two sides split up, the 80,000 soldiers might be able to take advantage of the situation. After all, the 80,000 soldiers still had a fighting chance, could still influence the course of the battle. I was careless in this matter. When this city was being built, I also received news of it, but I never paid it much attention. I didn't expect that not only was this city built for military purposes, it was also stocked with enough food for an army of 80,000. It seems that this city had been prepared for a long time. Jelifeng said, a strange expression on her face. One was the emperor of Mengshizhao, the other was the prime minister of the Ngari royal lineage of the Uzan Empire, but now they were being ganged up on by a child from the capital of the Tang dynasty, several thousand li away. Even more difficult to accept was that this was clearly the child's own actions, having nothing to do with the Tang dynasty's imperial court. Otherwise, the 180,000 soldiers of the Annan Protectorate wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat and wouldn't have been mobilized. If that child is really as you say, then he definitely can't be underestimated. When I return, I will have the Tsenpo conduct a special investigation and find out why he built a city here. I'm worried that this child might one day threaten Mengshizhao and our Uzan. Daluan Ruozan said. He didn't know who the Wang Chong that Jelifeng spoke of was, nor had he ever met him. But as a wise general and strategist, Daluan Ruozan instinctively disliked this sort of variable, and he disliked things that couldn't be controlled. There was no question that this city on the Arai Plains and the distant Wang Chong in the capital were both completely beyond his control. However, it's too naive of you to think that you can stop us with just a single city. Your revered Majesty, how are your preparations for the matter I spoke of? Daluan Ruozan grinned as he turned to Jelifeng. Although it was rather troublesome, to think that a single city could stop him was too simple. Haha, don't worry about that. I've already mobilized all the laborers, porters, and farmers in Mengshizhao to cut down the trees around Mengshizhao's Arai. In another 10 days, we should be able to make a large number of scaling ladders. When the time comes, the army will attack the city, and the Tang army will surely suffer a crushing defeat. Jelifeng's eyes were bright as he stroked his beard and heartily laughed. Good. Then I'll wait for your good news. We'll let them live for a little longer. Huashu Wuzong, seal the city with the army. Don't let the Tang soldiers in the city escape. The Tang dynasty has no soldiers to use. As long as we exterminate the Tang soldiers in Lion City, the gates of the southwest will be wide open. The armies of our Uzan and Mengshizhao will be able to sweep across the plains without any obstacles. With a wave of his sleeve, Daluan Ruozan suddenly turned to a massive sand table in front of him. With a shake of his finger, Daluan Ruozan thrust a flagpole into the sand table that represented Lion City. With a twist, Lion City was pulverized. Laughing, Daluan Ruozan turned and left the tent. Behind him, about 4 to 5 miles away from Arai Lake, was a stretch of lush and green forest that stretched on endlessly. The treetops in the forest were shaking, and the sound of cracking could be heard without an end. Chapter 488. Rumble. Hooves thundered and dust billowed. On the road to the southwest, an army of several thousand crossed the mountains and crossed the ridges, galloping in the direction of the southwest. Hiya! Wang Chong raised his whip and took the lead. Behind him were 1,000 clan experts equipped with Wuzi steel swords and meteoric metal armor, as well as several thousand recruited experts. Several days had passed since they had set out from the capital. On the journey, Wang Chong and the others had moved at the fastest speed possible. In 3 days and 3 nights, they had traveled several thousand li. This sort of rapid march was almost unimaginable, but even so, Wang Chong did not feel relaxed in the slightest. Warning: 112 Tang soldiers have died in battle. The Annan Protectorate has less than 80,000 soldiers. Warning: 133 Tang soldiers have died in battle. The Annan Protectorate is rapidly weakening. User, please act as soon as possible. Warning: 253 Tang soldiers have died in battle. Lion City only has 74,517 soldiers left. Warning: Lion City has lost more than 500 soldiers. 1 point of destiny energy will be deducted from user as punishment. For every 500 deaths in Lion City, 1 point of destiny energy will be deducted from user. At 5,000 deaths, 2 points will be deducted for every 500 death. At 30,000 deaths, 3 points will be deducted for every 500 deaths. If user has no more destiny energy to deduct, user will die. If user cannot reach the southwest battlefield in 1 month, user will die. Offending either of the two will result in failure of the Destiny trial mission and the death of the protagonist. The Stone of Destiny's callous and emotionless voice flowed through Wang Chong's mind like a waterfall, each message warning him that he didn't have much time left. But Wang Chong had no time to worry about such things. His entire mind was focused on the 80,000 soldiers on the battlefield of the Southwest, as well as the millions of Daybreak civilians living there. Only he knew that there was no one left for him. 20 days. The rations in Lion City can only last for less than 20 days. Once they run out of food, their morale will completely collapse. No matter how sturdy Lion City is, it will definitely be destroyed. The wind whistled on both sides, and Wang Chong's heart was in turmoil. That invisible pressure was constantly pressing down on him. Only Wang Chong himself knew how much suffering he was enduring. He had spent far too much time in the capital, but Wang Chong knew that he had to do this. To do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. If he wanted to participate in a massive war like the Southwest and do his best to change this major event that would affect the entire Tang dynasty and shake the entire Central Plains, he had to make ample preparations. Without the Wuzi steel swords, without the indestructible meteoric metal armor, without the experts he had prepared, no matter how many people he had brought, how hurried he was, in front of the 300,000 Mengshizhao soldiers and the 200,000 Uzun soldiers, he would be like an ant trying to shake a tree, a mantis trying to stop a carriage. Quality over quantity was valued in soldiers, but when he didn't have enough soldiers, Wang Chong could only work on quality. Thus, when the Southwest War broke out, Wang Chong had not been in a hurry to lead these people south. Instead, he had spent a great deal of time forging weapons and training them. Only with sufficient preparations could he intervene in this war. Thus, this time could not be spared. Now that he had finished all the preparations, Wang Chong had to do his utmost to make up for the time he had wasted. How far is it until the next battle of warhorses? Wang Chong asked without turning his head. There's still 50 li. All the warhorses have been prepared. You can switch at any time. A sharp cry came from overhead as the eagle put away his eagle and galloped alongside Wang Chong. The journey from the capital to the south was a long one, and no horse could endure this sort of rapid march day and night. But Wang Chong and the others had never suffered from this sort of problem. The reason was very simple. Although Wang Chong had been far away in the capital and his army had not moved, he had long ago prepared the route for the march and the relay stations where the army could rest. From the imperial capital south, on the road to the southwest, everything had already been arranged. There were no delays at all. Almost every several dozen li, there would be a relay station where the warhorses Wang Chong had exchanged for could be found. Batch after batch, at intervals of several dozen li, the warhorses would be constantly switched out. In this way, the fighting power and speed of the army could be maintained as much as possible. This was the organizational strength of the army. Wang Chong's arrangements were flawless and meticulous, involving all aspects, but no one could sense this. There were very few in the Great Tang army who could accomplish this in such a short amount of time. In his last life, Wang Chong had relied on this formidable organizational ability to move his army 100 li, 1,000 li, and had never been tracked by those otherworldly invaders. Crane wing formation. After crossing several mountains, Wang Chong straightened his back and suddenly raised an arm to give the order. Hong long long, on the official road, smoke and dust billowed. The originally orderly army suddenly fell into chaos, and a few warhorses almost collided with each other. But soon, the chaos disappeared, and the army of several thousand quickly returned to normal. Moreover, they obeyed orders and charged in unison, revealing a strict discipline. The posture of an iron-blooded army was far superior compared to when they were on Deflecting Blade Mountain. In the beginning, Wang Chong had left the training of his soldiers to Li Sai and Zhao Jingdian, but in the later stages, he had personally trained and instructed them. One could easily imagine the effects of the war saint, whose name had resounded throughout the world, personally training an army. In the 3 days of rapid march from the capital to the south, Wang Chong had not only reorganized these grassland martial artists, organizing them into the most basic unit, 110 into Shi, and 5 into the smallest unit, Wu. And Wang Chong had selected commanders for each of these 100 Shi and Wu, so that they could follow his orders and carry out his orders. Besides this, Wang Chong had also learned from Zhao Jingdian and the others that he had added new cavalry charging formations like the swinging goose formation, a little more complicated and more powerful. This group was now clad in the standard armor of the Tang dynasty, exuding a boundless aura that could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. At the very least, this was a fledgling army. Arrow formation. A few moments later, Wang Chong raised his arm, and the formation changed once more. This army of several thousand soldiers quickly transformed into another formation, brimming with killing intent. In a short span of 10 days or so, to be able to train some unruly wild men to this level, this ability was simply amazing. But whether it was Li Sai, Zhao Jingdian, the Eagle, or even those hired experts, they had already accepted this fact and treated it as a matter of course. Not even they themselves had realized how strange this was. Reporting. As the army was rapidly marching and drilling, a loud shout came from the distant mountains. A white-robed Tang dynasty soldier seemed to be looking into the distance. After waiting for a long time and seeing Wang Chong's army, he suddenly whipped his horse and charged out of the dense forest. "Young master, your subordinate has been waiting here for 3 days. The things that young master ordered have been prepared. Young master, please inspect them." The white-robed soldier stood in front of the army, and with a flip of his horse, he knelt down in front of the army. Wang Chong's eyes brightened as he waved his right hand. The army of several thousand soldiers came to a sudden halt, instantly coming to an abrupt halt. This was the first time he had halted his army's advance since he had set off south. At a time like this, time was precious, and every second counted. This was what Wang Chong had been preaching to his soldiers. Unless there was something important, he would never have had his army stop. For a moment, Li Sai, Zhao Jingdian, Luo Tong, and everyone else focused on the white-robed soldier. Chapter 489. Where's the thing? Wang Chong's eyes twitched as he calmly said. In the forest. Bring it over. Rumble. Under everyone's flabbergasted gazes, another cavalryman carrying a heavy bag galloped out of the forest. The object in the bag had distinct edges and corners. From its shape, it was clearly a square iron box about 1 foot in length, width, and height. The cavalryman who was stationed at that place carried the box carefully. He seemed to be very cautious, and his movements seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally moving away from the box. Jingdian, I'll leave this chest in your care. Remember, before I give the order, nothing can happen to it. Don't let anyone get close to you, and don't open the bag. Wang Chong turned his head and cautiously said, Yes, young master. Zhao Jingdian nodded and immediately replied. As long as it was Wang Chong's order, he would never say a word. He would rarely resist or question it. Thump! Zhao Jingdian pressed his legs against the horse's belly and quickly rode forward. Stretching out his arms, he quickly took the bag from the guard and placed it on the back of his horse. When Zhao Jingdian took the bag containing the metal chest, the garrison soldier gave a long sigh of relief. his entire being seemingly relieved of a great burden. "What's inside?" Li Sai stared at the box in Zhao Jingyan's bosom with a strange look on his face, a rough and deep voice coming from the side. There were very few things that he didn't know about Wang Chong, but he truly didn't know anything about this bag. It was clear that Wang Chong had prepared it long ago in the capital. Moreover, Wang Chong's cautious demeanor had left him rather puzzled. "You'll know in a little while. Jingyan, go to the rear of the army. Keep a distance of at least 6 zhang from the army." Wang Chong waved his hand. "Yes, young master." Zhao Jingyan quickly turned and left. "Move out." With this order, the army set off once more. Time flew by. Wang Chong marched day and night, and 5 days later, he finally entered the southwest of the empire. After entering the southwest region, the surrounding atmosphere was immediately filled with the aura of danger. "Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!" Uzun and Meng Shizhao's men are about to attack. The imperial court has already been defeated. No one can protect us now. Father, hurry up! Along the way, a large number of civilians formed groups and dragged their families to flee from the southwest border to the north of the empire. The defeat of the 180,000 Tang dynasty elites of the Annan Protectorate was no longer a secret. A few merchants had long since received the news and fled the southwest. Once someone escaped, it would no longer be a secret. Although the situation at the southern end of the southwestern border was still unknown, the people near the northern border had clearly begun to take action to flee their homes. This situation is not good. Looking at the refugees, Wang Chong raised his head and let out a long sigh. "Wei Anfang, you stay behind. I'll give you 100 men. Arrange for people to stand guard on the main roads of the southwest. First, they'll guide the fleeing civilians. Second, if anyone tries to take advantage of the situation or tries to stir up trouble, they'll be immediately executed," Wang Chong said. In any era, the hearts of the people were the most important. The defeat in the southwest was one reason, but on the other hand, the panicked refugees had dealt a massive blow to the people of the Tang dynasty who had enjoyed centuries of peace. In the history of the Great Tang, there had never been such a panicky, and precarious mood. Wang Chong could only do his utmost to minimize this effect. "Yes, young master. Leave this matter to me." Wei Anfang bowed. His duty had never been to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. The mission that Wang Chong had given him had always been to work with Zhao Qiqin in the rear and manage the people. By remaining here, he could also minimize the impact of the war on the hearts of the people. The 100 hired experts quickly stayed behind. Although they were not part of the regular army, the standard military armor they wore was more than enough for this mission. Leaving behind the 100 hired experts and Wei Anfang, the army set off for the south. The sky over the southwest was overcast with dark clouds. The further one went, the thicker the atmosphere of war. There were no more merchants, no more endless caravans, and even the rising smoke from kitchen chimneys was sparse. A somber atmosphere pervaded the air. "Cree!" Suddenly, a sharp cry came from the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Wang Chong raised his head and saw that in the sky, a massive eagle was unfurling its wings and circling in the air, changing shape after shape. Its speed was sometimes rapid, sometimes slow, and it was accompanied by one sharp cry after another in an extremely rhythmic manner. The eagle? Wang Chong pressed his hand against the back of his horse, not even turning his head. These eagles and sparrows had all been trained by the eagle. Only the eagle knew the meaning of this code. "A large number of enemies have appeared in front of us." The eagle's expression was even more serious than Wang Chong's. The faster the eagle flew, the more serious the situation was, and the number of circles it flew represented the distance. The giant eagle that he had personally raised had already circled 7 or 8 times in the air, but it was still not over. "The closest enemy to us is about 100 li. Their number is about 300, but there are others nearby, and their numbers are not small. In addition, they've discovered our people. The eagle looked at the giant eagle in the sky and slowly translated the eagle language. 1. The first part was secondary, but the last part caused Wang Chang's heart to clench. The surrounding atmosphere also became tense. After marching for several days, this was the first time they had come into direct contact with war. For many of the people here, although they had experienced countless one-on-one battles, they had never been on a battlefield before. The nature of a war between armies and a contest between martial artists was completely different. When a large group of cavalry charged at them, even the most powerful martial artist could be turned into ashes, dying under the hooves of horses and spears. An individual's bravery was greatly weakened in a war. It's Li Jingyi's reinforcements. A light flashed across his mind, and Wang Chong almost immediately thought of something. This place was still a long distance away from the southernmost tip of the empire, the Arai Lake between the Tang dynasty and Mengshi Zhao. It was obviously impossible for Xinyu Zhongtong's 180,000 Tang dynasty elites to appear here. During this period of time, the only possibility was that Li Jingyi had led the reinforcements that had been ambushed and defeated. All troops, prepare for battle. Wang Chang's heart skipped a beat, and with a swoosh, he pulled out the Wuzi steel sword from his waist. Cold light shone in all directions, and the sword pointed to the sky. The atmosphere of the army suddenly became solemn. Nay! Chapter 490. It seems like this is our final resting place. What resting place? Those damned Mengshi Zhao people. We helped them so much, and even helped them unify the 6 Zhao, but those fellows actually bit the hand that fed them. Not only did they attack our city, they even worked with the Uzun people to ambush us. If not for them leading the way, how could the Uzun people be so familiar with our palm reading technique? It's too late to say anything now. We've already lost. But there will be a day when the Mengshi Zhao people pay the price for today's betrayal. Don't say such disheartening words. The fate of a warrior is to die on the battlefield. No matter what, even if we die, we have to drag a few of them down with us. That's right. Even if we die, we can't let them look down on the warriors of the Tang dynasty. On a low hill, some Tang dynasty warriors, their armor in tatters and their bodies covered in wounds, were gathered together, their bodies covered in the scars of battle. Their boots and their horses were all covered in layers of mud. It seemed like they had just experienced a long and arduous journey. However, no matter how much they had traveled, they could not compare to the cavalry of the Uzun people. Across from them, a group of 100-some Uzun people had gathered together, facing off against them from a distance. They seemed ready to attack at any moment. Although the Uzun people were not necessarily a match for the Tang people in a one-on-one fight, when the Uzun people gathered together, they could form an elementary halo of fortress. This group of 100-some Uzun cavalry wore bright armor and was clearly in excellent condition as they pursued the enemy. The Uzun people were renowned throughout the world for their ferocity, and their thick armor allowed them to charge even when facing opponents several times their size. The reason they hadn't moved yet was that they were wary of the large ballistae set up by the Tensum Tang dynasty soldiers at the top of the hill. The heavy plate armor that the Uzun people used wasn't very well made, but its sheer thickness was enough to block the majority of arrows. Ballistae were one of the few weapons in the Tang army that could pierce through the armor of the Uzun soldiers. Once the number of Uzun's people dropped below 100, the basic halo of fortress would immediately crumble. This was also what they feared, even though the accuracy of the ballistae was much lower. Wu Lu La Mu, Ka Wu Du Luo, around the hill, a few leaders of the Uzun army pointed at the people at the top of the hill and laughed. Their eyes were filled with ridicule, as if they were looking at dead people. Haha, Uzun's people said that you can't escape. Not even the elites of the Tang dynasty of the Annan Protectorate were a match for them, much less the reserve troops stationed inland. Quickly put down your weapons, and I might spare your lives. Suddenly, at the front of the procession, A figure on a horse stood beside a few Uzun people and automatically translated in the slightly weird language of the Tang dynasty. This person's armor was very similar to that of the Tang dynasty, but there were also major differences. His appearance was also very similar to that of the people of the Central Plains, though his face was slightly flatter and shorter. In the entire world, only the Mengshi Zhao Empire to the south of the Arai could be so similar to the people of the Central Plains. In order to ambush the Tang dynasty reinforcements, Jelifeng had dispatched a large number of officers to the Uzun army to guide them, instruct them, and offer them advice. Otherwise, given how unfamiliar the Uzun people were with the Central Plains, they wouldn't have been able to ambush Li Jingyi. Ha ha, put down your weapons and surrender? Do you think we're 3-year-old children? The Tang dynasty only has heroes who die in battle, not cowards who kneel. If you want to take our lives, come at me yourself. On the hill, a Tang dynasty 10-man commander, his black armor stained with blood, pointed a finger at the distant Mengshi Zhao soldiers and heartily laughed. What did he say? In the procession, an Uzun soldier's eyes turned cold as he asked in the Uzun language. The latter quickly translated the words of the 10-man commander. They're seeking their own deaths. Since they want to die, we'll grant them their wish. Bring the things up here. As soon as he said that, rumbling sounds could be heard as their armors vibrated. Majestic white halos shot out from the bodies of these Uzun cavalrymen. In the blink of an eye, the roars of yaks could be heard. 1, 2, 3. Amidst the rumbling sounds of metal vibrating, more than 100 yak halos appeared beneath the feet of these Uzun cavalrymen and fused with the bodies of their highland steeds. More than 100 yak halos overlapped with each other, vibrated, and overlapped. The light in the void changed, and a moment later, a faint, indistinct shadow of a fortress suddenly appeared in the void, enveloping more than 100 Uzun cavalrymen within it. Although the fortress was only faintly discernible, the moment it appeared, the aura of the 100-some Uzun cavalry immediately soared. A powerful aura exploded forth, immediately suppressing the Tang soldiers on the other side of the hill. Kill. The dark green scimitars were unsheathed. 5 or 6 Uzun leaders stood in front, while the others followed behind. After a moment of preparation, the earth trembled, and more than 100 Uzun cavalrymen swarmed out. Be careful! At the summit of the hill, the Tang soldiers grimaced at the sight of Uzun's men charging. Although the inland garrisons rarely fought with foreign forces, they mostly trained and maintained the stability of the inland. But in this period of time, they had witnessed the terrifying fighting power of the Uzun soldiers. The Uzun had already outnumbered them, and with their plate armor and the elementary halo of fortress, this force was more than enough to crush them. Ready! With this order, the clattering of gears came from the summit of the hill. 3 ballistae, each the size of a carriage, were pushed forward, lined up, and aimed at the charging Uzun cavalry. Black bolts, each as thick as a child's arm and more than 1 zhang long, were inserted into the gears. The bodies of these black bolts were covered in blood-red veins, like the skin of a python. These bolts exuded a cruel and extremely dangerous aura. These were all inscriptions. In order to increase their ability to pierce through armor, these ballistae had been imbued with a large number of inscriptions. Bzzz. At the same time, 4 soldiers placed their hands on the ballistae, pouring stellar energy into them. In a flash, a dazzling light began to shine from the ballistae. The 3 ballistae had instantly become incredibly dangerous. On the intense battlefield, ballistae were the nightmare of any soldier. The denser the enemy's ranks, the more powerful the ballistae would be. Nay! The transformation at the summit of the hill immediately caused the Uzun cavalry to feel an intense sense of danger. But soon, with the neighing of neigh horses, the 100-some Uzun cavalry instantly scattered. At the same time, several dozen Uzun cavalry charged out from the rear, each of these Uzun cavalry holding the corpse of a Tang dynasty cavalryman on their spears. The corpses of 10-some Tang dynasty cavalrymen were lined up in a row, using their corpses and their armor to form a defensive wall that blocked the 100-some Uzun cavalry. Bzzz. The soldiers at the summit of the hill instantly paled at this sight. Shameless! No one had expected that the Uzun would use such a method. In the last few days of battle, they had lost many of their comrades. No one had expected that the Uzun would use the corpses of their comrades as a shield to deal with them. Who would be able to do such a thing to brothers who had fought together and gone through life and death together? Ha ha ha, kill! Kill! The Uzun roared with laughter as they carried the corpses and surged forward. With these corpses as a shield and the armor they wore, the threat of the Tang dynasty ballistae was greatly reduced. Chapter 491. Let's go. Where there's life, there's hope. Let's keep our lives first, and we can avenge our fallen brothers in the future. The leader of the Tang dynasty, the 10-man squad leader, gritted his teeth and said, "Rumble." As soon as he spoke, the earth rumbled and the sky shook. In the southeast, southwest, and rear, groups of Uzun cavalry suddenly appeared. They formed an encirclement with the original 100 Uzun men and surged forward together. This unforeseen event happened so suddenly that everyone on the hill couldn't help but turn pale. The reason why they dared to confront the Uzun here was that they had a way out, so they could escape at any time. But no one expected that the Uzun would deliberately attract their attention in the front, and then let the others circle to the rear, completely cutting off their escape route. Ha ha, go to hell. You've been running for 2 days. Do you think you can still run? Today, all of you will die here. Behind them, the Mengshi Zhao cavalry laughed. These Tang people were dead meat. They didn't make a move earlier because they wanted them to be careless. After delaying for so long, they had already contacted the other Uzun men and formed an encirclement. Gallop! The war horses rumbled and dust billowed. 300 to 400 Uzun cavalrymen roared and charged from all directions, waving their machetes. Their eyes were vicious and vicious. No Tang soldiers could survive this battle. It's over. In an instant, all the Tang soldiers on the hill had despair in their eyes. 100 Mengshi Zhao cavalrymen were hard enough to deal with, not to mention that their numbers had increased by 3 to 4 times. Brothers, let's fight to the death. The leader of the Tang people's cavalry pulled out his sword and raised it high. Since they couldn't survive, they would fight to the death. Just when the Uzun cavalrymen were getting closer and the mixed Tang dynasty cavalry and infantry on the hill were ready to die, there was a sudden rumble. The earth shook and the sky shook. What's going on? Is it our army? Why is there such a big movement? Aren't we the only ones here? This sudden turn of events alarmed everyone. The charging Tibetan cavalry suddenly stopped in their tracks, looking around in bewilderment and confusion. However, before they could react, what was going on? Screech! A clear and melodious cry suddenly came from the sky. In front of everyone's eyes, a huge eagle spread its wings and flew out from the northern sky like a sharp arrow. Before they could react, the neighing of horses rang out, and a torrent of black steel suddenly appeared at the top of the nearest hill. It crossed the top of the hill like a tide and quickly rushed toward them. Oh no, it is. Form the formation, form the formation. Don't worry about them. Prepare to meet the enemy. Panicked shouts of Uzun echoed through the sky. Upon seeing the truth of that torrent of steel, the Uzun army fell into chaos. They had already defeated the 180,000 elites of the Annan Protectorate, as well as the 60,000 reinforcements sent from the interior. Longshi's closest and most threatening Big Dipper Great General Geshuhan and his Big Dipper army had been pinned down by Witadra Konglo and could not move. Logically speaking, the Tang dynasty should have no soldiers it could use. No one could understand why a large wave of Tang soldiers had suddenly appeared here, but the facts were right in front of them. That pitch-black armor was not the plate armor of the Uzun, nor was it the armor of Mengshi Zhao. And the Uzun people were not like that. Ready. After a brief moment of confusion, the Uzun soldiers swiftly adjusted their formation. Halos vibrated against halos and warhorses stood side by side as they turned around, killing intent surging from their bodies as they viciously aimed at the Tang army. Vicious and aggressive were the innate characteristics of the Uzun people. As long as they could form 100-man army, 100-man Uzun army would dare to fight against 300 or 400. 300 or 400 Uzun soldiers would dare to fight against an army of 1,000. After all, the Tang dynasty had many armies, and not all of them were as formidable as the Big Dipper Great General Geshuhan and his Big Dipper army. Kaiyil. We've already defeated the regular army of the Tang dynasty. These reserve soldiers are no match for us. Kill them. The Uzun cavalry once more grew excited. Unsheathing their scimitars, they completely disregarded the Tensum Tang soldiers at the top of the hill and charged at the Tang dynasty cavalry coming from the other end. The Uzun had never been one to easily retreat. The stronger the enemy, the more savage their nature would be. It was no different this time. But a moment later, rumble. The black-armored Tang dynasty cavalry surged forward like a pitch-black flood of steel, engulfing the 300-some Uzun cavalry. Boom boom boom. In a flash, spear and armor clashed, saber and sword clashed. Heavy thumps rang out like two rocks crashing into each other. The scimitars and spears of the Uzun soldiers were imbued with sharp stellar energy, and their halos vibrated as they slashed at the black-armored Tang dynasty soldiers. But the scimitars that were once invincible and capable of cleaving through stone seemed to have struck a sturdy steel wall. Not only were they completely ineffective, they were even repelled. What's going on? How could this be? In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, all the Tibetans were stunned by this result, their minds in chaos. The Uzun soldiers that had appeared here had all participated in at least 2 battles. They possessed sufficient experience, strength, and they had killed no small number of Tang dynasty cavalry. But none of the Tang dynasty elites wore armor as sturdy as these people. Their scimitars had not even left a dent on their armor, much less split it. Kaiyil. Before they could understand what was going on, clang clang clang. Swords were raised and slashed through the air, followed by the sound of sharp blades cutting through stellar energy and flesh. Before the Tibetan horsemen could even react, they were cleaved in 2 along with their sabers, unable to even block a single blow. The majestic and sharp stellar energy of the martial artists was like tofu before the strange swords. Thud thud thud. The Tibetan horsemen who had been strutting around just a moment ago didn't even have the chance to make a sound. Their severed bodies dropped to the ground like wooden pillars, motionless. In a single clash, more than 200 Uzun soldiers had been cut down like wheat. What sort of weapon is this? The remaining Uzun soldiers paled in fright and began to flee. But before they could take more than a few steps, several swords fell and the Uzun soldiers fell, their wounds as smooth as mirrors. How is it? Are there any survivors? A stalwart, giant-like man stopped in front of the corpse of the last Tibetan and turned his head to ask. There's none. All 347 Uzun soldiers are here. Zhao Jingdian reined in his horse, glanced at the corpses on the ground, and then wiped the sword in his hand. This was not his first time working with Li Sai. When they were training the clan experts of Deflecting Blade Manor, the two had already worked closely together. Clean up and bury the corpses to prevent the plague, Li Sai said. After saying this, he glanced at the scattered corpses of the Uzun soldiers, his heart thumping in agitation. What a sharp knife! He was well aware of the sharpness of Wuzi steel weapons, but not even he had expected that 1,000 people equipped with Wuzi steel weapons would be so powerful. In normal circumstances, even if his side had the upper hand, it would still take some time to exterminate these 300 Uzun soldiers, and they would also have to pay a heavy price. But against 1,000 Wuzi steel swords, these Uzun soldiers weren't even able to hold on for a few moments. There wasn't even a single casualty on his side. A battle with such a great disparity in casualties was simply unimaginable on a regular and bitter battlefield. In truth, Li Sai wasn't the only one shocked by the result of this battle. The true martial realm experts of the great clans of the Tang dynasty were just as shocked. It's actually this sharp. A good sword, a good sword. Truly inconceivable. I've long heard that Wuzi steel swords are unstoppable, but I didn't expect them to be even sharper than the legends say. They can even cut through this thick plate armor. This battle was simply too easy. Although the experts of the great clans had experienced all sorts of challenges and life-and-death battles, they had never been on a true battlefield. The result of this battle gave them a huge boost in confidence. At this moment, the only one who wasn't surprised by this result was probably Wang Chong. Congratulations to user for killing 345 Uzun regular cavalry. Congratulations to user for killing 346 Uzun regular cavalry. Congratulations to user for killing 347 Uzun regular cavalry. A series of notifications gushed into Wang Chong's mind, and eventually, it stopped at the number 347. Along with these notifications, energy surged in from all directions, and Wang Chong's strength increased significantly once more. The bane of the battlefield halo also grew by a notch. Just this battle alone was equivalent to what Wang Chong had gained from killing the Gogrian assassins and King Sojuram. Closing his eyes, Wang Chong sensed the additional energy in his body. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes. As I expected, as his eyes swept over the scattered Uzun corpses, a thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind. In his last life, the Arab Mamelukes, which numbered only 10,000, were equipped with Wuzi steel weapons, able to sweep through the Tang army. The sharp Wuzi steel weapons were unstoppable, cutting through melons and vegetables. Now that he was using them to deal with the Uzun, they would naturally end up with the same result. But at this moment, Wang Chong had no time to worry about these things. He had more important matters to attend to than this small-scale battle. Hiya. Chapter 492. If everything goes as expected, the news from the front lines will fall on these people. Wang Chong looked at the Tang dynasty infantry. The southwest was already in chaos. Traveling south from the capital day and night, this was the first time he had encountered an army of the Tang dynasty. You're Li Jingyi's army? Wang Chong rode forward and asked. Although it was a question, his tone had already confirmed their identity. My lord, may I know who you are? At the summit of the hill, the infantry soldiers who had just escaped death looked in bewilderment at the approaching Wang Chong. This youth was far too young. The Tang dynasty did not have such a young general, but the aura exuding from his body, the tone of his voice, and the majesty exuded from his every movement clearly indicated that he was no ordinary person. They still could not understand where the imperial court had come from such a young general. Moreover, the standard armor of this army also looked a little strange. They had served in the army for so long, but they had never seen such strange armor. It looked very similar, but also very different. Wang Chong's face was expressionless. Without a word, his right hand pulled off the token that the King of Song had given him. With a ribbon dangling from his finger, he showed it to the crowd. Buzz. Everyone on the hill was shocked when they saw the dragon-shaped pattern on the golden token. Although they were inexperienced and did not understand much about the matters of the imperial court, they still knew that those who could have a dragon engraved on their token were either rich or noble. If they weren't members of the royal family, then they were. Regardless of their status, they were not people that people of their level could easily guess at or come into contact with. Paying respects to your highness. A sliver of fear appeared on the faces of the crowd as they knelt. For a moment, they felt that this youth before them was unfathomable, their hearts filled with reverence. Rise. Wang Chong waved his hand, not correcting their mistake. This was not the time for modesty. The southwest was in upheaval and a storm was brewing. Only the King of Song's identity as a member of the imperial family could calm the hearts of the people. "Many thanks, Your Highness." Everyone stood up, but their expressions were still filled with fear and reverence. "Let me ask you, what's the situation at the front line now?" Wang Chong said. "Front line?" Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Wang Chong was startled. He immediately realized that he had said something that they didn't understand. "I mean, what's the situation now? Didn't Li Jingyi lead you to support the Annam Protectorate? What was going on now? What about the others? How many are still alive?" Wang Chong changed his words and said seriously. The situation in the southwest was what he was most concerned about. Only by understanding what lay ahead could he know what to do next. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. This was the basic element of the art of war. Furthermore, Wang Chong was more concerned about how many of Li Jingyi's 60,000 men had survived. Although Wang Chong had not been present in that battle and didn't know the specifics, his profound grasp of the art of war allowed Wang Chong to deduce one basic fact. Li Jingyi had not been ambushed in a place like the Arai Plains. This meant that the Uzun army could not have completely wiped them out, and Li Jingyi's 60,000 reinforcements would not have ended up like the 180,000 elites of the Tang dynasty in his last life, completely wiped out on the Arai Plains without the protection of Lion City. We also don't know the specifics. We only know the general situation. Upon hearing Wang Chong's question, everyone immediately gave a detailed account of what they knew. It turned out that before the imperial court had issued the order, Li Jingyi had actually set out even earlier than they had expected. Speed is of the essence in war. Li Jingyi had spent so much time in Anxi and Baiting that he deeply understood this principle. Thus, when the imperial court came to a conclusion and issued the official order, they were greeted by an empty camp. Although there were banners everywhere, there were actually only a few veterans present. Thus, Li Jingyi's marching speed was actually much faster than many people knew. But not even Li Jingyi had expected the front lines to be routed so quickly. When he had set out, he had only received news that Xianyu Zhongtong and the 180,000 elites of the Annan Protectorate had suffered a minor defeat, and by the time he reached the southwest of the Tang dynasty, Xianyu Zhongtong had already suffered a major defeat. And what welcomed them was not Jelifeng and his 300,000 Mengshi Zhao soldiers, but the Uzun cavalry and Uzun Great General Huashu Wuzong, marching from the distant Uzun Plateau to the east. Everyone believed that they were fighting against Mengshi Zhao, so one could easily imagine the chaos that ensued when the 60,000 reinforcements saw the charging Uzun soldiers. Although Li Jingyi was a famous general and hailed by the Great Tang as an outstanding leader of the younger generation, he was still a level below Uzun Great General Huashu Wuzong. This gap determined the outcome of this battle. But Huashu Wuzong had clearly underestimated Li Jingyi. Even though he was inferior to Huashu Wuzong in terms of numbers, strength, and had ultimately been routed by Huashu Wuzong, Li Jingyi had used his outstanding ability to command to make the Uzun pay the price. In this battle, Li Jingyi had ultimately been ambushed and beheaded by Huashu Wuzong. But not even Huashu Wuzong could control the situation. The terrain of the southwest was complex, and although Huashu Wuzong had defeated Li Jingyi and his 60,000 reinforcements, when Li Jingyi had used himself as bait to delay them while ordering his men to scatter and flee, not even Huashu Wuzong had been able to do anything. If the 60,000 reinforcements had gathered together and fled, they would never have been able to escape the Uzun cavalry. But when tens of thousands of people scattered into countless groups, it was a completely different story. Even if the Uzun had Jelifeng's Mengshi Zhao's spies, it still wouldn't be enough. Therefore, although Li Jingyi's army had been routed, a considerable portion of his men had still managed to escape. The Uzun had too many men, and they were too strong. Moreover, they were cavalry, so we had to scatter and flee. When I escaped, I only had 2 or 3 brothers with me. The others were people I met on my way back to the north. Although I don't know the situation of the others, I'm sure that there are many other brothers around here. Now, most of the Uzun's army has already returned. They should be going to encircle and annihilate the Annam Protectorate. The rest are just encircling us. There shouldn't be more than 6,000 to 7,000 of them. If we can gather the other scattered brothers, together with Lord Li's army, we might be able to defeat them. But it's a pity that Lord Li is so young. When these people spoke of the young General Li Jingyi, their expressions were extremely gloomy. At the foot of the hill, Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh. In his last life, the entire world knew of Li Jingyi's defeat, and they only knew that Li Jingyi had failed to live up to the trust of the imperial court, losing 60,000 men and countless supplies. Everyone's attention had been focused on victory and defeat in the southwest. This was also the first time Wang Chong had learned of such a twist. Although Li Jingyi had been defeated, he was still a famous general of the Tang dynasty. His decisiveness and sacrifice while he was in prison moved everyone. Alas, he was far too young and had encountered a foreign great general like Huoshu Huaizong, who was a level higher than him. If he had been lucky enough to survive, given time, he would have encountered Huoshu Huizong and would not have met his end today. Alas, his words carried little weight. Whether in the past or now, Li Jingyi would never listen to his side of the story. It was impossible for anyone to listen. That's right, I heard that Commandant Su hasn't returned to the north. He seems to be gathering his troops in the southeast and regrouping. I heard that he's already gathered 1,000 men, and he probably has even more by now. In addition, he has a large number of supplies. A muscular, dark-faced, bearded man suddenly said, "That's right. Commandant Su is powerful and skilled in the art of war. If your Highness can obtain his help, you will be like a tiger that has grown wings. You might even be able to save your other brothers." The eyes of the other true martial realm Great Tang soldier lit up when he heard Commandant Su. It was as if the Commandant Su mentioned by the black-faced, bearded man was some omnipotent savior. Right. Commandant Su. The others began to echo his sentiments, their expressions no longer dejected. They seemed to have great faith in this Commandant Su. Wang Chong slightly creased his brow, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He truly didn't know anything about this Commandant Su these 10-some Tang soldiers spoke of, nor did he understand why they had so much faith in him. It's normal for Milord not to know, but although he's not famous in the army, he has a lot of prestige. He's an old general, and everyone has great faith in him. Before this battle, Commandant Su was the only one who had noticed that something was wrong from the surrounding clues and had even warned General Li. Alas, General Li is still too young. The dark-faced, bearded man paused midway. Wang Chong nodded, understanding his meaning. Every person had their own strengths and weaknesses. Li Jingyi might not be an outstanding general, but he was at least a qualified one. The eagle, come here for a moment. Wang Chong turned his head and waved his hand. Send out the giant eagle, and have it scout the southeast. Yes, young master. The eagle whistled. Without even asking any questions, he sent the giant eagle on his shoulder flying once more. The giant eagle was very fast. With a flap of its steel-like black wings, it immediately stirred up a gust of qi and soared into the sky like an arrow. The battle was over. Having obtained the information he wanted, Wang Chong immediately began to gather his soldiers. Now, it's time to temper my own strength. Wang Chong blinked as he gazed at the distant dark clouds, a ruthless light flashing through his eyes. Blood-red light began to gather in his body, flowing like lava. This was the stellar energy of the little yin-yang art. The path of martial arts required one to take one step at a time. Under normal circumstances, someone of his age, no matter how talented they were, would not be able to reach the level of a supreme expert in a single day. But although it was difficult, it was not impossible. The little yin-yang art was that opportunity that could not be judged by common sense. This was the reason why Wang Chong had diligently sought the little yin-yang art after his rebirth. But it was a pity that all this time, Wang Chong had lacked an opportunity. This opportunity was war. Only a large-scale war, only an endless stream of opponents, could provide Wang Chong with a chance to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, to reach an extremely high level of cultivation. And only with great, unparalleled strength could he participate in this war that would decide the fate of the divine continent. And now, this opportunity had arrived. 1. A bloody light flashed in Wang Chong's eyes, as if shooting out a small, blood-red sun. With a flick of his reins, he galloped south like an arrow. Chapter 493. Beneath Wang Chong's feet, a halo vibrated and metal clattered. A deep black halo, as sharp as a blade, vibrated from Wang Chong's feet and expanded to cover the entire army. Bolstered by the level 1 halo of Dusk Stallion, the speed, strength, and sensitivity of the entire army were all greatly boosted. Kail! Shouts brimming with slaughter and savagery resounded through the sky. Bang! Wang Chong's body shot forward like a bolt of lightning, leaping off the back of the white-hoofed shadow. Single-step consecutive slash. A mournful light, as faint as water, flashed through the air, frenziedly slicing and dicing. Thud thud thud, black figure after black figure fell to the ground. The martial art was still the same martial art, the person was still the same person, but the power they could display was completely different from before. The single-step consecutive slash had always been the supreme technique of the god of death that had been used on the battlefield to cut, hack, and harvest human lives. Buzz! Ripples of light shone. By the time Wang Chong's right foot spread apart, his body slightly tilted, his pitch-black hair floating in the wind, he was already several dozen zhang away. Behind him, war horses neighed as Tibetan horsemen after Tibetan horsemen scattered across the earth like stars in the sky, falling one after another like piles of wood. Their bodies would be separated or their heads would be sent flying. Their bodies would often only be left with a hair-thin wound, and it was this wound that thoroughly extinguished the flames of their lives. Run! Run! We're no match for them! Where did they come from? How could the Tang army have such formidable warriors? Hurry and report this to the great general. Shouts of Uzun language resounded through the sky. The Uzun soldiers were in a state of chaos and despair. Some tried to flee, but it was all futile. The battle did not stop with Wang Chong's halt. The Black Army surged across the earth like a tide, and wherever it passed, Uzun cavalry would fall to the ground. Some of them roared crazily and tried to stop, calling everyone to resist together. However, what awaited them were Wuzi steel swords that resembled the scythe of the Grim Reaper. The thick plate armor that the Uzun people were so proud of was like paper in front of these sharp weapons. Uzun was not a timid person, nor was he afraid of facing a strong enemy. If the opponent's weapon was only unbelievably sharp, then so be it. The Uzun would not be afraid of a battle. However, if the weapon in his hand couldn't even hurt his opponent or leave a mark on his opponent's armor, the only thing he could do was to run away. But even if he wanted to escape, it was already too late. The heavy plate armor of the Uzun soldiers had become a fatal factor, and it was even bolstered by Wang Chong's halo of Dusk Stallion. Wang Chong did not chase after the remaining Uzun soldiers. Swish! Pulling his longsword out of the body of the last Uzun horseman, Wang Chong closed his eyes. A thick blood energy rose from the dark red longsword, surging through Wang Chong's body. Wang Chong's strength had already reached Tier 4 of the true martial path, but with the support of the energy of these tensome people, his strength had risen once more, rising from the initial level of Tier 4 to the middle level, and then to the upper level. In this short period of time, he had already surpassed Wang Chong's 4 or 5 months of bitter cultivation. Even the pills from Liu Zhizhang did not have such a formidable effect. No technique could advance by leaps and bounds like this, but this was the power of the little yin-yang art. Without this power, the complete version of the great Inyang heaven creation art would not have been listed among the 10 great arts of the world. And this supreme art would not have been called the leader of all evil arts. Just a little more, Wang Chong thought to himself as he slowly sheathed his longsword. Suddenly, an almost inaudible moan came from his ear. Swish! Without even turning his head, Wang Chong thrust his sword forward. The longsword pierced through the layers of corpses, stabbing into an Uzun horseman who was struggling under the corpse of a horse. The longsword pierced through the heart, and the Uzun horseman fell dead without even a sound. At the same time, a majestic blood energy flowed through the longsword into Wang Chong's body. Rumble! With the help of this blood energy, Wang Chong's strength skyrocketed, and he broke through the bottleneck from Tier 4 of the true martial realm to Tier 5 of the true martial realm. Wonderful! After breaking through to Tier 5 of the true martial realm, Wang Chong's strength soared. Under the influence of the laws of heaven and earth, the density of his bones, the toughness of his muscles, and the toughness of his skin all increased, allowing him to contain even more true qi. And the stellar energy in Wang Chong's body also showed signs of splitting into 5 tiers. However, Wang Chong did not allow this evolution to continue. Now that his cultivation had reached Tier 5 of the true martial realm, Wang Chong could proceed with the next step of his plan. Rumble! Wang Chong put his palms together, and a mountain-shattering tsunami suddenly erupted from his body, accompanied by the earth-shattering neigh of a neigh horse. With Wang Chong as the center, the air exploded in all directions. This sudden movement alarmed everyone. The experts of the aristocratic families immediately reined in their horses and turned their heads in shock. They saw a dark shadow move within the majestic stellar energy outside Wang Chong's body, and a huge, dark green horse, taller than a man, with a fluttering mane, suddenly emerged from the stellar energy. Its hooves stirred, and it looked majestic and frightening. That pair of eyes were like stars, incomparably bright, dazzling even from far away. Young Master Li Sai, Zhao Jingdian, the eagle, and the others who were very close to Wang Chong immediately turned their heads to look in concern at Wang Chong. Li Sai could be considered to be quite knowledgeable, but even he didn't understand the dark green horse that had emerged from Wang Chong's body. Don't worry. It seems like he's about to break through a bottleneck. Li Sai stopped Zhao Jingdian from charging over and comforted him. Although he didn't understand Wang Chong's martial arts, there was no doubt that Wang Chong's body was showing signs of a breakthrough. Bang! Before Li Sai, Zhao Jingdian, the eagle, and the others could charge over, Wang Chong's body suddenly exploded with a boom. A black vortex appeared in the depths of his dantian, and like a bottomless black hole, it exerted an enormous attractive force. The dark green horse suddenly let out a long neigh, and even the boundless stellar energy around Wang Chong's body began to collapse and shrink. In the blink of an eye, the energy exuded by Wang Chong's body dropped from Tier 5 to Tier 4, Tier 3, Tier 2, and finally back to Tier 1. Li Sai exclaimed in surprise as he stared at Wang Chong. What's going on here? In all his years of cultivating martial arts, this was the first time he had seen something so strange. When a person's strength increased, their cultivation level would drop instead of rising. He couldn't even be sure if Wang Chong's strength had increased or decreased. This is too strange. Li Sai's brow rose. He felt that Wang Chong's body was brimming with secrets. He had followed Wang Chong for so long, but he still felt that Wang Chong had many secrets. Whoosh! Wang Chong didn't care. After reaching the second tier of the Halo of Dusk Stallion, his entire body was drenched in sweat, and his face was even paler than usual. The Halo of Dusk Stallion required one to reach Tier 5 of the true martial realm in order to reach the second tier. However, the entire process was extremely taxing on one's mind and body, so Wang Chong felt weak and exhausted. Young Master, are you all right? Zhao Jingdian was the first to rush over. I'm fine. Shaking his head, Wang Chong took out a round white pill about the size of a thumb from the pouch at his waist and swallowed it. Soon, heat began to radiate from it, and Wang Chong's entire body immediately felt much better. The stamina pill was a derivative pill created by the powerful alchemist of the palace. It used many treasures of the palace and could greatly replenish one's stamina. After experiencing his first bout of weakness, Wang Chong had bought this pill from Liu Zhizhang precisely to deal with the weakness brought about by the advancement of the halo of Dusk Stallion. What technique is this? A deep voice rang out as Li Sai rode over on a warhorse that was much larger than the mounts of most people. Compared to the others, Li Sai's gigantic godlike figure always gave people a huge pressure. Reporting. Suddenly, a hurried and high-pitched voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. A scout with an arrow on his back rode a dark buckskin horse and quickly rushed down from the high ground in the distance. When he got close, he simply flipped over and kneeled on the ground. "Milord, a large group of Uzun cavalry has been discovered up ahead. There are more than 1,000 of them." Buzz. The mood immediately changed. Even Li Sai was no longer in the mood to ask Wang Chong what technique he cultivated and why it was so strange. How could this be? Where did so many enemy soldiers come from? Li Sai turned around and asked. In pursuit of the fleeing Tang dynasty soldiers, the Uzun soldiers had been very scattered. They had come in groups of a dozen, 20, several dozen, even several hundred, but the most they had encountered were 300 or 400, and they were scattered over the entire region. Now, more than 1,000 Uzun soldiers were gathered together. This was definitely not normal. The Uzun soldiers did not number 1,000, but once they did, they could form the middle-level halo of fortress, greatly increasing their defensive capabilities. Even the ballistae of the army would not be of much use. To deal with Uzun soldiers of this scale, the Tang dynasty often needed 6,000 or 7,000 soldiers, and they had to be led by high-ranking generals. Only then could they deal with this level of halo of fortress. In the entire Tang dynasty, only the Big Dipper Great General Geshu Han and his Big Dipper army could easily deal with this level of halo of fortress. Chapter 494. The Eagle, go ahead and have a look. Wang Chong frowned thoughtfully. In the past few days, he had swept through everywhere as if he were crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He had hardly encountered any decent resistance. On the one hand, it was because the Uzun cavalry had scattered far and wide, not expecting any other reinforcements. On the other hand, it was because the Uzun had not yet raised their vigilance. But if the Uzun were to gather together, the nature would be completely different. Moreover, thinking of what he had heard from the defeated Tang dynasty reinforcements, Wang Chong had a vague guess. Whoosh! A stream of air stirred. The eagle raised his hand, and a giant eagle quickly flew up from his shoulder. With a shake of its iron tail, it flew into the clouds and quickly disappeared. At the same time, dozens of miles away, the highland steeds born in the highlands gathered together. Their huge eyes opened, and they looked around vigilantly from time to time. On their backs were fierce Uzun cavalrymen. It was quiet all around. Often when a gust of wind blew, these cavalrymen would raise their heads and look up. Now and then, they would look to the north, their expressions very cautious. The air was filled with an uneasy atmosphere. "Have you found out?" A hoarse voice, like the trembling of a zither string, which made people feel as if thousands of ants were gnawing at their hearts, reverberated in the air. The voice had the unique accent of the Uzun. Yes. For some reason, a group of reinforcements from the Tang dynasty suddenly came from the north. They are very powerful. Our people in the north have basically been wiped out by them. Another voice said with fear. Impossible. As long as we, the Uzun, gather 100 people, we can immediately form the halo of fortress. Plus our plate armor, who can break it? What's more, isn't there Tsiran Luri in the north? Tsiran Luri has been killed. The hoarse voice immediately stopped, and then there was a long, suffocating silence. Obviously, even he had not expected this result. When did it happen? Not long ago. Doesn't serene have the cultivation of the 9th level of the martial realm? But our people did see it with their own eyes. There was a huge man among the Tang people, and he killed serene with one strike. The voice said. It was obvious that it was deeply afraid of the other party. Serene was definitely one of the valiant generals of Uzun, but he was cut down by a single sword. This kind of strength was simply astonishing. The Uzun cavalry's ability to charge and break through enemy lines was the best in the world, second only to the Tongluo elite cavalry, that submitted to the Tang dynasty. If the enemy was the world-renowned Tongluo elite cavalry, then so be it. But these people were clearly just Tang people. Could it be that the Prime Minister was wrong? That the Tang people were still as terrifying as they were in the past? He had not fallen. But at the Bank of Irai, didn't the Tang people suffer a crushing defeat? Weren't the Big Dipper army and the regular armies of the Tang dynasty in Baiting and Anxi all pinned down? Since when did the internal army of the Tang dynasty become so powerful? Humph. Dingba, you've overestimated the morale of the Tang people and diminished the might of your own people. Suddenly, the hoarse voice snorted coldly. From up close, one could see that this was an Uzun general armed to the teeth. That red face of the plateau was the best proof. The Uzun were generally slightly shorter than the people of the Central Plains, but this person's body was completely different. His body was extremely thick and muscular, and he was abnormally tall, even taller than the people of the Central Plains by half a head. Under his skin, streams of astral energy were slithering like snakes. It was a very frightening sight. Most special of all was the pair of golden metal fists in his hands. They looked extremely heavy and brimmed with great power. I don't believe that the Tang people are so powerful. Continue to gather your comrades. I want all the Uzun people within a radius of several hundred li to gather here. Yes, my lord. Seeing his chief's rage, Dengba felt timid and hurriedly lowered his head. The Uzun had an extremely strict hierarchy, even stricter than that of the Tang people. Although he was a deputy chief, he did not dare to lightly offend a chief one level higher than him. First kill those 1,000 Tang people, and then deal with that Tang dynasty commandant surnamed Su. I don't believe that after destroying the Annan Protectorate, there will still be someone in the southwest who can oppose us, the Uzun chief coldly said. The people of the Uzun were all noble and powerful. The reason the Uzun of the north had failed was simply because the Tang people had not encountered a true opponent. He absolutely did not believe that there was anyone in the southwest who could oppose him. Sound the horn. I want to wipe out all the remaining Tang soldiers in one fell swoop. Yes, my lord. Boom. A few moments later, a row of Uzun cavalry stood together, white horns in their hands. A vigorous and boundless bellow, like that of a bull, could be heard for 100 li. That was the horn of the white yak. No matter where the people of the Uzun were, as long as they heard the bellow of the white yak, they would know that it was the signal to summon them. This was the prelude to war. Reporting. An Uzun scout has been discovered up ahead. A burly Great Tang scout walked over with quick steps, his body slightly bent. This sudden sound immediately shattered the silence. On the high ground, Wang Chong was seated cross-legged, recuperating his energy. Behind him, the eagle and Li Sai stood on his left and right, like guardian deities protecting him. Upon hearing this sound, Wang Chong's eyelids twitched, and then he slowly opened his eyes. So fast! Wang Chong indifferently said to himself. The people of the Uzun actually did have some experts. Although they could not reach Wushu Wuzong's level, the fact that they had been able to dispatch scouts so quickly, discover them, and find them was enough to show that their opponent this time was a decent commander. As for just what level they were, that would depend on how they reacted. Different reactions meant that their opponents were of different levels. As the war saint of the Tang dynasty, he could determine the level of his opponent from many minute details. Scout again. Wang Chong waved his hand. Yes, milord. That sturdy scout bowed respectfully, and then backed off, leaving quickly and cleanly. As long as we continue, there will be more and more people like this. A familiar voice came from next to his ear. The eagle gazed at the scout who had just left, his eyes dazed for a moment before he sighed. To be able to scout so quickly, his movements were clean and neat, his sense of smell was extremely sharp, and he came and went like the wind. This was something that the experts of the aristocratic families could never do. Even the hired experts and assassins that Wang Chong had recruited from the imperial capital could not do this. The scouts in the army were completely different from those. A truly experienced scout would make use of all kinds of terrain to conceal himself while scouting the enemy. Even his giant eagle could not detect some of them. Only a scout could deal with a scout. Only an opponent of the same level could deal with an experienced scout. People in the military must strictly obey orders, and carry out the tasks given to them strictly. He is just abiding by his duty. It's no big deal. Before Wang Chong could speak, another deep and powerful voice came from the right. Li Sai did not think much of the eagle's surprise. He was from the military, and in the Norland region there were countless foreign tribes. Scouting the enemy, discovering the enemy, and concealing oneself, these were the basic abilities. In the Norland there were countless scouts of this level. After all, it was not easy to conceal oneself in the Great Prairie. Although the eagle was from the Ministry of Punishments, he had never been on the battlefield. This sort of sigh was a bit of a fuss over nothing. Hearing the conversation between the two, Wang Chong couldn't help but laugh inside. The two of them specialized in different fields, so it was normal for them to sigh like this. But there was one thing that was certain. Wang Chong had more and more regular infantry and cavalry at his disposal. After sweeping through the scattered Uzun cavalry on the northern border, Wang Chong had gathered more and more scattered Tang dynasty soldiers. By now, Wang Chong had gathered 600 to 700 infantry and cavalry soldiers that had originally belonged to Li Jingyi. In addition, more and more supplies were piling up. At this point, Wang Chong had more than 10 heavy ballistae under his command. Each one of these heavy ballistae was invaluable. In the past, the Tang dynasty had relied on these heavy ballistae to strike fear into the hearts of foreign countries and tribes, sweeping through all their enemies and ruling over the world. The Tang dynasty's current reputation could not go unnoticed because of these heavy ballistae. Standing up, Wang Chong ignored the bickering duo and turned around, quickly walking back to where he came from. "Young master." Li Sai and the eagle's expressions grew tense as they hurriedly followed. Following Wang Chong's gaze, 100 zhang behind the high ground, there was a bustling scene. The 1,000 clan experts that Wang Chong had recruited were currently training with the 7 or 8 defeated Tang infantry and cavalry that he had recruited along the way. The clan experts were strong enough, but what they lacked the most was the quality of cooperation and obedience in the military. Wang Chong had already been trained in this aspect, but it was still not enough. But at this moment, through the catfish effect of these soldiers, this army of 1,000 equipped with Wuzi steel weapons was rapidly working together. They were rapidly developing the aura of an army, no longer a simple 1,000 experts. This was a completely different concept. With the help of these true soldiers, Wang Chong was in the process of obtaining the 1,000 elite soldiers that he desired. "Li Sai, after Zhao Jingdian, you go up. I need you to replace Zhao Jingdian in the second round of training," Wang Chong said. "Yes, young master." Li Sai lowered his head and bowed respectfully. Without hesitation, he turned around and strode away. The arrogance with which Li Sai had first appeared on Deflecting Blade Mountain was simply unimaginable. There was no doubt that Wang Chong had won his respect. Zhao Jingdian's talent in the art of war, Li Sai's formidable strength, and his own military temperament had allowed Wang Chong to use various methods to raise this army. On the journey south, only Wang Chong truly understood what he was up against. Only by possessing a solid foundation could he truly alter the course of this war for the fate of the Southwest. Time flew by, and 2 hours later, while Wang Chong was still training his army, reporting, "Enemy troops have been discovered up ahead." Reporting, "The enemy is less than 50 li from us." Reporting, "It's Uzun's men, and they're approaching us at full speed." In a short amount of time, several military scouts rushed out from the forest like shuttles, jumping onto the ground, kneeling down without moving. Buzz. It was as if a mysterious force had swept through the void. In an instant, the entire world fell silent. Everyone fell silent. Many pairs of eyes stared at Wang Chong, the atmosphere instantly growing tense. Too fast. Chapter 495. This time, we've met an expert. Wang Chong had been squatting on the ground, but when he heard the news, he slowly stood up, a sharp glint flashing across his eyes. He had already received news of this enemy force. A scout's range of detection was very wide. A qualified scout's range of activity was usually 100 li away from the center of the army, and the further, the better. They were the eyes and ears of the army, the mouthpiece. Wang Chong was sure that this Uzun army had been at least a few hundred li away at the start, but in a short time, they were able to advance to less than 50 li in just 2 hours. This kind of decisiveness was not something an ordinary person could make. Without question, the Uzun they had encountered this time was an aggressive army. Cavalry charges had always been about mobility and surprise. Anyone who could make use of this characteristic of cavalry was no ordinary commander. "Let's go take a look." Wang Chong mounted his horse, stirring up a cloud of dust as he galloped in the direction the Uzun army had come from. At the top of the nearest mountain, Wang Chong, the eagle, Li Sai and the rest gazed into the distance. 50 li away, they could see the black mass of the Uzun army, unmoving. This Uzun army was like a black jade belt, stretching endlessly across the distance, motionless. The 1,000-strong army did not make a single sound. This scene made the eagle, Li Sai and the rest's eyelids twitch. "This army definitely has more than 1,000 men. More than 3,000. Didn't the scouts say there were only 1,000? Li Sai and the eagle did not look too good. Iron soldiers were much more powerful than infantry. 3,000 Uzun cavalry was more than enough to deal with 3 or 4 times their number. In other words, the enemy's force was enough to deal with 10,000 men. And their side probably did not even have that many. More importantly, the more people Uzun had, the more powerful it would be. 1,000 Uzun cavalrymen could already form the intermediate halo of fortress, which greatly increased their defensive capabilities. As for the 3,000 Uzun men, this level of halo of fortress was definitely enough to put a lot of pressure on the Tang dynasty's army. If they didn't have any effective means, this army could definitely cause heavy damage to them. "Young master?" Even the eagle and Li Sai turned to look at Wang Chong. Although they accompanied Wang Chong all the way, the entire operation was completely led by Wang Chong. "Don't worry, it's not that simple," Wang Chong said calmly. "Can't you see that he's just standing there and not coming over?" The two of them were startled and realized that it was indeed the case. A distance of 60 li is enough for them to charge from a distance and unleash their maximum speed. The effect was no worse than when they had rushed down from the Uzun highlands using the terrain. If this was a plain, they would have already charged over. Wang Chong said calmly. At his level, there were very few things that could move him. "What do you mean?" Li Sai scratched his head in confusion. He wasn't afraid of charging and breaking through enemy lines, no matter how many enemies there were, but he really wasn't good at scheming. "Look ahead, isn't that a forest?" Wang Chong's words jolted them out of their reverie. Li Sai and the eagle immediately understood. Although the southwest of the empire was low and mostly hilly, it wasn't that high. More importantly, between their training ground and the Uzun men's camp was a lush, primitive forest. These trees were very dense, and it was obvious that the cavalry's charge would be greatly restricted in such a place. It was very likely that the early charge would be reduced to nothing in front of the lush forest. This was the real reason why the Uzun suddenly stopped and didn't attack. It's all thanks to Li Jingyi. Wang Chong looked at the forest in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. The southwest of the empire's terrain was complex. Although there were many residents here, there were also some primitive areas. Compared to the interior of the empire, this place wasn't as rich. When Li Jingyi's army had marched, he had deliberately avoided cities and villages. Although they had used official roads, they had stayed far away from the city walls. On one hand, this was to avoid disturbing the people, but on the other hand, it had unknowingly led the Uzun army away from the places where the commoners were rich, minimizing the collateral damage to the commoners. Under normal circumstances, the Uzun army definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity to kill. However, the spies that Jelifeng had sent to Mengshi Zhao had made this possible. And the establishment of Lion City had also allowed the 80,000-strong army to survive. Huashu Wuzong was eager to kill the enemy. After defeating Li Jingyi, he had led the majority of the army back to Arai, which was why the losses in this battle were so small. But Wang Chong also knew that this was only temporary. Once Lion City fell and Huashu Huaitsong exterminated the remnants of the Annan Protectorate army, he would have nothing to worry about, and the southwest would truly be reduced to ashes. Temporary comfort didn't mean eternal safety. Huashu Wuzong and the Uzun army had only temporarily retracted their fangs. The sword of Damocles hovering in the southwest sky still hadn't been withdrawn. Summon the army and prepare to move out. Wang Chong's eyes flashed. He waved his arm and suddenly gave the order, while Li Sai and the eagle were completely unprepared. "My lord! Young master!" The two were shocked. Now that the enemy was right in front of them, the forest was the best barrier. No one had expected that Wang Chong would give up this geographical advantage and take the initiative to attack. "My lord, in this sort of situation, we definitely can't attack. The Uzun army is made up of regular soldiers and is very powerful, while our side is made up of reservists. We're definitely not a match for them in a direct confrontation. Not to mention that most of them are infantry." Li Sai used an honorific. He had led troops in biting and was well aware of the power of cavalry. Although Wang Chong had hired thousands of experts and were riding warhorses, these people couldn't be considered cavalry at all. At most, they could only be considered infantry. Warhorses were just their means of transportation. This sort of hastily assembled army might be able to fight on foot, but against the Uzun cavalry, which specialized in charging, it was completely inadequate. In this battle, the only ones who could truly influence the outcome of the battle were the 1,000 experts from the great clans that Wang Chong had recruited. "Li Sai, do you still not understand? It's not that I have to fight them head-on, but that we have no other choice. Have you forgotten about the Annam Protectorate in the southwest? If we can't even defeat these 3,000 Uzun soldiers, then how are we going to deal with the hundreds of thousands of Uzun and Mengshi Zhao soldiers behind us?" Wang Chong said in a voice that seemed to see through everything, as if he could see through everything. The eagle and Li Sai shuddered. Looking ahead, they could no longer speak. Wang Chong's army was not here to save Li Jingyi's 60,000 reinforcements, but the tens of thousands of Annam Protectorate troops in Lion City in the southwest. And they were facing the hundreds of thousands of Mengshi Zhao and Uzun soldiers. In front of this army, they were just ants with a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Wang Chong had never mentioned this in front of others, but Wang Chong had never hidden it from the people around him. "I understand." Chapter 496. Rumble. The earth quaked. When Wang Chong led the charge out of the forest, leading 1,000 clan experts, 600 to 700 Tang dynasty regular soldiers, and several thousand recruited experts, the Uzun people in the distance were dumbfounded. "What's going on?" The Tang people actually left that place of their own accord. In the distance, Dengba was dumbfounded, not daring to believe his eyes. The Uzun had no infantry, so they relied on cavalry to contend with the Tang dynasty. Thus, although the Uzun did not have as many soldiers as the Tang dynasty still viewed them as a thorn in their side. This group of Tang infantry and cavalry actually wanted to charge against the 3,000 Uzun regular soldiers? Were they crazy? Ha ha ha, Dingba, do you see that? You're overestimating these Tang soldiers too much. It seems that they were only able to exterminate so many of our comrades through luck and numbers. But this kind of luck will come to an end. The tall and muscular Uzun commander roared with laughter. He had originally been a little cautious. After all, this Tang army truly did look different from ordinary Tang soldiers. But now, it seemed that he had been overthinking things. Pass on my order. Yak Halo, all soldiers charge. I want to crush this Tang army into powder to vent the hatred in my heart and take revenge for those imperial soldiers who died in battle. The Uzun commander clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a savage light. A boiling feeling came from his body as he sensed the call of battle. These fellows are dead for sure. In the neigh, the tall Uzun commander took the lead and leapt out of the rank. Behind him, more than 3,000 Uzun regular soldiers swarmed out. 1 echelon, 2 echelons, 3 echelons, in the end, 30 echelons surged like waves toward the distant Wang Chang's forces. Above their heads, the air became blurry as if there was an invisible hand twisting it. Soon, a huge, moving white-domed fortress appeared above the 3,000 Uzun soldiers. As soon as this white-domed fortress appeared, Uzun's aura became extremely heavy. However, their speed did not decrease in the slightest. Rumble! Ring after ring of thorns shot out from beneath these Uzun cavalrymen. Tens of thousands of thorns halos linked together, forming a large halo formation that carried these Uzun cavalrymen into the distance. Boom! Waves of air blasted out from behind them. Uzun's speed reached its peak in a short period of time, and a huge white wave was left behind them. He's here. Far away from Uzun, Wang Chang's eyes flashed. Even though he was very far away, he could still sense the vast and boundless aura of the Uzun soldiers, but Wang Chong was completely unperturbed. These 3,000 soldiers were their touchstone. If they could not deal with these 3,000, then they would be even less able to deal with Mengshi Zhao and Uzun in the southwest, and they would also be unable to influence the outcome of this important battle. If they could not even do this, then they were completely worthless. Now, it's time to test the power of the Halo of Dusk Stallion, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. The Halo of Dusk Stallion could increase the strength, speed, and dexterity of all soldiers, but this was not its only effect. Of all the Halo techniques in the Kunwu training camp, Wang Chong had always wanted to obtain the Halo of Dusk Stallion the most. It was not only because it could increase strength, but also because it was an extremely powerful offensive technique. However, the more powerful a halo, the more cultivation level was required to support it. The cultivation level of the first layer of the Halo of Dusk Stallion was still too low. Compared to ordinary war halos, it could increase one's strength by a little more, but it was still limited. But the Halo of Dusk Stallion's strength had never been a simple increase in quantity, but a leap in quality. However, improving the Halo of Dusk Stallion had always been difficult. It needed to absorb a large amount of essence and energy from a martial artist. When Wang Chong cultivated the first layer of the Halo of Dusk Stallion, he had only needed to be at Tier 1 of the true martial realm, but for the second layer, he needed to be at Tier 5 of the true martial realm. The difference in cultivation levels was not limited to a mere increase in quantity. Boom! Waves of qi exploded out of Wang Chong's body like a flash flood. And within Wang Chong's body, a brand new energy shot out of Wang Chong's body and into the white-hoofed shadow beneath him. Finally, it spread to the hooves of the white-hoofed shadow and out. Clang! With a metallic clang, a brand new halo of thorns burst out of the white-hoofed shadow's hooves like mercury spilling over the ground. The power of the halo spread from the eagle and Li Sai, who were closest to Wang Chong, to the nearby Tang dynasty cavalry. Finally, from the inside out, it formed halos that enveloped all the cavalry in the area. In a flash, everyone's speed, strength, and dexterity had all soared. And all of this was far from over. Nei seemed to let out a heaven-shaking cry. The stellar energy in Wang Chong's body boomed, and a massive horse, larger and more majestic than before, seemingly built of steel and even taller than a man, suddenly whinnied out. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of strands of qi rushed out of the dragon-like horse like a hurricane. Each strand of qi transformed into a steed that charged into the bodies of the surrounding army, finally transforming into a second halo beneath their feet. Ah, so fast! My body suddenly feels so light. Everyone had been charging along with Wang Chong, but all of a sudden, they felt a new energy pouring into their bodies. This feeling was completely different from before, at least 2 levels higher. My sword! A clan expert with slightly lower cultivation suddenly looked at the Wuzi steel sword in his hand with wild joy. The Wuzi steel sword had always been sharp, but its radiance had always been reserved. But now, a brand new energy was flowing from the hilt of the sword to the entire blade. Experts at the 5th or 6th level of the true martial realm reacted very quickly. They immediately felt that the weapons in their hands had suddenly become lighter, faster, and sharper. They had become more convenient to wield, and they could wield them as they pleased. They had become even more destructive and threatening. At this moment, everyone's confidence soared. Arrow formation! Charge! Just as everyone's confidence soared, Wang Chong's calm voice rang in everyone's ears, pulling their attention back. Yes, my lord. The next moment the earth rumbled. The 1,000 steel cavalry divided into countless small units, but they were like one body. With Wang Chong's command, they suddenly shot out, and in an instant, they had opened up the distance between them and the others. Clouds of dust soared into the sky, obscuring the sun as Wang Chong led the 1,000 clan experts in a charge. My lord! Seeing this scene, the eagle's expression changed slightly. Although he had never been in the army, he had come into contact with many experts. An army being separated from the front and back, not caring about the front and the back, this was a huge taboo. The eagle follow. I know what I'm doing. Amidst the yellow dust, Wang Chong's voice rang out. Calm, wise, and as lofty as Mount Tai, it gave one a strong sense of confidence. Yes, young master. The eagle gritted his teeth. Without time to think, he chased after them. At the front of the army, Wang Chong's gaze was fixed forward, his eyes stern and glowing like a beast. At that moment, there was nothing but the 3,000 Uzun soldiers in his eyes. It was taboo for an army to be separated from the front and back. However, the cavalry had never been considered a regular army, and their tactics were completely different from those of a regular army. They could coordinate with the infantry or they could attack freely. The greatest advantage of cavalry was their mobility. That was why, no matter the situation, the coordination of infantry and cavalry was only a last resort. If cavalry could not move at high speeds, then they were no different from infantry. Moreover, Wang Chong had a different idea. Now, it's time to see who's better. Wang Chong lowered his body on the horse's back, his eyes shining brightly. He could feel that the temporarily dormant will to fight that had fused into his blood in his previous life was rapidly awakening. Chapter 497. Nay! As if sensing its master's thoughts, the white-hoofed shadow's mane fluttered in the wind. It let out a long neigh and increased its speed. The two sides rapidly closed in on each other, faster and faster. Chirp, chirp, chirp! Countless birds soared into the sky, and the rolling yellow sand also grew larger and taller. The two black torrents of steel charged towards each other with a resolute momentum, without turning back. Ha ha ha, 1,000, 1,000! They actually dared to use 1,000 men to fight us! In the distance, the burly Uzun general couldn't believe his eyes. As a famed general of the battlefield, he could tell at a glance how many people the other side had. The other side had actually dared to use such a small number of people to fight against the Uzun army of 3,000. He didn't know whether to praise their courage or to call them insane and suicidal. What's going on here? At this moment, even Dingba's faith was shaken. He'd always believed that the northern enemy was a formidable foe, but to do something like this, could it be that his comrades who'd been wiped out in the north had really been a coincidence? Kill them all and leave no one alive. The burly Uzun general roared. The 3,000 Uzun army was already very fast, and now they were moving even faster. Awo! The Uzun warriors, stimulated by the slaughter, waved their scimitars and howled in excitement. It had been a long time since they'd experienced a battle involving more than 1,000 men. Let me see just how strong 1,000 Uzun soldiers are. Wang Chong sneered. Wang Chong naturally sensed the change in the other side's momentum, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, his will to do battle was roused. Setting aside the standpoints of both sides, as well as the crucial impact this battle would have on the Tang dynasty, this was undoubtedly the era of famed generals. Compared to the world he'd come from, this world had far too many famed generals. Even an unknown general of the Uzun could possess such extraordinary decisiveness, and bravery to launch a surprise attack from 1,000 miles away. Compared to the future, even though he outshone others and was recognized by the world as the war saint, the 100 generals had fallen and the stars had fallen. The feeling of being lonely at the top was too desolate. The premature decline of the Wang family and the political coup had caused him to miss out on too much. In his previous life, in this era of the gathering of famous generals, he was still a wanderer somewhere, a nobody. He could only watch the famous generals of this era collide with each other and explode with waves of resplendent brilliance. This was the best time to be a famous general. It was also the best era for a famous general to return to, although it was followed by the darkest era. Buzz. A cold and forbidding light flashed through Wang Chong's eyes as he pushed the halo of dusk stallion to its limits and charged forward in a straight line. These 3,000 Uzun soldiers would be the first touchstone on his journey south. Only by defeating these 3,000 Uzun soldiers could he deal with the vast sea of Uzun and Mengshi Zhao soldiers in the south. He had to pass this trial. 40 li, 30 li, 20 li, when two armies of more than 1,000 soldiers were charging at each other with all their might, a distance of 50 miles was nothing to them. Killing intent twisted in the air, and dust rose into the sky. 10 li, 7 li, 8 li, 6 li. When a warhorse's speed reached its pinnacle, its speed was unimaginable. Once an arrow left the bowstring, it could not be pulled back. At this moment, not even the Uzun and Wang Chong could stop. Other than advancing, they could not retreat and certainly not stop. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, the blades were unsheathed, and the atmosphere was getting tenser and tenser. There was no turning back. At this moment there was no path of retreat. Young master! In the rear, Zhao Jingyan felt like his insides were aflame, and his face paled. Wang Chong had arranged for him to be placed in the rear with the experts he had summoned because of his lack of strength. It was clear that he did not know of Wang Chong's decision. But it was too late. 200 meters, 100 meters at this distance, he could clearly see the struggling expression on his opponent's face and the bulging veins on his arms. The armor on his body vibrated against each other, and the crisp sound was clear and audible to his ears. At this moment, given the speed at which the two sides were charging, it was only a matter of 1 or 2 seconds to cross 100 meters. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters. The tension grew exponentially, killing intent madly growing. Everyone could hear the heavy panting of the other side, scimitars, spears, and swords madly vibrating in the air. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut to the extreme. 60 meters, 50 meters, Even the war horses could sense the tension of blood on the verge of splattering, and the neighing of the Nei's steeds filled the air. Just as the two sides were about to collide, Wang Chong raised his arm, a cold light flashing through his eyes. Net formation! Wang Chong's shrill voice resounded through the world. Time seemed to stretch out countless times, and under the shocked gazes of the Uzun men, the 1,000 Tang dynasty cavalry behind Wang Chong suddenly split into two, and like a two-headed snake, they swiftly deviated from their original path. In the blink of an eye, a group of 1,000 had become two groups of 500. How is this possible? This sudden turn of events left all the Uzun men dumbfounded. Some of them tried to react and stop them, but it was already too late. At peak speeds, the powerful inertia was simply unimaginable. Even though Uzun was the king of cavalry and had swept through the world, it was still unable to do this when inertia was at its peak. How could they possibly do it? The stalwart Uzun officer's eyes went wide. His teeth clenched as he stared in disbelief at this sight. Cavalry had always charged in a straight line, and this was even more so at peak speeds. It wasn't impossible to change directions, but one would either have their tendons snapped or their bones fractured. Forcibly changing directions had never had a good ending. The severe consequences would probably result in one suffering 800 casualties before even killing the enemy. But these Tang soldiers were able to so easily and smoothly change directions at a dangerous speed, and they hadn't even suffered the slightest impact. This is impossible. The stalwart Uzun officer clenched his fists, his teeth about to shatter. Beside him, Dengba's heart had sunk to the bottom of the lake. They had encountered quite a few groups of Tang soldiers on their way south from the Uzun Plateau, but they had never encountered such opponents. These black-armored Tang soldiers were completely different from any of the Tang soldiers they had encountered. Just who are these people? Dingba's eyes widened as an extremely ill premonition surged into his mind. Rumble. 50 meters passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 Tang soldiers and 3,000 Uzun vanguard brushed past each other. Like a boulder falling into water, before many people could react, 2 Tang soldiers, one from the left and one from the right, stabbed into the Uzun echelon like two-headed pythons. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst deafening clangs, the halos of thorns linked together, and the sharp Wut's steel swords gleamed with cold light in the air. They left behind faintly discernible arcs in the air before smashing against an invisible wall. Boom, boom, boom. A dense clatter resounded through the heavens. The strength of the war horses, the power of the charge, and the strength of the martial artists had all been gathered up into this attack, but before it could strike the Tibetan cavalry, it was blocked by an invisible barrier of stellar energy. The indistinct mid-level fortress of thorns suddenly solidified, forming a massive white barrier that enveloped the entire Uzun army. The invincible Wuzi steel sword struck this invisible fortress with a resounding clang. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, 4 swords. In the end, all the attacks from the vanguard were blocked. The Wuzi steel swords seemed to sink into a swamp, slowly at first, but then they rapidly came to a halt. Crap! The eagle grimaced at this sight. Not good! At the same time, Li Sai's expression turned ugly. This was his first time clashing with the Uzun. Although the Uzun focused on defense, he had long ago heard of the famed halo of fortress. But not even Li Sai had expected the mid-level halo of fortress of the Uzun to be so powerful. The 3,000 people's halos merged into one, and each person's sword seemed to be fighting against 3,000 people at the same time. If we can't break through the simplest outer defense, then we will definitely lose this war. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, Li Sai's face suddenly lost all color and became incomparably pale. After all, war was different from martial arts competitions and life and death battles between martial artists. No matter how powerful the Black Dragon Gang was, it was impossible for them to form such a powerful domed fortress. If even the sharpness of the Wuzi steel could not break through this barrier, then they would definitely lose this war. And in this ever-changing battlefield, the final outcome would probably be complete annihilation. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Their attacks can't break through our defense. At the back of the trapezoidal formation, all the Uzun people who were watching this scene felt their hearts tighten. However, at this moment they suddenly relaxed. Since they couldn't break through their defense, it would be their turn to die. Roar! The unique howls of the Uzun people, like those of a pack of wolves, suddenly rang through the battlefield. Pairs of Highland red faces showed extreme bloodthirsty excitement. Humph, it's our turn. At the front of the formation, the tall and burly general of the Uzun suddenly had a ferocious and cruel look in his eyes. Although he couldn't look back, he had already spread out his spiritual perception. He had thought that this group of Tang people would be very powerful and was ready for a tough battle. But in the end, they still couldn't break through the domed fortress of the Uzun people. I really overestimated them. As this thought flashed through his mind, Cabarilu pulled out the scimitar at his waist. Almost at the same time, scimitars pierced through the air shield of the domed fortress and slashed at the cavalry of the Tang dynasty at the front. Chapter 498. Clang clang clang. Countless Uzun scimitars gleamed with a savage and cold light as they simultaneously hacked at the Tang dynasty cavalry. Deafening explosions and sparks flew in all directions. The attacks of the Uzun soldiers were almost completely blocked by the meteoric metal armor of the Tang dynasty cavalry. All the Uzun soldiers were dumbfounded by this sight. The Tang dynasty had been unable to break through the Uzun fortress, but the Uzun scimitars were also unable to do anything to the armor of the Tang dynasty cavalry. They have fewer people. Hold them down and kill them all. A savage Uzun voice resounded through the sky, and the Uzun cavalry immediately began to shout in excitement. No matter how formidable the armor of these black-armored Tang people was, 1,000 Tang dynasty cavalry were no match for 3,000 Uzun cavalry. 30 echelons, wave after wave, came crashing down like a massive wave. No one could resist this sort of charge, not even these strange black-armored cavalry of the Tang dynasty. And I thought they were formidable. Dungba, lead the army and kill them all. Not a single one is allowed to escape. The stalwart Uzun commander sneered, his heart completely at ease. At the start, he had truly been given a fright. This Tang dynasty could not be judged using common sense, but a gap was a gap. 1,000 Uzun cavalry formed into a mid-level fortress could fight against 3,000 or 4,000 Tang soldiers, much less 3,000 elite cavalry. He could already see the Tang dynasty being reduced to ashes. Once we kill all these Tang dynasty soldiers, we'll lead the army east and then exterminate that Tang dynasty commandant surnamed Su. Then there will be no one left in the southwest that can stop us. And I thought that this Tang dynasty was formidable, but in the end, it's just a mantis trying to stop a cart. A cold smile appeared on the face of the stalwart Uzun commander, but this smile did not last for long before vanishing like smoke. You guys are too naive. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, no one noticed the cold glint in Wang Chang's eyes. If Uzun's people thought that this was all they had, then they were gravely mistaken. If he did not have the necessary confidence, he would never risk his 1,000 men against 3,000 Uzun cavalrymen. In the blink of an eye, just as the Uzun soldiers were howling and preparing to wipe out all the Tang soldiers, Wang Chong suddenly stomped down from the back of his horse and unleashed the bane of the battlefield. Boom! Like a hurricane passing through, an invisible force radiated out from Wang Chong. Although they didn't see anything, in that instant, everyone heard an earth-shattering rumble. It was as if the entire earth had split open. Gotcha! Nothing happened in the air, but the middle-grade fortress that enveloped the Uzun army suddenly began to crack and crumble. Not good. Sensing this change, all the Uzun commanders paled, their minds in turmoil. Without any warning, they sensed that the strength they had been exerting on their bodies had greatly weakened. The domed fortress was still the same domed fortress, but its strength and color had instantly dropped by a level. It had dropped from an intermediate domed fortress to an elementary fortress that could accommodate 100 people. To the Uzun soldiers who were already used to this strength and were connected to the fortress, this change was no less than a magnitude 8 earthquake. In the long journey of the Uzun, they had faced countless factions of the Central Plains, but it could be said that no one from the Uzun had ever encountered such a strange situation. What's going on? Why has my strength weakened so much? The fortress is collapsing. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could the Tang people weaken our fortress? This is impossible, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. All of this seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but it was this moment that had a devastating impact on the 3,000 Uzun soldiers. They were in chaos. This is our chance. On the Tang dynasty's side, the soldiers felt the change and were immediately excited. Li Sai, the Eagle, and the others were overjoyed. The Uzun soldiers were not horse bandits, and horse bandits were not as difficult to deal with as the regular Uzun army. But without the protection of the domed fortress, everything would be different. The elementary fortress halo was still powerful, but it was no longer a threat to the soldiers. This was not the first time they had faced the elementary fortress halo. The Wuzi steel weapons were more than enough to break through this level of defense. All of this had happened in the blink of an eye. When Wang Chong released the Halo of Dusk Stallion and the Bane of the Battlefield, the two war halos had completely transformed the strength of this battle. Inescapable net. Wang Chong's voice resounded through the skies, and the two groups of 500 cavalry under Wang Chong's command also began to transform. If one said that the army had split into a two-headed snake under Wang Chong's orders, then this two-headed snake had now split into countless little snakes, and each little snake was a 100-man unit. In this unit there were centurions, 10-man commanders, and 5-man commanders. Although they were small, they had all the necessary organs, and all the members moved with incredible agility. Rumble! The moment Wang Chong gave the order, the army that had been advancing in an arrow formation instantly transformed into countless little snakes. With a thunderous boom, they charged into the Uzun echelon assault formation. This was different from the first time. In the first charge, the vanguard of the two divisions had been completely stopped by the intermediate fortress. But this time, there was nothing that could stop the all-out charge of 1,000 soldiers. The elementary fortress was still there, but it could no longer form a solid barrier like the intermediate fortress that could repel the enemy. Swish! Sabers of Wuzi steel sliced through the air. The rapid charge of the warhorses, the powerful strength of the clan experts, and the charging power of the Uzun soldiers were enough to tear everything to pieces. Bang 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 bang! Countless black-armored snakes slithered through like a net, weaving through the Tibetan echelon formation. In just one round, the 100-man echelon formation in the center was instantly pulverized. One Tibetan after another was cut in two like they were straw being harvested. Translated by Hypersheep 325. Edited by Mikeir. Translated by Ciencia World. Rumble. The warhorses flew past, and with a turn, they once again charged into the Uzun soldiers' formation. They charged in at full speed and came out at full speed, leaving behind a ground littered with corpses. The 100-man echelon assault formation, fully armed and protected by thick plate armor, still couldn't withstand a round of attacks from the inescapable net. The attacks always came from all directions. Wang Chong's troops never stopped. Whether they killed the enemy or not, they always charged in at full speed and came out at full speed. Hundreds and thousands of people charged in this manner, and not a single person could stop them. These little snakes, led by Wang Chong, were all independent and inconceivably nimble, but at the same time, they worked together as one. It was clearly a 3,000-man Uzun army fighting against a third of the Tang dynasty cavalry, but in the end, Each echelon of 100 Uzun soldiers was able to fight against a tide of Tang dynasty cavalry 10 times their size. The echelon assault formation that the Uzuns used to crush the enemy in waves had instead become a fatal flaw. The gaps between the echelon assault formations had become a fatal flaw that Wang Chong was exploiting. Rumble! Dust billowed and the earth quaked. The entire battlefield was covered in dust kicked up by the warhorses of the Tang dynasty. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds for an ordinary person, it was only a brief moment, but for the Uzun, it was a long and unbearable moment. Men fell and horses neighed, blood splattered, and in this short period of time, the Uzun had lost 500 cavalry. These people were all equipped with heavy plate armor and were armed to the teeth. They also had the buffs of Yak Halo and Beginner Halo of Fortress. In a proper battlefield, a team of 500 people could deal with enemies several times their number. But this time, all these people were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Their thick and well-tempered plate armor was cut into pieces like tofu. The cuts were smooth and the severed limbs scattered on the ground. It was a ghastly and frightening sight. This was the first time that a regular army had appeared on the battlefield, and the large numbers of Wut's steel weapons had already displayed a frightening strength. Even more frightening was the fearsome unity that this army displayed, as if they were working together as one. "No, I will kill all of you!" An angry roar of the Uzun rang through the sky. Just as Wang Chong's army broke through for the 5th time, a crazy and dangerous aura suddenly came from behind. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly looked back and saw a burly figure wearing a golden boxing glove, leaping into the air like a god descending to the mortal world. His expression was ferocious and terrifying, filled with endless murderous intent and anger. A majestic, destructive force gathered on his body like a thundercloud, ready to be released at any time. Not good! Wang Chong was shocked. In a short period of time, this person's aura had inconceivably increased to an astonishing level. His body also suddenly swelled up like a balloon, making him look even more ferocious and terrifying. It's the Ksitigarbha's secret art. A bolt of lightning flashed across his mind, and Wang Chong instantly recognized it. Almost all of the martial arts of the Uzun came from the Great Snow Mountain. Unlike the Central Plains, the Uzun had always maintained a single inheritance. Over a long period of time, he had accumulated many mysterious techniques. Ksitigarbha's secret technique was one of them. In the Uzun army, a small number of generals could use secret techniques to greatly increase their strength in a very short period of time, reaching a terrifying level and defeating their opponents in one fell swoop. This saying had always been circulating in the Central Plains, but not many people had actually seen it. Many people treated it as a joke. But Wang Chong knew that it was not a legend nor a joke. Chapter 499. As someone who had lived 2 lives, Wang Chong had seen far too many things in the turbulent times of the apocalypse, and he knew far too many secrets. Wang Chong had seen someone use this Ksitigarbha secret art before, but it was not the man in front of him. The Ksitigarbha secret art could greatly increase the strength of a martial artist in a short period of time, greatly increasing the strength, defense, and strength of the earth energy. This was a method of overdrawing one's potential, but it was extremely effective on a fierce battlefield. No one can kill my warriors without paying the price. I want you dead. The Uzun general's long hair was disheveled. His aura was originally only at LV 4 or 5 of the profound martial realm, but in an instant, it soared and surpassed Li Diyi to reach LV 8 or 9 of the profound martial realm. Rumble! The air twisted and thunderclouds gathered between his hands. Before Wang Chong could react, the Uzun general who had leaped into the air like a god had already punched down. The sky darkened, and in an instant, the earth-shattering earth energy swept towards Wang Chong and the others like a huge wave, accompanied by the roar of steel. The huge wave had not yet fallen, but the terrifying pressure that swept across their backs was already like a knife scraping them. The well-trained warhorses felt the horror of death and could not help but neigh in sorrow. The people Wang Chong had summoned were all experts from various families, but these experts were only at LV 5 or 6 of the true martial realm. They could not fight against an expert of this level who had used the Ksitigarbha secret art. Although Wang Chong had equipped the 1,000 soldiers with meteoric iron armor, and the damage caused by the early impact was almost negligible, if this punch landed, the rear of the army would immediately suffer heavy losses. Li Sai. There was no time to think. Wang Chong did not hesitate to send out Li Sai. At this moment, only Li Sai could deal with Wang Chong. As the future invincible general, if Li Sai could not deal with him, then Wang Chong really could not think of anyone else who could deal with this extraordinary Uzun general. Rumble. Without any superfluous words, Li Sai stretched out his right hand and grabbed the giant sword on his back. Then with a loud rumble, he shot out from the back of the horse like a hawk. "Eat my sword!" The sonorous voice was cold and emotionless, reverberating in the sky like thunder. Li Sai's body was hidden in midair, and a huge halo of thorns shot out from his body, sweeping through the void, and quickly turned into a majestic storm that enveloped him in the void. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Sai's voice was still reverberating in the sky, but his iconic Wuzi steel giant sword, which was taller than a man, had already cut through the air and slashed at the opposite Uzun general like Pengu, splitting the heavens. Rumble. A violent gale swept the ground. Wang Chong could not see the battle behind him, but he heard an earth-shattering sound coming from behind. The sound was like two prehistoric beasts colliding, setting off a violent gale that rolled up the yellow sand, covering the sky and covering the earth, and shrouding the entire battlefield. However, Wang Chong did not look at it. He had absolute confidence in Li Sai's strength, and the strength of the future invincible general was not simply divided by the realm. In comparison, how to deal with the remaining more than 2,500 Uzun cavalrymen was the most important. Arrow formation. Raising his right hand, Wang Chong gave the second formation order without any hesitation. The originally scattered and independent troops suddenly gathered together like small snakes, and once again turned into a man-eating giant python. This time they did not use the dragnet, but the most orthodox cavalry formation, the arrow formation. Rumble. The war horses roared, and 1,000 Tang dynasty cavalrymen formed a long sharp cone, charging straight towards the Uzun's trapezoid formation. The art of war says, the superior party attacks the plotters, while the inferior party plots the soldiers. Those who attack the heart are above, while those who attack the city are below. This time, Wang Chong wanted to completely destroy the will of this Uzun army. Rumble. The war horses collided with the war horses, and the swords collided with each other. The fierce sound of metal clashing and the wailing of the war horses mixed together. Kill them! The eyes of the Uzun cavalrymen were bloodshot, completely enraged by this scene. As everyone knew, the Tang dynasty's arrow formation and the Uzun's trapezoid formation were two of the most famous cavalry charging formations in the world. But even the most powerful of the Tang dynasty cavalrymen did not dare to engage in an orthodox charge against the Uzun. Of all cavalry tactics, the Uzun's trapezoid formation was definitely the strongest. Even if others imitated the Uzun, they would not be able to reach this level. Even Longshi's Big Dipper general, known as the Uzun's nemesis, Geshu Han, had never thought of using cavalry to charge against the Uzun. Instead, he had devised an ingenious plan, inventing an incomparably heavy shield to block the charge of the Uzun war horses. Even the mighty Big Dipper general did not dare to do such a thing, so what gave these people the right to challenge them? Kill them all. The rage in the hearts of the Uzun instantly reached a peak. Just like how the Tang dynasty were familiar with the Uzun's tactics, they would come up with a shield taller than a man to block the charge of the Highland steeds. With the hundreds of soldiers of the Tang dynasty, no one understood the weakness of the arrow formation better than the Uzun. Although this formation was known as the strongest formation in the world for piercing through an enemy's army, its weakness was as obvious as its strength. The arrow formation's strongest point was also its weakest point. As long as the sharpest point of the arrow formation was broken, the entire army would fall into chaos. The strongest was also the weakest, and without the arrowhead as a guide, the arrow formation would lose its sharpness, becoming its own greatest weakness. Boom! As the two armies clashed, the warhorses neighed and the earth shook. Countless Uzun cavalrymen charged at the arrowhead of the arrow formation with all their might. Kill them! Kill the person in front of them! Everyone, let's go together and delay them! Avenge our brothers! Countless Uzun voices were hurried and resounded. However, in the next moment, just when everyone thought that they could completely crush this army of 1,000, the arrow formation led by Wang Chong broke through the wave-like Uzun formation layer by layer, advancing bravely. What made the countless Uzun people unable to believe was that no matter how they charged and slashed, the arrowhead of Wang Chong's arrow formation was still like the hardest reef. No, it was not as simple as just being hard. Every time the arrowhead was slowed down by the impact, the arrowhead would automatically cave inward. At the same time, a new arrowhead would instantly form and continue to charge forward. No matter how many times they were hit, Wang Chong's arrow formation was still there. This is impossible. All the Uzun people were stunned by this scene. No one had ever been able to block the impact of the Uzun people's echelon formation, and no Tang people's arrow formation could withstand such an impact. War was not a game. In the fierce battlefield, once the arrowhead of the arrow formation was destroyed, there would never be a chance to rebuild it. But no matter how crazily they attacked, the arrowhead of Wang Chong's arrow formation would always quickly rebuild and still exist. Chapter 500. 4-2, 6-2. Orders were issued one after another, but these orders did not come from Wang Chong, but from small teams of 5 or 10. Before the arrowhead of the arrow formation was destroyed, a new arrowhead would be created. The steel horsemen who were hit by the arrowhead were slowed down, and the Uzun who were charging towards them were surrounded by the army. Chilling blades flashed through the air, and the Uzun who were trapped in the formation were cut into pieces by the Wuzi steel swords before they could even make a sound. The Tang Dynasty steel horsemen who had slowed down automatically sped up inside the arrow formation, and finally joined the end of the formation. All of this was done automatically in an instant. Round after round, again and again, the arrow formation formed by 1,000 men was like a precise automatic machine. In the face of such precision, even the famous echelon formation of the Uzun was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, powerless. Rumble. Accompanied by a shrill and terrified scream, the last few Uzun steel horsemen in the echelon formation were thrown into the air like kites with broken strings. Wang Chong's arrow formation broke through the formation, piercing through the entire echelon formation of the Uzun. At that moment the Uzun were in chaos. Now is the time, kill! Wang Chong pierced through the entire formation, and with a flash in his eyes, he led the army to the end of the Uzun's formation in a figure 8, and immediately counterattacked, once again piercing through the end of the Uzun's echelon formation like a sharp arrow. The Uzun were in chaos. Great, we did it! Seeing the Uzun in chaos in front of him, their formation blocked and unable to move forward, the eagle clenched his fists, his heart filled with joy. The entire battlefield was commanded by Wang Chong. Although he had been standing beside Wang Chong, even he did not know what was going on during the entire process. When Wang Chong was training, he observed the entire process. He knew everything about the vanguard formation. However, the eagle had never imagined that this formation would be so powerful. This was not as simple as piercing or killing, but completely depriving the Uzun of their combat abilities. The most powerful aspect of an army was that everyone could act as a complete unit and display the effect of a group. The more people there were, the greater the power. But if everyone fought on their own, then this advantage would be completely lost. This was what Wang Chong was doing now. Although this was not the first time the eagle had followed Wang Chong on a mission, none of them had been as stimulating as this, and none of them had struck the eagle as deeply as this. This was the first time he had personally experienced the talent that Wang Chong possessed. It was an outstanding and frightening talent for leadership that was completely disproportionate to his age. Young master. As the winds howled, the eagle felt a deep respect for Wang Chong. He had originally followed Wang Chong out of gratitude, but now, even without this important reason, even if someone told him to leave, he would never leave. Wang Chong had a deep potential, and this potential was not as simple as just strength. The eagle sensed that in the next 10 years, if nothing unexpected happened, an influential figure would appear in the empire, someone on the same level as imperial great generals like Geshu Han, Fomen Linta, Gao Xianji, and Zhang Shogui, perhaps even more outstanding. In his heart, the eagle no longer viewed Wang Chong as a junior, but as a leader that he could follow for the rest of his life. Of course, no one else knew of this except the eagle himself. Congratulations to user for killing 617 Uzun regular cavalry. Congratulations to user for killing 619 Uzun regular cavalry. Congratulations to user for killing 632 Uzun regular cavalry. Information swept through his mind, but Wang Chong had no mind to pay attention to anything else. He swung his Wuzi steel sword again, and each time, an Uzun soldier would fall to the ground. Wang Chong's strength had dropped so much that he would find it very difficult to deal with a single Uzun cavalryman, but this was not a problem at all. A large number of experts had gathered at his side, all of whom Wang Chong had requested from Li Sai. They had originally been the elite brigands of the Black Dragon Bandit in the western regions. After Li Sai had killed the Black Dragon Bandit boss, he had subdued these elites. These were the elites of the Black Dragon Bandit, and Wang Chong had requested them to protect him. Every time Wang Chong swung his sword, there had to be 3 or 4 people swinging their swords at the same time, again and again. Plop, plop. Figures continued to fall to the ground, and every time an Uzun soldier fell, there would be an extremely strong essence chi being transferred from the little Yinyang sword into Wang Chong's body. Wang Chong's aura had already fallen to LV1 of the true martial realm, but now, under the nourishment of the blood chi of these Uzun soldiers, it had once again skyrocketed. Boom! An explosion came from within his body, and Wang Chong felt his entire body shake. His aura was like a volcanic eruption, and in the blink of an eye, he had broken through to LV2 of the true martial realm. His gang chi was endless, and after a few breaths, there was another explosion. Wang Chong had broken through again, reaching LV3 of the true martial realm, and it was still soaring. Too strong. The dense battlefield and the endless stream of enemies were the best nourishment for the growth of the little Yinyang art. The thrill of the exponential growth of one's strength was simply intoxicating. At this moment, Wang Chong could feel the thrill that those from the evil sects felt. That thrill was simply unstoppable. Many people did not hesitate to take risks out of desperation. In order to obtain a steady stream of power, they did not hesitate to kill for the sake of killing. Too strong, with another explosion, Wang Chong's strength skyrocketed again, breaking through to LV4 of the true martial realm. Now, he was only one level away from LV5 of the true martial realm. A trace of blood gradually appeared in Wang Chong's eyes, and a tyrannical aura gradually arose in his heart. A strong impulse dominated Wang Chong, making him want to turn everything around him into his food. Now, not only the Uzun soldiers in front of him, but even his own people beside him, Wang Chong had a strong urge to draw his sword. Indiscriminate between friend and foe. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. The evil sects are called evil not because they are bloodthirsty, but because they kill indiscriminately, killing without distinguishing between friend and foe. This isn't simply because of the technique, but because the thrill of having one's strength skyrocket in a short period of time can trigger the strongest desire in the depths of one's heart. But under normal circumstances, evil sects will not reach this level so easily. You must remember, the moment you have such a strong desire in your heart that you don't distinguish between friend and foe, and even those around you, that is when your little yin-yang art has reached its peak and you are about to go berserk. This was what his master, the evil emperor, had once said to him. In the past, the evil emperor had always told them to calm down, stop absorbing energy, rest for 3 to 4 months, and then use their luck and willpower to overcome it. However, for himself, his master, the evil emperor, had told him a little trick. Boom! With a thought from Wang Chong, the Shang Ke, Fengxiang, Ren Ke, and the other 3 meridians in his body formed a line and suddenly reversed. In an instant, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, Wang Chong's mind immediately became much clearer, and that indiscriminate killing intent instantly weakened. Even when one's little yin-yang art reached the pinnacle, one would encounter such a situation where one's cultivation went berserk. In the past, the demonic emperor old man had never said a word about it, holding back a trick to test the character of his disciples. However, his master had never hidden anything from him. Chi! A cold light flashed, piercing through the blood and bones. In the next moment, Wang Chong's body rumbled, and his entire body heated up. Relying on the stellar energy from the other party's body, he instantly broke through to the 5th tier of the true martial realm. Thump! The figure fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Only then did Wang Chong realize that the other party seemed to be an Uzun 100-man commander. However, before Wang Chong could take a closer look, the ground suddenly shook, and a powerful aura swept through the battlefield like a storm. The powerful stellar energy blew the white-hoofed shadow off its feet, and it couldn't help neighing. "Everyone, hear my command! Kill this Tang general!" In front of the warhorse, a ruthless voice in Uzun came from the yellow sand. Many people didn't understand what that person was saying, but Wang Chong did. "It's that Uzun general!" A thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, and he instantly remembered. Almost at the same time, a terrifying destructive energy shot out from the front. Wang Chong's heart trembled, and with a shake of his shoulders, stellar energy gushed out of his body, forming a barrier that enveloped him and the white-hoofed shadow beneath him. Stellar energy barrier was a powerful ability that only true martial realm cultivators possessed, and it was also the best way to protect oneself. My tweets have been updated. Everyone, please follow my official WeChat account and search for Huang Fuqi. Peng. Wang Chong barely managed to use the stellar energy barrier to protect himself when a violent force slammed into him. The warhorse neighed, and Wang Chong felt the blood in his chest churning as he was jolted back along with his horse. At this moment, the dust on the battlefield dissipated, and Wang Chong was finally able to see what was going on in front of him. In the front row of Uzun soldiers, Li Sai stood like a giant, wielding a sword with both hands and breathing heavily. Across from him, the Uzun soldier had disappeared, and in his place was a Ksitigarbha Vajra guardian deity who was more than 3 meters tall and covered in armor. He had a furious expression on his face, and he had a ferocious appearance. "No matter who you are, you'll die today." Chapter 501. Boom! The dark-skinned and furious Ksitigarbha Vajra guardian stepped forward with his right foot and immediately swung his staff at Wang Chong. Rumble! With an earth-shattering explosion, the surging torrent of stellar energy blotted out the heavens and covered the earth, toppling mountains, and ruthlessly smashing toward Li Sai. Even a mountain range would be turned into nothingness by that immense power. Boom! In the face of this heaven-shaking staff, Li Sai raised the Wuzi steel sword on his back and fiercely swung it down from above. A blazing bolt of lightning flashed through the air, accompanied by a cloud of dust as the two profound martial realm experts fiercely clashed. When the dust settled, Wang Chang's eyes widened, almost not daring to believe his eyes. Uzun had many formidable martial arts, and although Wang Chong didn't know much about them, that furious Ksitigarbha Vajra guardian was undoubtedly one of them. What truly shocked Wang Chong was not this, but that the Wuzi steel sword he had forged for Li Sai, which had been inscribed with many sharp and sturdy inscriptions, had been blocked by a pair of special golden gauntlets on the Ksitigarbha Vajra guardian's hands. How could there be a weapon like this? Wang Chong was flabbergasted. Wuzi steel weapons could cut through gold and jade, and Li Sai's weapon was even more formidable. In the hands of a future imperial great general like Li Sai, it could display unimaginable power. Back then, Li Sai had relied on one sword and one man to single-handedly exterminate the Black Dragon Gang, which numbered in the thousands. There was no doubt that Wuzi steel weapons were among the sharpest weapons in the world. Wang Chong had never imagined that any other weapon could block a full-strength blow from Li Sai. No, it didn't block. His gauntlets split open. At this moment, Wang Chong heard a crisp sound. It was so soft that it was almost inaudible, but Wang Chong had clearly heard it. It was clear that the quality of the gauntlets was inferior to that of Wuzi steel. It's meteoric metal. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind, and he suddenly understood. Something that could block Wuzi steel but was of inferior quality could only be meteoric metal. The Uzun Plateau had no iron ore, so most of its ore came from other places. But the Uzun Plateau did have one thing: meteoric metal. The Uzun Plateau had existed for an extremely long time, and meteoric metal would often fall into the pasture regions. The upper echelons of the Uzun Empire would often send people to collect these meteoric metals and forge them into weapons to equip their subordinate. What Wang Chong did not expect was that this general of the Uzun Empire not only had the Ksitigarbha secret technique, but he also had weapons forged from meteoric metal. Rumble! Smoke and dust billowed as the 3-meter-tall Ksitigarbha Vajra brandished his pestle, spear, staff, boxing gloves, and other magic weapons. Together with the other Uzun cavalry, they fought Li Sai. The strength of the Ksitigarbha Vajra had already surpassed that of Li Sai. With the addition of the others, Li Sai quickly fell into a bitter battle. The eagle, take some people and disperse them. Wang Chong's eyes flashed coldly as he ordered without hesitation. This general of the Uzun Empire was too strong. With the terrifying destructive power he displayed, if Li Sai tried to stop him, they would immediately suffer heavy casualties. When an individual's strength reached a certain level, even numbers and tactics could not compare. Wang Chong only had 1,000 people at his side, and before the true battle, these people could not be allowed to die like this. Yes, young master, the eagle responded. He waved his hand and immediately led a few hundred people to charge forward. You want to help him? You're courting death. The angry voice of the Ksitigarbha Vajra suddenly reverberated in everyone's ears. Before anyone could react, there was a sudden rumble as a bronze spear arced through the air like a bolt of lightning. With just one spear strike, one of the experts from the aristocratic families fell off his horse, smashing a huge hole in the ground. Smoke and dust billowed into the air as the armor caved in. Blood and mist gushed out. Watch out! The eagle turned pale with fright and hurriedly reined in his horse. These were all experts recruited by the aristocratic families. Their strength was extraordinary, and they were wearing meteoric metal armors. The eagle had seen for himself how strong this kind of armor was. Even when the Uzun cavalry charged with all their might, they could not leave a single mark on this kind of armor. But the Uzun general had only used one spear strike to kill an armored aristocratic family expert. This kind of strength was simply shocking. Don't come over, I can still handle it. Li Sai's anxious voice came from afar. Wang Chong and the others were at the back and not part of the battle, so they did not know how strong this person was. In terms of strength, this person had definitely reached the 9th level of the Xian martial realm. Moreover, the Uzun Great Snow Mountain's secret embodiment technique was not as simple as others thought. Li Sai had a strong feeling that this Uzun general was not some nameless nobody. The eagle, go and help Li Sai. The rest of you, move in a curved formation and surround all the Uzun soldiers. But young master, what about Li Sai? The eagle said anxiously. If Li Sai did not stop them, everyone would become meat on the chopping block. The eagle, listen to me, Wang Chong said, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he looked into the distance. You have your plan, I have my own. Since the enemy has summoned most of the Uzun cavalry to deal with Li Sai, then don't blame me for concentrating on killing the rest of the Uzun soldiers. This was a competition and contest to see who could eliminate their opponents faster and free their hand. Yes. The eagle gritted his teeth and finally soared into the sky. Dengba, stop him. Almost at the same time, a thunderous voice resounded through the clouds. The 6-armed Ksitigarbha Vajra Uzun general also gave the order. Yes, my lord. Rings of light vibrated. Almost at the same time, an Uzun general's stellar energy rumbled, and he soared into the sky like a giant eagle, fighting fiercely with the eagle. Nei's warhorses neighed. On Wang Chong's side, more than 1,000 Tang dynasty cavalry quickly deployed a formation that had never appeared in the history of the Tang dynasty. Curved formation. This was a tactic invented by Wang Chong in his previous life. It was a supreme skill that he had learned from another world. It could only be used when he had the upper hand and was killing the enemy. It could kill the enemy as quickly as possible. Buzz! One by one, Wuzi steel swords extended outwards. Every 60 men formed a huge gear, and the Wuzi steel swords were the teeth of these gears. Boom! When the 60 cavalrymen rotated in a circle, the entire huge gear began to cut wildly. Ah! One Tibetan horseman after another fell, their bodies cut into pieces by the crazily spinning Wut's steel swords, falling to the ground like weeds. In a few short moments, the Uzun side had lost several hundred Uzun cavalry, and the losses were continuing at an astonishing rate. The distant Dengba and Uzun generals paled at this sight. Boom! In a flash of light, a bronze spear shot forward, instantly piercing through the air to arrive in front of Wang Chong. Careful! Everyone paled in fright, but a moment later, in a cloud of dust, a spear was thrust into the ground while Wang Chong stood unscathed at its side. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sight. This scoundrel, in his Ksitigarbha Vajra form, Uzun's pupils constricted as an intense killing intent surged through his heart. If he hadn't known who the leader of this Tang army was at the start, he was now certain. Although he found it hard to believe, there was no doubt that the true leader of this army was not the powerful Tang people expert before him, but the seemingly insignificant young Tang people. Humph! Wang Chong only sneered, remaining motionless in his original position. Around him were the experts of the Black Dragon Gang. This Uzun was too powerful, and no one else could intervene. Not even the eagle could get close. However, even if he used the Ksitigarbha secret technique to reach the 9th tier of the profound martial realm, he was still underestimating himself. Although his strength was far inferior, Wang Chong had once been a Saint martial realm expert, and his strength far surpassed that of this Uzun general. Although everything had been reincarnated and he was no longer as powerful as before, Wang Chong's vision and experience were still there. Moreover, Wang Chong had seen his opponent kill with a single spear. How could he not be on guard against him? Brat, you're dead. A cold voice came from the distance, and a powerful killing intent instantly locked onto Wang Chong, but Wang Chong remained unmoved. In this battle, if even Li Sai couldn't deal with his opponent, then there was even less of a chance for anyone else. Li Sai, Wang Chong suddenly spoke. Xiaoyang, Taiyin. Wang Chong announced 3 acupoints in succession. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent. No one knew what Wang Chong was saying, But the next moment, Wang Chong's words made Li Sai understand. Cleaving an army of 1,000, 10 charges of 10 victories, cleaving mountains and rivers. Almost at the same time, Li Sai suddenly made a move. Just as the 3-meter-tall Ksitigarbha Vajra was about to stab his Shaoyang acupoint, he suddenly changed his course. With a swing of his heavy sword, he used cleaving an army of 1,000, blocking the Ksitigarbha Vajra's 6 arms and 6 pieces of bronze. Boom! Just as the Ksitigarbha Vajra was about to backstab his Shaoyang acupoint, Li Sai suddenly skipped the second and third moves, directly using the even more powerful 10 charges of 10 victories. Boom! Under Li Sai's attack, a gap suddenly appeared in the Ksitigarbha Vajra. Li Sai's Wuzi steel sword pierced through the gap and into the Ksitigarbha Vajra's thigh. This move stunned not only the Uzun general who had transformed into the Ksitigarbha Vajra, but also Li Sai. Even so, his reaction was not slow at all. Bang! Chapter 502. Silence, incomparable silence. In all directions, the faces were incomparably pale, losing all color. All the Uzun soldiers were dumbfounded by this sight. "My lord, this is impossible? How could this be? This can't be possible." A moment ago, the Tang dynasty expert had been suppressed, but a moment later, his leader had been beheaded and his corpse strewn across the ground. The huge disparity between before and after caused the hearts of countless people who were paying attention to this battle to drop. "It's over," Wang Chong mentally sneered as he quickly looked away. He had the insight and insight of the Saint Martial realm, but he lacked strength. But Li Sai had enough strength. If the two of them working together could not kill an Uzun general, then this person truly had something to be proud of. A person that not even the future war saint and invincible great general of the Tang dynasty could defeat was worthy of pride. Alas, Li Sai still hasn't matured yet. Otherwise, there would be no need for me to act. As this thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind, he quickly turned around and waved his hand. The eagle, hurry and finish off the opponent. The Uzun leader had been killed, the famous echelon formation had been broken, and only 1,500 of the 3,000 cavalry were left. Moreover, Zhao Jingdian and the others had also arrived. He truly could not see any hope for the Uzun to make a comeback. Congratulations to user for defeating the Uzun famed General Batunlu. You have been rewarded with 3 points of destiny energy, which will be distributed at the end of the mission. Just when Wang Chong was prepared to turn and leave, he suddenly heard a voice. Wang Chong stopped and couldn't help but inwardly gasp in surprise. This voice had truly taken him by surprise. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Wang Chong knew of this general. "It's him?" Wang Chong was surprised. Wang Chong knew that this person was definitely not an unknown person, but Wang Chong did not expect that this person would have a greater background than he had imagined. Batunlu. Although this name could not compare to figures like Huishu Wuzong, Daluan Ruozan, or Jelifeng, he was definitely one of the top figures in the Uzun Empire. In the War of the Southwest, these people had calmly commanded the army and played an important role on Uzun's side, obtaining Huishu Wuzong's trust. If there were no accidents after this battle, he would become Huishu Wuzong's favorite general. However, it was only after this battle that he truly became known for his prowess. By relying on his performance in the southwest, Batunlu had rapidly risen in the ranks of the Uzun. Together with Dusong Mangpoj and the others, he had invaded the Central Plains and become a threat to the Tang dynasty. Wang Chong had not expected that he and Li Sai would kill him in this battle. Rumble! Zhao Jingdian and the others quickly charged into the fray. Without the advantage of speed and without a leader, one could easily imagine the fate that awaited these Uzun soldiers. 15 minutes later, the battle was over. The ground was covered in severed limbs and corpses, and there was not a single Uzun soldier to be seen. 1,000 Uzun soldiers against 3,000 fully armored and speeding Uzun soldiers, but in the end, the Tang dynasty had won. Moreover, it was a one-sided, complete victory. This was something that no one had expected before. How did you do it? Once the battle was over and the soldiers were beginning to clean up the battlefield, a voice came from behind them. Wang Chong turned around and saw that Li Sai had sheathed his sword and was walking toward him. With your cultivation, you should have never been able to see the weakness of a profound martial realm martial artist. Just how did you do it? Li Sai looked at Wang Chong with an unprecedentedly grave expression. He rarely asked Wang Chong about anything, but this matter was completely different. Although he was a profound martial realm expert, not even he knew how he had killed his opponent in this battle. If Wang Chong was also a profound martial realm expert, he would have been able to accept it. But he was not. An elementary martial artist of a lower cultivation realm had guided a profound martial realm expert to kill an even stronger opponent. This was like a 3-year-old child guiding an old general on the battlefield to kill another old general. It was simply too absurd. Even Li Sai found it hard to accept. Haha, what are you saying? Didn't you kill him? Why are you asking me? Wang Chong smiled and feigned ignorance. Li Sai only looked at Wang Chong without saying a word, but the serious expression on his face had already revealed his attitude. He wasn't joking. Wang Chong's words couldn't fool him. He had to know how Wang Chong had done it. Haha, it's nothing much. Although the Ksitigarbhavajra has 6 arms, its body is too big and there are some places it can't attend to. I heard my master talk about martial arts in the past, so I know. This time, I'm just giving you some pointers. Wang Chong chuckled. Your master? Li Sai furrowed his brows and immediately reacted. If there were no surprises, the master Wang Chong was talking about was probably the mysterious black-robed old man from the Spirit Vein Mountain. He had been to the Spirit Vein Mountain before, and the only thing he found unfathomable was that the evil emperor that Wang Chong spoke of. Unlike others, Li Sai was a soldier, so there was no such thing as good or evil. If Wang Chong was talking about him, then everything could be explained. However, Li Sai felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Haha, don't think too much about it. This is also luck. The battle is imminent. You'd better get ready. Wang Chong patted Li Sai's shoulder and quickly turned around. He walked toward the slain Uzun General Batunlu. Although the battle was over, there were still some spoils to be picked up. Wang Chong had a feeling that he should have gained something extra from this Uzun general. I hope I'm right, Wang Chong said to himself. The higher the status of an expert, the easier it was to obtain some decent items. Just the pair of golden gauntlets on Batunlu's hands was a decent treasure. The ground was soaked in blood. Batunlu's headless corpse lay stiffly on the ground, surrounded by countless Uzun corpses, human and horse corpses, piled up like a mountain. Although his head had been chopped off, Batunlu's fallen body still maintained an intimidating aura. Wang Chong stopped next to Batunlu's corpse. The people of Uzun were different from the people of the Central Plains. Their family assets were small, and they were far less affluent than the people of the Central Plains. However, the people of Uzun had a habit of carrying all their valuable belongings with them. They had no fixed abode, so they would bring their belongings with them wherever they went. As he looked at Batunlu's blood-soaked corpse, Wang Chong hesitated for a moment, then removed the pair of golden gauntlets from Batunlu's hands. So heavy! Wang Chong weighed the gauntlets in his hand. They didn't look big, but they probably weighed at least 15 kilograms. Wang Chong's judgment was correct. The material of these gauntlets was not as powerful as the Wuzi steel greatsword on Li Sai's back. Many tiny cracks had appeared on the surface of the golden gauntlets due to the forceful impact. However, even in this state, to be able to block a full-powered attack from Li Sai and the Wuzi steel sword, it was easy to imagine how powerful these gauntlets were. Moreover, besides himself, who else had so many Wuzi steel weapons? Casually flipping through the gauntlets, Wang Chong found a tiny imprint at the end of one of the gauntlets. It was the imprint of a pocket-sized white mountain range. It really is the work of the Great Snowy Mountain. Wang Chong nodded. The Uzun Empire only had one Great Snowy Mountain. Even so, it had a long history. Almost all the top-notch weapons of the Uzun Empire came from there. Moreover, contrary to what many people imagined, the Great Snowy Mountain actually produced very few things. But every single one of them was a fine product. Just by looking at the imprint of the Great Snowy Mountain on the gauntlets, Wang Chong could be sure that these gauntlets were not simply tough. I can give these gauntlets to the eagle, Wang Chong thought to himself. He wasn't going to use these gauntlets himself. His style had never been to go into battle bare-chested. Neither he nor Li Sai could use these gauntlets, but the eagle could. Moreover, the eagle had already reached the 9th tier of the true martial realm and was only a step away from the profound martial realm. With these gauntlets, he would be of great help in his movements. Putting away the golden gauntlets, Wang Chong hesitated for a moment, then quickly reached into Batunlu's bosom. He didn't believe that a famous Uzun general like Batunlu only had a pair of bare fists. A moment later, Wang Chong frowned. Strange, there isn't? Batunlu had two things on him that Wang Chong cared about the most. One was the Ksidagarba secret technique that could stimulate one's potential and rapidly increase one's strength, allowing him to suppress Li Sai in a short time. Although this technique was difficult to cultivate, once it was mastered, it could sometimes achieve the goal of survival in a desperate situation. Even in the Uzun Empire, this technique was passed down in secret. The other was the six-armed Ksidagarba Vajra that Batunlu had used later on. Once this technique was used, one's body would be indestructible and their strength would explode. If not for the fact that Li Sai was wielding the Wuzi steel giant sword that Wang Chong had specially made for him, which could cut through metal and hair, and had been imbued with a large number of inscriptions of various sizes, it would have been quite a feat for anyone else to not be killed, let alone kill him. However, Wang Chong didn't find either of these things on Batunlu's body. That's impossible. The Uzun didn't pass it down by word of mouth. All of their martial arts were passed down in secret manuals. If Batunlu had learned these two supreme techniques, there's no reason for him to have nothing on him. Wang Chong thought to himself. The martial arts of the Uzun were completely different from those of the Central Plains. All of their martial arts were drawn on an exquisite, special material that was mixed with gold and silver powder and had a strong Buddhist flavor. In the Uzun, this ancient inheritance was called the Benka. All of their martial arts were drawn on the Benka. Chapter 503. After searching Batunlu's body, Wang Chong's gaze turned to the corpse of the horse that Batunlu had been riding. If Batunlu hadn't hidden anything on his body, then it could only be on the corpse of the horse. But a moment later, Wang Chong was once again disappointed. Impossible. Where did I go wrong? Could it be that Batunlu doesn't actually have any martial arts manuals on him? Wang Chong rubbed his chin, a puzzled look in his eyes. He had thought that Batunlu would have hidden nothing under the saddle, but there was nothing under the saddle. It seemed that he would not be able to obtain Batunlu's Ksidagarba secret technique and the six-armed Ksidagarba Vajra warrior. However, when Wang Chong's gaze swept across Batunlu's boots, a thought flashed through his mind. Suddenly, Wang Chong seemed to discover something. Batunlu's boots looked different from ordinary people's. Wang Chong was wearing a pair himself, but he knew how thick they were. Batunlu's boots were clearly thicker. Could it be? At this thought, Wang Chong's heart thumped. Suddenly, he bent down, took out his Wuzi steel sword, and carefully cut open the outer layer of the boot. Clack! The moment the boot was cut open, something fell out and landed on the ground. It was a colorful, meticulous, and carefully folded golden scroll that looked like a piece of silk or a piece of cloth. It really is here. Wang Chong's eyes brightened and he was overjoyed. He picked up the thick golden scroll from the ground and gently unfurled it. A greenish-black six-armed Ksidagarba Vajra stood on dried bones and black clouds, its body blazing with raging flames. It seemed both angry and angry as it leapt up, as if about to pounce out. It really is Ksitigarbha Vajra warrior. He hid it so well. Wang Chong laughed heartily. A famous general like Batunlu really did have something valuable on him. However, wasn't this a little too well hidden? If he had not been careful enough to notice that the thickness of the boot was off, he would never have guessed that Batunlu had hidden it so well. Right, there's also a boot. Wang Chong's heart lit up. He picked up the Wuzi steel sword and simply cut open the sole of Batunlu's other left boot. Just as Wang Chong had guessed, Batunlu's Ksitigarbha secret art, which stimulated the potential of his life force, was indeed hidden in the inner layer of his left boot. Unlike the six-armed Ksitigarbha Vajra guardian, Batunlu's Ksitigarbha secret art was just a thin square of paper, densely scrawled with Tibetan characters. Fortunately, I learned the language of Uzun in my previous life. Otherwise, even if I obtained these two techniques, they would be useless. Glancing at it, Wang Chong couldn't help but rejoice. These two techniques were written in the Uzun language, which was completely different from the language of the Central Plains. If one didn't recognize the Uzun characters, it was obvious that obtaining these two secret manuals would be useless. The eagle. After putting away the two secret manuals, Wang Chong stood up. He had just called out the eagle when he suddenly heard a rumble in his mind. Warning! A major incident has occurred. The Annam Protectorate has lost a large number of troops. Lion City is about to fall. Countdown, 3 days. After 3 days, if host has not reached within 500 li of Lion City, the mission will be considered a failure and will be completely obliterated. The Stone of Destiny's voice was cold, mechanical, and devoid of emotion. When he heard this icy voice, Wang Chong's body trembled. The blood drained from his face, turning it deathly white. How is this possible? Wang Chong paled. This was the first time he had heard a warning from the Stone of Destiny in the past few days. This sort of warning would normally not appear, but when it did, it meant that something major had happened. Lion City is cultivated by Zhang Shouji. Its walls are impenetrable, and it's guarded by 80,000 soldiers. How could it possibly fall? Wang Chong couldn't believe his ears. This city had been built with a large amount of gold. The outer walls were made of fine iron, and many sturdiness inscriptions had been added to them. The walls were smooth and steep, impossible to climb. When Wang Chong had first built this city, it had been for the sake of war, to provide a fortress for the Annam Protectorate. In reality, this city had served its purpose. The reason why Wang Chong had been able to calmly spend so much time training his troops was because Wang Chong firmly believed that Lion City wouldn't fall in a short period of time. But now everything had changed. Just what happened in the south? Wang Chong's face paled. The joy he had felt from defeating Batunlu and the 3,000 Uzun soldiers had vanished without a trace. At this moment, a massive sense of danger descended from the heavens, firmly enveloping Wang Chong. Wang Chong looked into the distance. Although he couldn't see anything from here, Wang Chong could sense that a dark cloud was sweeping in from the south. The southwestern campaign was developing far more fiercely than he had imagined. Xianyu Zhongtong had been defeated. This was an indisputable fact. Regardless of how much he owed this war or the empire in the future, if he couldn't reach the Arai Plains within 3 days, he was clearly doomed. Something that he didn't know about had happened in the south, but Wang Chong couldn't figure out what it was. Just what could have caused Lion City to suffer such heavy losses? "Young master, what's wrong?" A concerned voice came from the side. The eagle walked up from behind, a worried expression on his face. He had been paying attention to Wang Chong for a while now. Wang Chong had been standing there motionlessly, his face pale. This sort of mental state was abnormal no matter how one looked at it, and it was extremely worrying. "It's nothing." Wang Chong stuffed Batunlu's golden boxing gloves into the eagle's hands. "This set of boxing gloves is for you." Once he finished speaking, he strode forward, somersaulted, jumped on the horse's back, and raised his arm. "All soldiers, hear my order! Drop everything and advance at full speed." Rumble. Everyone was dumbfounded by this order. These corpses hadn't even been buried, so why were they suddenly moving? But despite their confusion, everyone immediately mounted their horses and marched. "What's going on?" Li Sai rode over and asked. He had also sensed that something was wrong with Wang Chong. "Something's happened up ahead. Move immediately." "The Eagle, have you found that Commandant Su?" Wang Chong asked. The Eagle nodded. "Move out." The mountain was tall and straight, and the forest was dense. Amidst the howling winds, a black-faced, bearded, and burly man wearing the standard armor of a Tang dynasty commandant stood at the peak of the mountain. There were actually very few particularly tall mountain ranges in the southwest, and in this area, this mountain was undoubtedly the tallest. Standing here, he could see everything going on in his surroundings. This was also why he had chosen to set up camp here. Strange. Su Shilin stood at the top of the mountain, surrounded by guards. His eyes narrowed in confusion as he gazed into the distance. "Did you find out?" "Yes, it wasn't a trap. But Tunlu really did retreat, and we don't know what happened either." "Didn't you continue to investigate where they went?" We were also worried that it was a trap, so we didn't pursue very far. We only carefully searched the surroundings and confirmed that there were no ambushes, and that there were no problems before we returned." The scout captain bowed and hesitated for a moment before replying respectfully. "Got it. You may leave." Su Shilin frowned and quickly dismissed the scout captain with a wave of his hand. But Tunlu had clearly been on the verge of launching an attack, but for some reason, he had suddenly disappeared. All of this seemed very strange, but this was not what Su Shilin was most worried about. Su Shilin's eyes swept across the densely packed and heavily guarded army, and a trace of deep worry flashed through his eyes. These people were all people he had gathered from all over the place during this period of time. In total, they numbered around 5,000. But this increase in numbers did not give Su Shilin the slightest peace of mind. On the contrary, he felt even more perplexed and uneasy. General Li had died in battle. The Empire's brightest star had died on the way south. Even though Su Shilin had warned him, this did not change the fact that the army of 60,000 had been destroyed by Uzun before they could even arrive. And an even greater danger lay in the southwest. Su Shilin had served in the army for 20 years, participated in all kinds of battles, big and small, and experienced all kinds of dangers, but he still did not dare say that he had encountered such a great danger before his eyes. The 300,000-strong Mengshi Zhao army, and the 200,000-strong Uzun-Gari royal lineage, had joined forces and defeated the 180,000 Annam Protectorate soldiers by the Arai Plains. This was an unprecedented crisis in the history of the Empire. The door to the southwest had been opened, and tens of thousands of common people were exposed to the hooves of foreign horses. The Tang dynasty, which had been peaceful for centuries, was about to receive its first heavy blow. And for him and the Tang dynasty soldiers here, the dilemma was that whether they moved forward or backward, there was only death waiting for them. If they moved forward, what awaited them was the 500,000-strong allied army of Mengshi Zhao and Uzun. An army of 5,000 would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, seeking their own destruction. If they moved forward, military orders must be obeyed. They had originally come to reinforce the Annam Protectorate. Their mission had not been completed, and their goal had not been reached. How could they retreat? Not to mention, who knew how many Uzun soldiers were waiting for them? Reporting. Enemy presence. Suddenly, a mournful voice came from the sentry post set up halfway up the mountain. This voice immediately woke Su Shilin up from his deep thought. At the same time, the 5,000 Tang dynasty soldiers on the mountain moved quickly. The grinding sound of machinery rang out incessantly, and all the spears and swords were aimed outside the mountain. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Gallop! The enemy had arrived faster than expected. Looking from afar, one could see smoke and dust billowing at the end of the earth. Torrents of steel surged forward like 10,000 horses, their momentum extremely terrifying. Sir, the Uzun people have arrived. What should we do next? Chapter 504. Sir, please give the order. We are willing to be a suicide squad. The assistant commandants and captains of the reinforcement army said. According to the plan, only by forming a suicide squad and killing madly could they stop the Uzun's attack. This was their only chance of survival. However, as a sacrifice, everyone who joined the suicide squad would most likely die. There was no doubt about it. Now, everyone was asking to join the suicide squad. Wait! Su Shilin looked into the distance and still did not give the order. They were all brothers who had gone through thick and thin with him. How could he be willing to send them out? Sir, the situation might change. Hurry! The group of deputy commandants and captains said anxiously. Su Shilin looked into the distance and still did not speak. Hey! If we don't make a decision, we will be in trouble. Brothers, let's go. The group of deputy commandants and captains stomped their feet and decided not to wait for Su Shilin's order. They would form their own suicide squad and charge into the enemy's center when the Uzun launched their attack. Wait! Sir, since you are unwilling, let us make the decision for you. Wait! It's not the Uzun, it's our men. Su Shilin suddenly said. As soon as he said that, it was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. The group looked at Su Shilin, stunned. Our men? Where would our men be at this time? Looking at the billowing dust and the menacing momentum of the enemy, it was obvious that there were many of them. Where would the Tang dynasty find such reinforcements? But soon they realized that they had misjudged. Look over there. It's our flag. It's really our men. Suddenly someone shouted. Everyone looked in the direction of the torrent of steel and saw a black flag of the Tang dynasty stretching out from the billowing dust, fluttering in the wind. It's really our men. It's really our men. As they got closer and closer, they could see the cavalry in the dust. Everyone cheered and the tense atmosphere disappeared. With Wang Chong in front, Li Sai on the left, and the eagle on the right, the group galloped towards Su Shilin's camp in the distance. Wang Chong couldn't help but inwardly praise the army on the mountain and the fortified stronghold. He finally understood why these 60,000 reinforcements trusted Commandant Su so much, and why Batunlu had not exterminated them first but instead turned to deal with him. Not only were there more people on the mountain, there were 5,000 to 6,000 of them, but it was also because of Commandant Su's ability to arrange troops that left a deep impression on everyone. The formation he had set up on the mountain was extremely solid and watertight. Even Batunlu would not be able to take advantage of it. So many military supplies, firearms, and they even dug a moat around the mountain. If it were me, I would have to think twice before acting. Wang Chong looked into the distance and sighed. Along the way, he had only managed to collect a few of those heavy and lethal ballistae. But on the mountain, he could see clusters of cold light flashing in the direction of his party. If he counted carefully, there were more than 100 ballistae. If these heavy supplies were to passively defend, they would be able to deal a heavy blow to any cavalry. But that was not all. At the bottom of the mountain, Wang Chong also saw a huge moat that was 5 to 6 zhang wide and 2 to 3 zhang deep. This moat wound its way around the entire mountain. The Tibetans were composed entirely of cavalry. Those powerful ballistae were one thing, but the Tibetans were also capable of dealing a lot of damage. But even the most powerful divine steed would not be able to leap across that moat. Moreover, from Wang Chong's position, he could see many spear points sticking out of the moat. If these warhorses jumped into the moat, the consequences would be obvious. Wang Chong had long heard of Commandant Su's name, but now it seemed that this Commandant Su was even more formidable than he had imagined. He truly has the air of a veteran general. This thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind as he gazed at the black-faced, long-bearded commandant. There were many veteran generals in the army. Perhaps their martial arts were not very good, but they were very experienced. They fought steadily and never rushed to advance. All they sought was stability. There was no question that this Commandant Su was one such steady veteran general. At Wang Chong's side, he did not lack experts with potential. What he lacked the most were veteran generals who could lead troops into battle and assist him. At this moment, Wang Chong was even more certain that his decision was correct. Lower the drawbridge. In the distance, a sound that sounded like a great bell rang out. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the trunks of a towering tree came crashing down, connecting the two ends of the trench. Without hesitation, Wang Chong squeezed his horse's abdomen and led a few of his personal attendants toward the summit of the mountain. At the summit, Wang Chong finally saw Commandant Su. He was very tall, much more muscular than Wang Chong had imagined. His face was lined with wrinkles, the marks of many hardships. However, the most impressive thing about him was the way he stood there, tall and straight. This body seemed to be brimming with strength, a strength as heavy as a mountain. It was a strength that others could trust and rely on. It was as if as long as this person stood there, no matter how great the wind or the storm, they would be able to grit their teeth and endure it together. Who is young master? Su Shilin was also sizing up Wang Chong. Seeing how aggressive the other party was, Su Shilin had thought that the leader would be a famous general in the army, a veteran general, or an old general. However, when he got closer, Su Shilin discovered that under the blood-stained armor was an unexpectedly young face. However, even though he was young, Su Shilin could see a resoluteness, bravery, calmness, and composure. It was the air of a great general that someone of his age would never possess. Looking at this young face, one would unconsciously overlook his youth and vaguely take him to be in existence even older than oneself. Wang Chong looked down from above, sitting calmly on his horse. Without saying a word, he took out a golden token from his waist and raised it high above his head. This is His Highness the King of Song. Su Shilin narrowed his eyes. When he saw the dragon engraved on the golden token, his expression changed, and he immediately bowed. I did not know that young master was the King of Song's subordinate. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Please forgive me, young master. Around them, the expressions of the generals also tightened, and they all bowed down. In the military, regardless of which faction or faction, His Highness the King of Song of the Tang dynasty had the highest authority and was deeply respected by the military. In the imperial court, His Highness the King of Song had always been a firm supporter of the military. In this aspect, none of the princes of the Tang dynasty could do what the King of Song did. Furthermore, as a prince of the royal family and a descendant of the true dragon, his status was not something that anyone present could compare to. Young master is the grandson of Duke Jiu, a descendant of the Wang clan. His real name is Wang Chong. All of you should have heard of him during the regional commander's incident. Suddenly, the eagle urged his horse forward and said, "Wang." In an instant, everyone looked at Wang Chong in a completely different light. Even Su Shilin couldn't help but take a closer look at him in surprise. So it's young Master Wang. Forgive me for my rudeness. Su Shilin bowed deeply. His voice was filled with rare respect. This was different from before. Previously, the respect was due to his identity as the King of Song. Now, everyone's respect for Wang Chong was also due to the King of Song. But this time, it was completely different. The regional commander's incident had caused a huge uproar. Almost everyone in the imperial court, the world, and the military knew about it. At that time, Wang Chong had proven himself with his actions and won the respect of the world. Now that they knew that the young man before them was Wang Chong, everything was different. At the very least, it would not be a problem for him to hold onto the token of the King of Song. Young Master Wang, pardon my rudeness. The surrounding generals bowed as well. Their expressions were filled with respect. The atmosphere was completely different from before. On the side, Old Eagle inwardly nodded. Wang Chong was still too young. Compared to what he wanted to do, his youth would be an obstacle to a certain extent. Even if he had the token of the King of Song, the crowd would still be unconvinced. This was also why he had pointed out Wang Chong's identity. May I know why young master has traveled such a long distance to come here? Su Shilin asked doubtfully. Commandant Su, I won't beat around the bush. On the King of Song's orders, I have come here to take over this army. From now on, everyone must listen to my orders. Wang Chong sat calmly on his horse and raised the token of the King of Song in his hand. The moment Wang Chong said this, everyone was stunned. Young Master Wang, please forgive me for speaking too much. If young master wishes to lead me, given your reputation, it is naturally not a problem. But please forgive this one for asking, other than us, has the imperial court sent any other reinforcements? A vice-commandant sized up the several thousand soldiers at the foot of the mountain and carefully asked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. A similar hope also appeared in the eyes of the others. This question happened to be the one they were most concerned about. The southwest of the empire was already a complete mess. Only by sending new reinforcements could they change the situation. Everyone was entrenched here. This had always been their greatest hope. No, it's just us. Wang Chong shook his head and calmly replied. There was nothing to hide at this point. Some matters could be explained in advance to avoid a lot of trouble. Although he also wanted to say that there would be a large number of reinforcements, the truth was that the imperial court had no other people to send. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to send any troops for a long time to come. Only by understanding the current situation and brainstorming could they change the situation. Ah! Wang Chong's words silenced the crowd, disappointment appearing in their eyes. Even Su Shiping had to conceal his disappointment. Wang Chong's group had come with a menacing aura, and they had come from the distant capital with the King of Song's token. They had originally believed that the imperial court had sent a large number of troops and that Wang Chong's group would be the vanguard. But no one had expected Wang Chong to say that they were the only ones. Chapter 505. On the summit of the mountain, no one spoke, the atmosphere plunging into an indescribable stillness. But young master, without reinforcements from the imperial court, the few of us here are like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It's far from enough. One of the officers said, his disappointment evident in his words. Young Master Wang, I won't hide it from you. The Tibetans are coming with a torrential momentum. Although we have 5,000 or 6,000 people here, we might be able to passively defend this place, but if we want to take a step forward, we're still far from being able to do anything. Putting aside everything else, just the 3,000 Uzun cavalry outside are not something we can deal with. This group is extremely powerful. If we leave this place without the terrain to rely on, the Uzun will only need to attack halfway, and we'll instantly suffer grievous casualties. Moreover, infantry are far slower than cavalry. Even if we want to escape, we won't be able to. Su Shiping looked up to the sky and sighed, a helpless look on his face. How could he possibly be willing to bitterly guard this place? How could he not want to do anything? But now, the situation was stronger than the person. If he rashly acted rashly, not only would he not be able to help the Annan Protectorate army, even his brothers would die without a burial ground. As the commander, he had to take responsibility for his brothers who trusted him. Ha ha ha! It would have been fine if Su Shiping hadn't said anything, but when he said that there were 3,000 Uzun cavalry outside, the Eagle, Li Sai, and the guards who had followed Wang Chong up the mountain began to laugh. Even Wang Chong had a faint smile on his lips. Commandant Su, are you talking about this person? The Eagle did not stand on courtesy, heartily laughing as he sat on the back of his horse. With a shake of his right hand, He tossed over a metal box that he had prepared. The box opened, and a round head flew out. It fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and then stopped moving. Buzz! It was as if an invisible hand was strangling everyone's neck. The mountaintop suddenly fell silent. The group of people stared at the bloody and dusty head on the ground, which clearly had the characteristics of the Highlanders. They were dumbfounded and speechless. A few soldiers who were standing nearby were so shocked that they couldn't help but take a few steps back. This is Batunlu. Isn't that the famous general from Uzun? How could this be? He's dead? How is this possible? How could they possibly kill Batunlu with so few people? The group of people looked at the head on the ground in shock. They had never thought that the group of Uzun cavalrymen, whom they regarded as a great threat, who had been wandering around and threatening them, had mysteriously retreated not long ago and disappeared without a trace, had actually been killed. And he was killed by this group of people, by the people of the Tang dynasty. What about his subordinates? One of the captains raised his head and said. Although he knew that his subordinates were most likely dead, he still couldn't help but want to confirm it. Of course they're dead. Even their leader's head is here. If we didn't kill them all, do you think we could have done it? Li Sai said impatiently. He had come from the army and was a classic straightforward general. He wasn't that cunning, and he didn't have that much patience. No one dared to argue with Li Sai. Su Shiping and his old subordinates looked at each other in dismay. They were speechless. This result was truly unexpected and beyond everyone's expectations. In order to deal with the Uzun, they had gathered a large number of warriors, dug up a large number of fortifications, and prepared for a long time. In fact, not too long ago they were still discussing about forming a suicide squad to fight for a chance of survival with their lives. But no one expected that just as they were preparing for the worst, their greatest enemy had already been killed. Moreover, the ones who killed them were this young man in front of them and his subordinates. Even though he had heard of Wang Chang's reputation, Su Shiping's heart still couldn't help but tremble. This was a battle of life and death. Even if he came from a family of ministers and generals, he was still a child, right? How did he manage to do it? Su Shiping suddenly realized that he didn't understand the young man before him at all. Wang Gongzi, can I ask you a question? Can you tell me how you defeated them? Su Shiping asked. When the Uzun number is less than 1,000, one cannot defeat 1,000. This was a saying that was passed down in the various countries. Even though it was an exaggeration, it was enough to show the ferocity, aggressiveness, and extraordinary fighting prowess of the Uzun. 3,000 Uzun cavalrymen were more than enough to deal with 7,000 to 8,000 soldiers. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Wang Chong, but this was simply too shocking. Wang Chong smiled, not finding it strange. Once the Uzun cavalrymen moved into a trapezoid formation, it would be difficult for them to stand against them. In the past, there had never been anyone who had been able to defeat the Uzun in a head-on battle. Even Geshu Han had used his astounding tower shield. It was normal for them to find it hard to accept. The eagle. Wang Chong took a few steps back and shot a glance at the eagle. The latter understood his intentions and recounted the battle in detail. Naturally, he didn't miss out on any of the dangerous moments. If he wanted to convince the masses, he knew that it wasn't enough to rely on his Wang surname alone. Only by displaying his strength would he be able to convince the masses. This was for the good of Wang Chong and for the good of the soldiers. It's actually Wuzi steel. Su Shiping returned the Wuzi steel sword to Wang Chong. Turning around, he and his subordinates stared at one another, speechless for a long time. They had naturally heard of the name of the Wuzi steel sword, but they didn't expect it to be so powerful when formed in a group. 1,000 versus 3,000, and it was a head-on victory. Even from the mouth of the eagle, it was a shocking feat. Young Master Wang, you're from a prestigious clan, and you have the token of the King of Song, so there's no problem with us. From now on, we'll follow young Master's orders. Su Shiping and the other old generals all lowered their heads. They were truly in awe. A person who could achieve such a feat couldn't be judged by common sense. No matter how young Wang Chong was, he possessed leadership and commanding skills that far surpassed those present. Even Su Shiping couldn't say anything against such a person coming to take over his military authority. I thought that after General Li, no one would be able to surpass him. I didn't expect the Wang clan to have such a descendant. It's no wonder that the King of Song is willing to hand over his token to him. Handing over the soldiers to him might just be the best choice. Su Shiping quietly said to himself. This time, Wang Chong had truly won their trust and respect, not just because of his status and conduct, but also because of his talent in military affairs. This was the most important aspect. Wang Chong observed the mood of his horse and knew that he had finally subdued this group of soldiers, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. His greatest problem was that he had far too few people. And with these 5,000 soldiers, the chances of his plan succeeding would be greatly increased. More people. The reorganization of soldiers was progressing much faster than expected. With a veteran like Su Shiping, Wang Chong didn't need to do anything. As long as he left everything to him, he would be able to get it done. In this aspect, not even the eagle, Li Sai, or Zhao Jingdian could catch up. Thus, Wang Chong had arranged for Zhao Jingdian to be at Su Shiping's side. Although Su Shiping wasn't particularly skilled, he had plenty of experience, and this was precisely what the young Zhao Jingdian lacked at the moment. Arranging for Zhao Jingdian to be at Su Shiping's side was also Wang Chong's intention of grooming him. And from Su Shiping, Wang Chong learned a great deal about the current situation in the southwest. Young master, look. The road south is far more difficult than we imagined. A few moments later, the reorganization was complete. On the summit of the mountain, Wang Chong, Zhao Jingdian, the Eagle, Su Shiping, and many other generals had gathered together. In front of them was a massive sand table. Su Shiping extended a finger and pointed at several places on the sand table. It's not just Batunlu. The Uzun have also left many soldiers on the road south. Here, and here there are large numbers of Uzun soldiers everywhere. Each group has at least 6,000 soldiers, and fierce generals are as common as clouds. They are much stronger than Batunlu. Furthermore, the positions they were guarding were all strategically located. They were all mountain passes. If we want to go south to the Arai and reinforce the Annam Protectorate, we must pass through this place. But the people we have right now aren't enough. Su Shiping made no attempt to conceal his concern. Easier said than done. Even if Wang Chong killed Batunlu, it would still be of no help to the situation in the southwest. Although Huashu Wizong has already gone south, he has left behind enough soldiers. These people do not kill or plunder. They are only guarding this place against the imperial court. It's rumored that the prime minister of the Uzun Ngari royal lineage, Daluan Ruozan, once studied in the Tang dynasty. Moreover, he took with him many books on military strategy, a portion of which he gave to Huashu Wizong. Huashu Wizong's martial arts are secondary, but he is proficient in the art of war. Just this point alone is no longer as simple as a martial artist. Wang Chong instantly fell silent. The Uzun was a brave and ruthless person, but he was also free and undisciplined. To be able to strictly follow orders even when not in battle, this point alone made Huashu Wizong's abilities worthy of fear. He's a formidable opponent. Wang Chong glanced at the sand table and quietly said to himself. The places that Huashu Wizong had arranged were easy to defend and difficult to attack, and they were all paths that had to be crossed. As long as they guarded these paths, whether the imperial court wanted to send reinforcements or others wanted to reinforce the Annam Protectorate, none of them would be able to avoid these people. If it was just a small force, these people were completely capable of annihilating their opponent. Chapter 506. These places are all high and lofty mountains. With Uzun's abilities, he must have stationed himself at the summit. One reason is that he can see far from the summit, allowing him to discover the enemy ahead of time. 2. It will make it easier for him to charge. Given the quality of Uzin's Highland steeds, they'll be able to reach their peak in a short amount of time, making them truly difficult to attack. As for the forces at the base of the mountain, both infantry and cavalry will be able to pick up speed. This will truly be difficult to deal with. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil, his brow slightly creasing. Do you know who is the leader of the men left behind by Huashu Wizang? Wang Chong suddenly asked. Bashishing. The dark-faced vice-commandant replied. He had always been in charge of the scouts, so he was well aware of the situation. This person is one of Huashu Huaitsang's 5 tiger generals. In terms of strength, he's probably even more formidable than the dead Batunlu. Moreover, unlike Batunlu, he's even more skilled at leading troops, and his ability to break through defenses is also extremely formidable. He's both brave and astute. Back then, General Li led his troops to defend, using himself as bait, and then led the rest of the army into the sturdiest of formations, so that not even a drop of water could trickle through. But in the end, this Bashishing still managed to break through the center of the army and break the formation. The Golden Formation is General Li's masterpiece. By relying on this formation, he was able to fend off many foes in Anxi and Baiting. But I didn't expect that it would be broken by Uzin on the way south. Another officer added. The mention of Li Jingyi's death left all of them deeply grieved. Wang Chong was also slightly moved by these words. He had also heard of Li Jingyi's Golden Formation. He had heard that this formation was his own creation, and its sturdiness had even made Gao Xianji, Foman Linta, and the other great generals sigh in praise. To be praised by these great generals, one could easily imagine how formidable Li Jingyi's Golden Formation was. Not even the Arabs or Turks could break the Golden Formation, but it had been broken by an Uzin. One could easily imagine how powerful this Bashishing was. It seems like this person's offensive ability is especially strong. At the very least, there should be an offensive war halo that can cover the entire army. Wang Chong thought to himself. Although Li Jingyi had already failed and disobeyed the emperor's orders, he had still died to prove his loyalty. At a time like this, Wang Chong naturally wouldn't blame him, let alone doubt his ability. My apologies, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. After a while, Su Shiping and the generals calmed their emotions and said, Sir, you're too polite. I only have respect for General Li. Wang Chong waved his hand and said calmly. Su Shiping nodded. My lord, we are severely lacking in manpower, and Bashishing is a powerful enemy. It really wasn't a wise move to head south now. What this subordinate means is that we should first contact the other troops and wait for the imperial court's reinforcements before considering moving south. Although the 60,000 reinforcements suffered heavy losses, there were still many brothers who survived. Apart from us, there are actually more of our people here, and here. If we can contact them, we'll at least have the ability to protect ourselves. Su Shiping drew a few arcs on the sand table and pointed at a few places. If we can contact these people, we'll be able to gather nearly 20,000 people. This will be of some help to young master's plan. Wang Chong subconsciously looked at these places on the beach, and slowly, his brow creased. The places Su Shiping had pointed out had all been cut off by Uzin's men, and they were all very far from each other. The furthest was probably more than 1,000 li away. If they wanted to gather these people, it would take a very long time. Moreover, Lion City would fall in at most 3 days. Wang Chong had to get there as quickly as possible. My lord, sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood. Haste makes waste. This subordinate thinks that we might as well wait a few days and gather the majority of the troops before making a decision. Su Shiping probed. No. Without waiting for Su Shiping to finish, Wang Chong frowned and rejected Su Shiping's plan without the slightest hesitation. The journey south cannot be delayed for even a moment. It must be carried out immediately. Wang Chang's words were resolute and left no room for doubt. Su Shiping and the other generals froze when they heard this. Wang Chong had always given the impression that he was the kind of person who was easy to talk to. No one had expected him to be so decisive. "We will naturally follow milord's orders." Su Shiping quickly lowered his head and said respectfully. Wang Chong was born into a family of ministers and generals, and he had also defeated Batunlu, who everyone viewed as a great enemy. He had already proven his strength. Moreover, he still had the token of the King of Song in his hand, and was their highest commander. Su Shiping naturally wouldn't oppose Wang Chong at a time like this. The reason why Uzun and Meng Shizhao haven't gone north on a large scale yet is because of Lion City. If we don't think of a way to get rid of these obstacles as soon as possible and hurry to the Arai Plains, when Lion City falls, what awaits us won't just be the Uzun cavalry. Right now, it's not a question of whether or not we should take this risk, but we have no other choice. We suddenly have to break this place. Wang Chang's eyes glistened as he spoke without hesitation. But what about Bashishing? This person's strength was valiant, and he was skilled in the art of war. He also had Guan Guan's help. With just the few of us, it's impossible for us to be his match. A commandant said. "Humph, leave it to me." Wang Chong sneered coldly, not thinking much of it. Bashishing truly was a formidable individual, but to say that he was skilled in the art of war, no one in this era is worthy of mentioning it in front of him. Even the war god So Yung-sun had lost to him, let alone anyone else. Since Batunlu had already proven his ability to break through with an army of 1,000, it was time to test his own skill in the art of war. In a battle between armies, he wasn't just skilled in using cavalry. Have the army prepare to move out. Everyone else, disperse. Wang Chong waved his hand. Rumble. The war horses rumbled, and the excited neighs of the war horses, along with the vibrations of metal, resounded through the mountain peaks. At the peak of the towering mountain range, a military general covered in armor, even his face was covered in a mask. Only a pair of cold eyes could be seen. He looked down from above and scanned through the world. The mountains were silent. A large halo of thorns glowed beneath this general's feet, making him seem like a god. Even the fiercest Uzun soldiers were several zhang away from him, their heads slightly lowered and their expressions fearful, not daring to approach. "Have you discovered anything?" Bashishing buzzed from his horse, his voice devoid of emotion. Waves of heat radiated from his body, making one feel like they were on fire. "Reporting to Milord, there have been no discoveries at the moment. They've already been routed by us, and Longshi's Geshuhan is being held down by the Lord of Generals. The Tang dynasty has no soldiers it can use. Now all we need is for the Prime Minister and the General to exterminate Lion City, and then all of the southwest will fall into our Uzun's grasp." An Uzun general stood a long distance behind Bashishing as he respectfully reported. Bashishing had an explosive temper and was prone to physically punishing his subordinate. Moreover, he cultivated a fire element technique that made his temper even worse, making him even more easily angered than normal people. Although he was also a general in the army, he didn't dare to go against the 5 tiger generals. Kree. Suddenly, a sharp cry came from the depths of the clouds. A green Haidong green suddenly flew down from the clouds. Something's wrong. The generals on the summit paled at the sight of this sea eagle. Bashishing's brow rose, his eyes shining with cold light. War had never been something he feared. On the contrary, it was exactly what he wanted. "Someone, go and check it out." An Uzun general pointed at a nearby elite scout. "There's no need. Let them come." Bashishing waved his hand, his eyes filled with disdain. Rumble. In just a moment the yellow sand in the distance surged, and a black torrent of steel quickly rushed towards the mountain range and the pass where the crowd was. In this flood, the black banners of the Tang army clearly indicated their identities. It really is the Tang dynasty's reinforcements. Interesting. Bashishing's eyes shone with a cruel light as he watched the approaching Tang army. "My lord, it seems like it's those remnants. I didn't think that they would dare to come." In the rear, several Uzun generals spoke up. "I'd like to see what they want to do." Another Uzun general sneered. At the start, they had all believed that the Tang dynasty had sent reinforcements. If that really was the case, then their numbers truly wouldn't be enough. But if it was just one of those defeated foes, then the situation was completely different. They had fought not too long ago, so the Uzun were extremely familiar with their war banners and armor. In the Nay, while the Uzun were silently waiting for the Tang army to approach, the surging yellow dust suddenly stopped 30 to 40 li from the mountain. What are these fellows doing? On the summit of the mountain, the generals all frowned, and even Bashishing appeared confused. But before the Uzun generals could react, the neighing of Nay horses came from the distance. With an earth-shaking rumble, the dense mass of Tang soldiers actually turned around and began to flee. "Humph, these cowards are actually running away. Haha, I truly overestimated them. It seems like they didn't even think that we would be stopped here." The Uzun generals suddenly realized what was going on. "Humph, mixed infantry and cavalry. Now that they're here, do you think they can run away?" Bashishing sneered. With a swish and a shower of sparks, he unsheathed the scimitar at his waist, its cold light flashing through the air. "Since they won't come over, let's go over. All soldiers, hear my order. Blow the horn. Move out immediately and kill them all.